Welcome, guys, to part 3 of What If an OC was reborn as an Inuzuka and achieved immortality in Narutoverse. But before we get into it, like the video, subscribe to the page, and hit that naughty bell. And shout out to HolyJoker, the author of this amazing fanfiction. Check out the link in the description for the original story. Time skip. 2 years later. MC, age 17. While walking around Konoha while reading a paper in my handy Inuzuka clan members. 60 ninja. 2 elite jounin, 22 jounin, 6 special jounin, 11 chunin, 19 genin, 400 civilians. 100 academy students. The reforms with the Inuzuka clan opening dozens of orphanages all over my clan compound and taking in civilian children has truly boosted my clan members. When the number goes around 1,000 members, I will stop accepting any more members into my clan. The clan even had the first political marriage happen. We connected ourselves even more with the Onokuma clan at Korsai. Wasn't the one getting married after all. Having me married to that trashy clan is like giving a pet a 5-star dinner, completely useless. We just married some talented genins together, and that was that. The 13-year-old husband was supplied by us and a 17-year-old bride from the Onokuma clan, so she will be coming to the Inuzuka clan compound to live the husband. Like the average 13-year-old is horny, so he will accept anything that moves as a wife. So yeah, also, my clan finally has some elite joun and I made them by using some mosquito sage techniques. They are really useful, like chakra transfer. I forcibly raised their chakra reserves. It can raise it up to B rank. And just to be safe I put some seals in case of betrayal and they were good to go, and the lifespan expected was minimal, compared to my 8-gate puncher technique that took a lot of lifespan from them. Anyway, now I am officially the richest person in Konoha with a net worth of around 6 billion Ryo. Immortal life has been treating me very well. Can't say the same about Tsukumo though. The guy just went up and killed himself. He wasn't exactly useful to me. So I let it happen, plus I didn't want to ruin my relationship with Danzo. That guy is very useful when he wants to be. I just asked him once about S-rank jutsu, and the guy literally gave me half of Konoha's S-rank elemental ninjutsu. I owe him 2 favors now, which I am obviously not going to keep. Then I arrived at my destination. The Ninja Academy. When I go there I see that the teams are being assigned, and then the jounin sensei are appointed. Every Hokage has a legendary student or students, so I am going to need my first legendary student. When the classroom is all empty, I see my future student just staying there, nervous. Might guy POV. When the teacher appointed all the teams, I thought that it was weird that only I was left out. Damn it, after all of this work, and my teacher isn't even here. Or maybe there was a mistake, and the teacher doesn't want a student like me anymore. When the teacher said that it was some famous jounin named Yami Inuzuka. The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember where I heard it from. Even the teacher was nervous when he said his name. I should have studied on the jounin of Konoha before I became a genin. Then suddenly, from the corner of my eyes, I see someone entering from the window. He had a Konoha headband, black spiky hair, with black eyes, and he was wearing a jounin uniform. When he looks at me, he smiles. And I immediately recognize his face. He is the guy from the books, the ones which teachers won't stop mentioning, and is even more famous than the Sannin. Then, as he is smiling at me, he asks, "Are you my guy?" I immediately answered him, "Yes, Yomi-sama." Then his smile became wider and he said, "Okay, then come here." I immediately jumped from my seat and arrived in front of him. Then, while still smiling, Yomi-sama says, "Well, then we should decide how you will do during the next part of the genin exam." Then I tense up and ask him, "What will the next part of the exam be, Yomi-sama?" Then when he heard me ask that, Yomi-sama answers, "Good, I like your attitude well," then grabbed my hand. He extended his hand towards me as if asking for a handshake. I then grab his hand, and as soon as I do so, whoosh, for a split second I thought I saw a dark flash. Then I noticed that my surroundings have changed, and we are currently in some training ground that I have never been to before. Then I looked at Yomi-sama in surprise. Was that teleportation? Isn't it impossible for a ninja to be able to teleport? I never even heard of this. Then Yomi-sama smiled at me, and he said, "This will be your final exam before becoming a genin. If you are able to pass my test, you will become officially a genin, and then I will begin teaching you how to become the strongest jutsu user." When I hear him say this, I can't help but be surprised. Besides my father, no one has ever believed in me. Then I look Yomi-sensei in the eyes, and think to myself, I will not let you down, my guy POV. I look at Yomi-sama, and can't help but loudly exclaim, "Well." Then Yomi-sama looked at me with an amused look in his eyes, and he jokingly said to me, "Yeah, I know what you mean." It is a really convenient technique if you want to travel anywhere really. That does sound convenient. Then Yami-sama continued saying. Then let me start explaining the test that you will need to pass to become my student. He made a hand sign, and a clone appeared next to him. Then he put his hand on his clone's shoulder and said, you just need to dispel my clone, and as a shadow clone, one good hit and he is gone. As soon as he says this, he disappears in a dark flash. Yami, MC, POV. Well, I was going to use another test to get him into my genin team, but since he is the only student currently, he will get this test. Then I teleported back to my house in the Inuzuka clan compound and went to the kitchen, got some popcorn, and some of my favorite horrible tasting tea. I kind of have started liking it, since now I can't raise my strength anymore, at least until the third ninja war starts. So since in this world there is no internet, I started using my clan development as a long game, raising its stats, and all that type of stuff. It is very fun. I am bored most of the time, so even this type of shitty entertainment is better than nothing. I also surprisingly got a hobby for gardening, that also isn't that fun, but it is a great excuse to stop listening to Tsume's bullshit. Accomplishments, I mean, come on, when I was her age I achieved immortality. And what did she do? Well, she completed some B-rank mission. I could do those while taking a shit. Then I grabbed some iced tea from a box. I homemade this horrible shit. Anyway, better go back to Guy now. I appear on a tree in the Inuzuka training ground where Guy is still fighting my clone, and my clone is just playing with him. I have also given one giant bat as a summon to every ninja of the Inuzuka clan. Now they have a dog and a bat, so there's that in my clan. Since the second ninja war, only 5 ninja Inuzuka have died. That is a relatively small number compared to the Senju, who now only have Tsunade. And then there is the Uchiha. Those guys die quite a lot. Like, since the second ninja war ended, there have been 46. Uchiha deaths in the field. That is nothing special after all. In the peacetime between the first and second ninja war, the Uchiha death count was 58. The good news is that now I have 92 new Sharingan, and some of them even are Mangekyo, though none of them have some amazing abilities. After 5 hours, Guy finally just fell down from exhaustion without even touching my shadow clone once, so it seems like he still hasn't learned the 8 gates technique well then. As I get close to and see him crawling towards my clone while whispering with tears in his eyes, I can't give up yet, I must pass this. When I see that, I just calmly said to him, Guy, yo dot. Then he interrupted me and screamed, I can do this, Yami-sama. Just give me a little more time. Then even more tears flow from his eyes, and he says, please, Yami-sama, just please give me another chance. I just look at him. This kid, the world doesn't necessarily reward hard work, but I will, Guy. You will be a paragraph from my legend, but you must still be a shining star that others can never even hope to catch up to. Then I smile at him and say with an encouraging voice, Guy, you have already passed my test, so my Guy, welcome to Team Yami, also known as Team 3. When he heard, he just screamed in joy, yes, I did it. Snore, and he fell asleep. I guess no matter how hard of a worker he is still only 7 years old. That was amusing to say the least. Then I put a hand over his chest and started running healing chakra through it, and his muscles are all healed, with no drawbacks to him. Actually, it just made his muscles stronger, but he is still asleep because of his fatigue, so I pick him up over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Then I go to one of my clinics and put him on a bed there to rest. Then I call a staff member to me. When he arrived, I could immediately see that the staff member radiated nervousness, but he was still able to say, H, how can I help you? Why, Yomi-sama? I just look at him and say to him with a calm face and calm voice, you go and notify Might Die that his son is okay, and that he also passed my test. He is now my student now. Also, his address in the North Forest, there's a cabin. After telling him the address, he went away. That I just left a letter besides Guy, and then I went back to my home. Today has been productive, at least comparing it to the last months. Everything has been so slow. Lately I feel like I am getting stagnant, and I don't like that one bit. I better prepare some side subjects, and maybe start learning some new jutsu. Unknown POV. I look at the green field around me with a city on the horizon. I can't help but think of how beautiful this world is. When mother is drunk, she says that God doesn't exist, and that even if he did, he is an evil god after all. Someone who is all-powerful but still allows atrocities to happen all around the world, then that God is evil. Then I lie down on the grass as a butterfly flies above my head. Then I look as the butterfly flies down, and I extend my hand, and the butterfly rests on my hand. I am sure that God does exist after all. The proof is all around this world, from its smallest creatures to the giant monsters, everything in a strange way. It works good together like a mechanism. The world truly is perfect, and even though bad people exist, there are also good people to stop the bad ones. Then the butterfly flies off from my hand. Then I get up and dust my clothes. I look up at the sun and notice, even though mother drinks in the evenings, she always says to me that I must always be back for lunch, or I will be grounded for a week. Sigh. Then as I am going back, I see my aunt in the market buying some groceries. She has black hair and black eyes. She is wearing a black kimono with a small pig following her. She is transformed as an adult when I know that she really is only a little older than me. As soon as I go close to greet my aunt, the pig turns around and oinky oinks at me. Then auntie turns around and says, what is taunting? When she sees me, she just smiles and says, did you have your morning walk, Hachi? I just pout at her and say, I was adventuring, not going for a walk. Aunt Shizun, she just keeps smiling while saying, Sure, whatever you say Hachi, just go back to the hotel and I will cook us something. I just nod and start going towards the hotel, but before going there I put a hand in my pocket and take out. Then I go to a dango shop and buy some dango. Then as I am walking towards the hotel, and as I am about to arrive there, I noticed something strange in an alley. So I curiously went there. What I saw there was reality, a mother who had a baby wrapped in a blanket. As soon as I see that, I approach the mother and the baby. I extend my dango towards her. Then when she looks at me in the eyes, I see that her eyes are devoid of emotion and hollow. She just takes the dango and starts eating it, and then she cuts some small pieces to give to her baby. After I gave her the dango, I started walking away. The woman didn't say anything, and neither did I. I am not going to help her, so there is nothing to say from me. And I didn't do this to get some cheap thank you. I will probably forget about this deed tomorrow. When I arrive at the hotel, it is a medium-class hotel. When I entered our room, I was feeling pretty bummed out. Then I see my mother sleeping on the couch. I decided to take a blanket and cover her. After that, I went and took out a leaf from my pocket and did the exercise that Aunt Shizune taught me. I put a leaf on my forehead and used chakra to make it stick in there. I have been training it for a couple of days, and I think I finally got the hang of it. Then Aunt Shizune comes inside with 2 bags of groceries, and Totten following behind her. I always wondered why she even keeps the pig around. I just assumed that it was like a food reserve, but I think she likes Totten a lot. I went to help Aunt Shizune with the grocery bags, and she just said in an amused way, "Aren't you such a nice boy, Hachi?" I just smile at her. Then when she looks at my forehead on which I am holding the leaf, she just sighs and says, "You truly are very talented, Hachi. You already learned the leaf sticking exercise, and you are only 5 years old." Then Shizune sensei is teaching me how to walk on walls just by using chakra control. That's so cool. And just like that, I was practicing all day until, like usual, mother went to drink, and she came home transformed as a child, using her child form to trick another batch of debt collectors. Then Aunt Shizune came behind mother and she wasn't drunk, so she just told mother while giving her a bottle of sake, "You will continue drinking alone. I am going to sleep since I have to wake up tomorrow." Then as Shizune went to sleep, I decided to stay with my mother. While she drinks herself to sleep, I know that she cries while she's alone. I don't know how, but I don't want my mother to cry and be sad all the time. After some hours and mother drinking another bottle of sake, she just continued speaking gibberish. Yami Inuzuka, that kid was a monster. He was always too smart, too good. He would be nice and good for one moment, then as soon as you would turn your back on him, you would always feel like a predator was looking at your back. Yami Inuzuka mother doesn't like to talk about him, but Aunt Shizune says that he was mother's student and protege at a young age. He became an S-rank ninja. Just like mother, the other Sanin were, and so was my father, Dan Kato. Whenever I ask my mother to tell me about my father, she says to go and ask Shizune. Shizune says that I took more from my mother's side with my straight black hair and pupilless black eyes. I kind of look like great-grandfather Hashirama Senju. Then my mother, while looking at me, she says, "What I did was wrong. You were a mistake." What did mother just say? As soon as I heard what she said, I was shell-shocked. No words were even coming out of me. What does she mean by that? Time skip 3 months later. Hachi Senju POV. I just walk around the new city. Mother chose this city to spend her money on. I hope we stay here for a while. I made a new friend here. Then as I am walking, I faintly hear some merchants talking to each other. My hearing and sense of smell has always been surprisingly good. Man, I sure love working for Inuzuka-sama. The pay is good if you aren't dumb enough to do something stupid. He definitely has the daimyo in the palm of his hand. I mean, the guy just got 3 gold mines for himself by literally just paying almost nothing. That is interesting, but I keep walking anyway, and then I arrive at a house. The house looked normal like any other house in this place. When I was outside the door, I just called out, "Urza, come out to play." Then immediately, like a flash of red, a girl around my age comes out of the house. She has red and brown eyes. When she sees me, she just pouts and says, "I told you not to call me like that." I just act like I am falsely crying, and with fake tears on my eyes I tell Urza, "Sorry, I won't do it again." When she sees me and thinks that I am about to cry, she gets uncomfortable and comes close to me. She starts rubbing my back to comfort me while she says, "No problem, I was just joking." She really is nice when she is worried like this. Why can't she be always like this? I heard that her grandma is in Uzumaki, a civilian one. So that is cool. PFT. Then my axe slipped, and I chuckled a little. As soon as Urza heard this, she just said in a cold voice, "Hachi, you wouldn't try to fool me, would you?" Then I just look at her with a serious face and say, "I guess I will have to use the secret Senju technique." Her anger slips away, and she just looks at me in confusion and says, "What do you even mean by that?" Then I just clasped my hands together and loudly screamed, "Secret Senju technique." Running away, and I immediately started running away from her. While running away, I hear her scream, "Hachi, that was lame." As soon as she says that, bang, I fall on the ground. Why did she have to be so mean? Then she catches up to me and grabs my head with her hand. I just give up after a couple of minutes of her screaming at me, and me dodging her slaps, but making it seem like they hit me. The Uzumaki really are crazy. I mean, wild. That is where mother got it from, great-grandmother Mito. And then we start playing. We go around the forest trying to find bugs. We like to crush them. There are some strong ones out there. Then, as Urza is about to say something, so how? I cover her mouth. She is about to say something rude to me, but when she sees my serious face, I am even covered in cold sweat. I smell something very dangerous around, and my instincts are running crazy. Then suddenly I see a big bear. He is as big as a carriage. There is no way I can defeat that. I don't even know one jutsu then. As I turn around to warn Urza crack, I notice that she stepped on some leaves way too hard. Then the bear turned towards us. I am going to die. Then I look at Urza, and can't help but unconsciously think, if I left Urza behind while the bear eats her, I can run away. Or then the bear comes running towards us. I am going to die then. As if the voice of an angel had shot, boom, the head of the bear is blasted off. Then I see that my savior is just a kid who is probably a couple years older than me, and is wearing a green spandex. As I am still in shock, I hear him say in a panicked voice, "Ah, Sensei is going to be mad at me that it took so long to finish this D-rank mission. He will probably make me drink that horrible tea." Well, he explains to me my mistakes. But wait, this wasn't my fault. When I heard him talk to himself, I wanted to say something, but no words came out of my mouth. I immediately understood why. I am absolutely terrified. I look at my hands and see that they are shaken. Was I just about to die? If it wasn't for this guy, I would have definitely died. I haven't experienced anything. I haven't even seen how the world is. And I was about to die also. I was about to leave Urza behind. I read it in a book once that people show their true colors when they are about to die. Is it the real me? Am I deep inside a coward, someone so vile that I am willing to abandon my best friend just like that? I don't even know myself. I get brought out of my thoughts by a hand touching my shoulder. When I turn around to see who it was, oh, it is just Urza. Then I see that the body of the bear was gone, and just the bear blood splattered around is there still fresh. Then Urza looks into my eyes with a nervous look herself, and she, while shaking, says, "You were out of it even when that ninja asked us if we were okay. Are you okay, Hachi?" I just look into my still shaking hand and clench it into a fist. Yeah, I am okay, Urza. I never want to feel so out of control again. I should ask Aunt Shizune on how to become stronger. Yami POV. MC, I am just looking at some paperwork that my clones brought me. I am waiting for Guy to return from his D-rank mission of taking care of some bear that has been terrorizing a village. Then I hear an alarm clock go on inside the house. I just give a mental command and the clock is turned off. Fuinjutsu is the most versatile thing I have learned ever since I came to this world. Anyway, at least Guy is not dead or in danger. I have a seal on him that if he is in danger or dead, it will notify me anyway. Guy has just been taught the 8th gate technique, and I already copied it. Then I force my chakra through the gates. First gate open, second gate open, third gate open, fourth gate open, fifth gate open, sixth gate open, seventh gate open. Boom. My body is immediately flooded with chakra, continuously destroying and repairing itself. But still I can't use any jutsu, because of the rampant chakra inside of me. I can still heal myself with the Jungu. After all, the Jungu is not really a jutsu in the typical way. It is more like a parasite that I control. Then, after a couple of minutes, I close all the gates and whoosh, my body started releasing steam and healing itself. And that is it for my daily training. In about 4 to 5 years, my body will be at its best shape. After that, I will stop the aging in my body. Sigh. In my last world, immortality was a dream that I gave up on for my family. Sometimes I really wonder how they are doing. Do they have enough money now that I am dead? We already were very poor. I really hope that they are okay. Then I feel something wet pull down from my eyes. When I touch it with my hand, I see, so I am crying, even though I can suppress my feelings. I have been doing so for 17 years. I really am lonely. Everyone here will kill each other for the village. They will kill their own families like Itachi did just for the village. What the hell is that supposed to even mean? I immediately calmed down. Sigh. As expected, I have started to burst before. I was so worried about surviving in this world. Because of that, I spent every moment planning and scheming, that my feelings and fun came second. Now that I have immortality, I have free time. That means my mind has the time to wander onto things like this. And since my emotions are getting the better of me, I immediately put a full barrier around my house, forbidding anyone or anything from coming in. Then I make a water clone and have him go outside to tell anyone that wants to come in that I am busy doing a critical experiment or something like that. I wouldn't send a shadow clone since he might also be affected by my feelings. Then I also put an anti-spy barrier all around. My face immediately gets a cold look, and I fall into my knees. My breathing gets heavier. Cold sweat surrounds my body. Tears wouldn't stop coming out of my eyes and falling into the ground. My heart was beating so fast that it almost hurt. I grabbed my chest and fall into the ground, even while being overwhelmed by emotions. There still existed that calculating side that kept saying that I am just having a panic attack. Damn it, why can't I calm down? I need to calm down. I need a release. I just start punching the ground with my raw strength. After some minutes, I just lay down in the crater that I created into my backyard, crying silently in a more controlled way. Damn, I guess I really am lonely. I just point my hand upwards, as if to grab the sky. This must never happen again. I need a release state, or I am going to start doing irrational things, and letting my emotions lead me. They are part of me, so I would never get rid of them, but I need a way to take care of them. After thinking about it for some time, I finally got an idea. My eyes morph into the Sharingan since I am calmer. Now I summon 2 shadow clones to take care of me just in case. Whilst I look at the world around me, I see that it is my apartment where my family used to live. I know this is a lie, and I know that I am in a genjutsu that I could break out of whenever I want, but I guess I will truly rest after 17 years of wearing a mask. I can let go. I guess spending some time with the real family is good. I open the door to the kitchen. I see my little brother with his blonde hair and brown eyes just drawing. He was always worthless. He liked comparing himself to me. I was his role model. Though I know, and he knows that I know, that he is jealous of me. I truly did portray myself as perfect in front of him. I just smile and go forward. He stops drawing and looks towards me. He smiles and says, "Hey brother, do you want to play D&D with me?" Unlike that annoyance that I felt in my first life when my little brother used to ask this, I just smiled a little while saying, "Sure, let's play a little then." I just go towards the fridge to get some snacks. I open up the fridge and see there are a lot of food in it. Yeah, this is not real. Our fridge was always almost empty. I grab a couple of drinks as I hear my little brother say, "I will be an elf archer named." I never liked playing D&D with him, but now I guess I will get what I can. Even while thinking all that for the first time in a long time, a truly happy smile appeared on my face. After that episode of me panicking, I have my mask back on. I am at the best performance possible at the moment. I was truly repressing my feelings too much. I guess I was overdoing it. Sigh. After that little dose of genjutsu, I am back to normal. It seems like the burst lasted just about an hour. Not really enough time for anyone to even take notice of stuff like this. After all, it could have been just an experiment gone wrong. After all, who are they going to question? Then after another hour of me thinking back on the truly happy time I had during the genjutsu, I should regulate that so I don't overuse it or get addicted to it. I should only do it once a year during random intervals whenever I feel like I need it, since making a habit of anything can be used as a weakness in this shitty world. Then I sat on my porch while thinking of my future plans. That is when I sense the guy has entered my sensing range. I see, so he finally finished his mission. When Guy arrived, I noticed that he had a nervous look on his face. Then he came in front of and started scratching the back of his head while nervously saying, "Hey Yami sensei, how was your day?" I just smile at him and say, "Ah Guy, I see that it took you 2 whole days to finish a D rank mission. In difficulty it was C rank, but the villagers didn't have the money to pay for a C rank, so I, my clone, just made a deal with them on certain parts of the lands I would own. I will boost the economy on there like I did in many other farming villages. My very basic economic knowledge from the future is really revolutionary here." Then while Guy is waiting, I take out my original book that I was writing in here. Its name is Romeo and Juliet, but I haven't thought of a good pen name yet. Maybe I won't even publish it. After all, I am flushed with cash currently. No matter how much the book makes, it's still just a book. Anyway, Guy is still nervously standing waiting for my answer. If I punished him with more training, he would instead like it. So I just said to him, "Come here Guy and tell me how your mission went." Guy almost seemed relieved, but then I continued saying, "Over a cup of tea." Immediately his face crunches like he just ate a lemon. Yeah, I know he hates my original recipe of gross, but healthy tea. Guy just reluctantly accepts, not like he had a choice in the matter. He's currently 7 years old, but with my training, he can currently beat anyone in Jutsu in his group age. If Kakashi wasn't a thing, he could beat anyone in his group age at a straight fight, but he hasn't been able to surpass Kakashi's talent with hard work, at least not yet. I predict that at around the age of 12, Guy will be able to beat Kakashi 9/10 times in a fight. But even though Guy seems like a knucklehead, he is still helping Kakashi cope with his father's recent suicide. Truly a sad thing. It's really a shame for a ninja like Sakuma to die. If only he had more uses to me, I would have bothered to save him. 9 months later, MC age 18, I just look at Guy moving to attack me. It has already been a year since I started training him. When he gets close to me, I can hear him say, "Third gate open." Oh. So he is now able to open a new gate, and just as his speed increases, he comes towards me. I just simply sidestep. Guy then turns around and tries to dropkick me, but I just jump back, and his kick hits the ground. Boom, a small crater is created where his kick landed. And I also notice that the leg that he used to kick right now has a couple of very big muscle strings. But Guy just winces a little at the pain and still charges towards me like a bull. Okay, that is enough now. I just appeared behind him in a blink and just hit the back of his neck, sending a little chakra through his body, and forcefully closing all of his open gate. If there was a competition on who held the most knowledge about the 8 gates, I would be either the first or second, depending on how knowledgeable the creator of the technique was about what he was even doing. Then before Guy falls in the ground, I just catch him and lay him gently in the ground and start working on his injuries. Then when Guy, who is still conscious, asks, "How did I do this time, sensei?" I just smile and say to him, "Better than last time. But your attacks were still predictable. You couldn't strategize while under the pain of opening the gates. But you will eventually get used to it." Guy just thinks back on his mistakes that he did during the fight and nods. After healing him, I just say, "Also better get ready. We have an air rank in an hour or so." Guy immediately panicked and said, "Wait, what? Why didn't you say that, sensei? And why did you even let me use my gates technique? We also haven't even gone to any B rank missions. Aren't we supposed to follow some type of order?" I just sigh and say to him, I have gone on a dozen S rank, a rank and even easy B rank missions by myself. So what are you complaining about? Plus, I won't let you do all the work like I do during our C rank missions. As soon as Guy hears the last part of what I said, he gets up and points a finger at me while saying, "Ah, I knew you were doing that. I always thought that it was weird that you were always sleeping during any type of attack, and now you even admitted it yourself. Guy still isn't the funny guy that he will be when he grows up. I guess I will have to teach him about other things than youth. To be honest, I wasn't asleep. I just used a genjutsu to make it seem like I was. I usually just watched him fight for entertainment. Then I see the guy suddenly just falls to his knees, and out of breath after all, I didn't heal his stamina. Then I just pat his head and transferred chakra to him, giving him some energy to move. Then I said to him, "You don't really need to pack anything. I have already got all of your things in the storage crawl already. You just get to the front gates and I will meet you there." Then I immediately teleported my house, and I just pack a lot of different delicious food. I am not going to eat cardboard food for nothing. This is way better than I heard the voice of Tsum say. "So you are going on another mission." Over the years, Tsum's voice is no longer angry or arrogant. She has truly changed a lot, and definitely won't be the same as she was during canon. I just turn around and look at her. I just turn around and look at Tsum. She has finally understood that wild hair doesn't suit her at all. So she has straightened and let it freely flow down. Now she doesn't look like the wild tomboy Tsum. She even has a soft smile on her face and stopped being its tsundere. She has truly changed and matured a lot. She is a chunin now, which is pretty good for her age group, since not a lot reach chunin in their teens. Not impressive, but it's still better than genin, and now she also has a giant bat as her pet that she can summon. She should be able to reach jounin level in her 20s. She just sighs and then says with a tired voice, "Don't worry too much. I will take care of the clan while you are away. I would let any old man ruin anything that you have worked so hard to build." I just smile at her. She knows some of the stuff that is going on behind the scenes, since I have been taking any talented orphans into the clan. And well, there's another person who would like those orphans to become his tools in his little secret boy band. This other person is Danzo, since I also haven't delivered anything or shown any progress on the promise that I made him about making a wood-style user in a year, in exchange for him giving me access to the Hashirama cells, so he started playing little political shadow games with me. It is true that Danzo is good at politics for a ninja that is, but for a person like me who comes from the 21st century, my little brother used to be better at them than Danzo, so within the first month of our little games, I economically ruined the Shimura clan. Closed all of its shops and its only source of income being its ninja, which are strangely dying a lot in the conflict. The Hokage has decided to stay neutral during my Cold War with Danzo. And he better stay like that if he doesn't want all the civilians of the Sarutobi clan to become beggars. Anyway, Danzo, like I predicted, has started to use his little root ninja to try and forcefully destroy my establishments. But he is so confident in his little trained puppets that he has forgotten that they are humans. You can never turn a human into a puppet, or he will be used against you. I have 6 root members as my spies. What some people like them will do for you, if you show them kindness. I also easily took care of the Fuinjutsu that stops them from talking about root to others. Also, me literally having thousands of normal-looking mosquitoes spying on his every move, even when he shits, had definitely helped me a lot. I accept that I definitely am an absolute control freak, and when I don't like something I change it, not the other way around. I don't like changing myself for others. Definitely terrible in a relationship. He hasn't even noticed that I have started having my clones assassinate his ninja clan members as soon as they take any mission B rank or above. The way that they die is different every time, that they might start suspecting something. Well, they have already started suspecting that I am doing something, but they have no proof, so there's that. Though, it seems like I will need to start moving my plan faster to the elimination of Danzo. I can't allow the third ninja war to start and give Danzo time to counterattack me. He needs to be eliminated now. Danzo is too dangerous to allow him to think of a good counterattack against me. Also, I poisoned all of his nephews, of course. I made them look like some type of new natural sickness. He no longer has an heir for his clan. I think that he probably noticed what I have done to his nephews, and I must say he has good self-control. If he does even one careless move against me, he would already be dead, but I guess him picking a fight with me is already considered a dumb move made by Danzo. He thought that he could just use his political power as an elder to put me down. Well, that is too bad for him. He had tried a couple of times to poison my clan's water supply, but I also already expected that, so no one was hurt, and poisoned 97% of his root ninja as a warning to him. So now the root ninja's numbers are around 40, and most of them are at Genin or Chunin level. I mean, I just think, what would I do if I was in Danzo's position? And that is why I don't even take showers in my house in case of acidic water. And I have sent all of my ninja clan members in missions, so even if Danzo somehow kills my civilian clan members, I wouldn't suffer any huge losses. Also, I have mosquitoes spying on each of my clan members in case of a traitor amongst them or any of them being in danger while outside Konoha. Honestly, this is like child's play to me. People say that a cornered animal is fiercer, and some even use it as a metaphor that a cornered enemy is more dangerous. But to me a cornered enemy is already dead in my eyes. Danzo is already dead. Really the only thing keeping him and the Shimura clan alive is the HolyJoker. She might act recklessly. If Danzo suddenly dies, every clan head knows the battle in the dark going on against me and Danzo. Of course there are some unspoken rules about not involving the rest of Konoha and causing a civil war, but honestly that sounds more like one of Konoha's problems than mine, so I already recruited most of the clans in Konoha to my side. I have also already hired some strong rogue ninja to kill any Shimura clan member, and they will be rewarded quite nicely if they do so. If Danzo decides to make the first move and make a move that has the slightest chance of causing a civil war, then he will just give me a reason to kill him. Honestly, I am just waiting for the inevitable wrong move that he will make, so I can get rid of him, and then make the Shimura clan a subordinate clan of the Inuzuka. Honestly, that is their best outcome. Well, it is their only outcome where they aren't completely obliterated. Danzo really did a bad move. He should have known that I already hold Konoha's economy by the throat. If I wanted, I could put a little pressure in there and start choking Konoha economically. Monopoly is such a good thing, for me especially when it's not illegal. I would give Danzo and the Shimura clan around a couple more months before they die out. Now I just should look out for any irrational moves from the HolyJoker. After giving some instructions to Tsum on how to do nothing and just keep the clan going nowadays. I even made a couple of clones to be here and notify me if something happens, and I will be here in a flash literally. Then I arrive at Konoha's front gates, ready to put another A-rank mission on my record. I really should start experimenting with the Byakugan when I return from this mission. Hein, noble girl, POV. While waiting for the jounin that will be escorting us from Konoha, I look at his student. His name was Gay or Guy, something like that, and he is doing push-ups. That genin will be escorting us. I am not sure how effective this protection will be. Plus, the important thing is that he dresses really weird with that green jumpsuit and weird bowl haircut. I hope his jounin sensei isn't like him after all. My gaze wander towards my father, who has brown hair and is chubby. The fat bastard, he is trying to sell me to some killer. He says that the other nobles can't see it, and that it is too late to do anything about it. But this ninja already has more influence in the land of fire than the daimyo, which I doubt. After all, what would a born and bred killer know about politics? But enough about that. I am sure that I won't even be appealing to the jounin. I wore a normal white shirt and brown pants that aren't attractive at all, plus my brown eyes and brown hair with my glasses. I am not very attractive like my sisters, but they have already been sold, married, away to other noble families for alliances. They're all into loveless marriages and just waiting to pop out babies. Then they will start having affairs with some of the male servants or guards. Being a noble's daughter is a really terrible existence, never being in control of your own fate or life. As my thoughts wandered into depressing subjects, something strange happened before I could even look clearly. Whoosh! Suddenly a black flash appeared at the Konoha gate. Then a person appears out of it. He seems like a ninja. I wonder who he is. He isn't overly handsome or anything like that, but he has a smile on his face that just seems so pure. From the tattoos on his cheeks, I bet that he is an Inuzuka. Then he goes towards my father. Wait, don't tell me. Then the ninja says, ready to start traveling whenever you are. Father just seems a little nervous and says, of course, Inuzuka-sama. I just frown a little when I hear father speak like that. What a coward the way father said that. It made it seem like we are trying to ask for the ninja's permission. Father shouldn't be so nervous. After all, ninjas are raised to be killers. They aren't exactly as good with money. Probably someone is using this Yami guy as a front while he manages things in the darkness. I bet father never thought of that. Then I get into the fancier carriage with just my maid in there, and my father goes to the other carriage. After that we start moving, and the ninjas seem to be running alongside the horses. Even though I have heard a lot of stories about them during my 18 years of life, it truly is amazing seeing them run at high speeds like that. They don't even seem tired. Then after only a couple of minutes I hear my father say to a running Yami, Inuzuka-sama, I don't want to be rude or anything, but why waste energy needlessly? You can sit in the carriage with my daughter. Your student can come and sit in my carriage just in case of an attack. Also, I am sure I can teach him or two about nobles and such things. I have complete trust in your ability to protect us no matter what. Can you be any more obvious, father? The only thing that you have left unsaid was just go and take my daughter while I suck you off. But then without any warning whatsoever, the Inuzuka ninja called Yami just appears inside the carriage sitting opposite of me. How did he come inside? The window is too small to enter, and I didn't hear the carriage door open. I guess it must be a ninja thing. Since Yami is sitting opposite of me, he is also sitting next to my maid, and she seems very uncomfortable. Then the ninja Yami looks at me and smiles. Then he says, so the journey to 12 days at the speed that we are traveling. So how about some games? Then he pulls something out of his pocket. They were playing cards. A ninja having playing cards on him just seems kind of strange. Well, then I just look at him and ask, couldn't you just cheat? After all, you are a ninja. Then Yami's smile gets even wider and he says, I promise on the name of the sage of the six paths on all that is holy and right I shall never cheat. Well, I guess we should play. I look at my maid who seems a little nervous. Then I said, she will be playing also. Yami just nods. Sure, no problem. I guess I could play games better than doing nothing. After some time I just stare at the cards. I can't help but think, how is this even possible? After 16 games we even started betting money after the 4th game. I just look at our resident ninja, we have played 16 games, and he has lost every single one of them. His luck is horrible. I don't even play poker, my maid just learned how to play the game. And even she won money, all of Yami's money that he was concurrently carrying, all 100,000 Ryo. I just look towards the maid that has been my friend since I was young. She is 90,000 Ryo richer. I didn't lose money. Actually I won 10,000 Ryo. But I was wondering, is my maid some type of gambling genius? I just squint my eyes and look at her body shaking and a happy smile on her face. She did just more than her yearly wage probably. I am not really sure how much father even pays her. Then I look at Yami. Unlike us, he is the only one who lost money. 100,000 Ryo to be exact. Then he just looks at me and with an embarrassed face and scratching the back of his head he says, "Can you buy me some food when we go to the next town? I lost all of my money to you guys." The ninja just lost so much at poker, he really didn't cheat, did he? But his luck sure sucks. I just smiled at Yami and said to him with a familiar voice, "Sure Yami, it is his money after all, and I guess he isn't such a bad guy." Then suddenly he just hugs me, bringing his arms around my neck and our bodies touching together. I could feel his body heat. "Thank you." I blushed a little, but he couldn't see it. Then when I came to my senses I told him, Okay, stop now Yami." Contrary to my plea, he just gives me a deeper hug and says with a whispering voice, "Nice people like you really do exist. You just rekindled my faith in humanity." When he says that, I can't help but wonder, he really is a good guy. I just hug him back a little. If I am going to be sold to some noble, it wouldn't be so bad too. Hain POV, continuation. During the 7th day of our journey towards our destination, we haven't reached any city yet. So we stopped by a small lake to let the horses rest. We all set up tents, well more like Yami and his weird student set up our tents, since none of us knows how. Then after that we all ate, and when dawn came we went to sleep. The road had been long and tiresome, so we all needed our rest. When I woke up in the morning I saw that it was quite early. I put on my clothes and went outside. Then I decided to go towards the lake and just walk around. Then as I was walking towards the lake I could feel the chill of the cold morning air, and when I arrived at the lake I saw Yami sitting on the grass all alone. When I saw his figure just sitting there alone with an expressionless look on his face, I don't know why, but I just couldn't help but pity him. Something about him just sitting at the side of the lake and throwing rocks in it, not even trying to skip them. Even though his face showed nothing, he had that hidden sadness on his pupilless dark eyes. It was as if he was looking for something he can't grasp. As if he will forever be alone. A sense of true pity for him rose in my chest. I instinctively wondered if I could do something about the loneliness that he is experiencing. That is when I decided to take action. I just walked normally. I could hear the animal sounds coming from the forest. Then as I got close to Yami he just turned around, he just smiled at me, and then I felt that his whole vibe changed. Like he was just simply happy. I even wondered if that lonely figure of Yami was a fragment of my own imagination. When I sit down on the grass right next to him, I can see the fog come out of his mouth as he says with a jovial tone, "Good morning Hain, I see that you are up early." When I see how jovial he is, I just smile back. "Hey, Yami, what are you doing?" I wonder if I was just seeing things and thought he looked sad. He just looked at me and said, "Nothing really. I am just bored." Then as I sat next to him, as I jokingly said, "Well, sorry for not being interesting." When I said that in a joking manner, he just sighed and gently replied to me, "Don't worry, I know being born boring wasn't your fault." I pouted and slightly punched his shoulder. "Hey, don't say that about a lady like me." He just smirked. "Oh my lady, where is your dress and your butler who is secretly in love with you? And where is the guy whom you will have to forcibly marry and have a horrible life with?" I just look at him grimly, pushing down the hard truth that the joke had hidden behind its funny tone. "Your sense of humor is like your name, very dark." He just laughs a little at the pun and says, "And your jokes suck like a lady at a brothel." I just look at him confused by what he said. What is that supposed to mean? I asked Yami out of curiosity. After all, he is generally pretty knowledgeable, and he is very blunt in explaining things. He just looked at me, surprised when I said that. Then he answers with a weird look on his face. "Right, you really are a lady." What is up with that look on his face, as if he really is shocked by something? What is up with that look on your face? As if you are mocking me. He just smirks in an evil way. Well, my joke was an innuendo at how whore in a brothel sucks a customer's dick to pleasure him. Then she could also wait, what do they really do that? That sounds kind of gross. That is where they pee from. Wow, I think I am about to throw up. But Yami still continues the explanation. So my joke was supposed to convey some reason for you to be shocked, and I stopped him from continuing anymore by just covering his mouth with both of my hands, and said to him with a blush on my face, Okay, I get it, you don't need to explain anymore." As I am about to sigh of relief, I feel two arms come around my neck, and they drag me down on the ground on top of Yami. I can see his face, jawline and dark eyes that when I look deep into them from this distance, I can feel certain chills come all over me. My father told me to make him fall for me. I don't care about that, but he will fall for me anyway. Because I want him to. He is gentle, loving and wouldn't hurt a fly. I know that if he wasn't born a ninja, he would be a kind man, the type of man I wouldn't mind falling in love with, so I lean in and kiss Yami softly on the lips. Yami POV. I just look at Hain, her face gets closer to me, and I can already guess where this is going. She just kissed me softly on the lips. When she separates her soft kiss, she just looks at me with a blush. She is embarrassed. Then she just whispered in a small voice. I will be honest with you, Yami, my father told me I just zone out whatever she tells me. I have been with her for more than a week. I am a control freak. I literally spy on whatever she is doing 24/7. I already know about the situation. After she finished her whole speech, then she started crying while saying, I really do love you, Yami Inuzuka. Thank God she finally got to her point. I was about to fall asleep. I already know that too. I am not some anime protagonist who can't notice other people's feelings. I haven't had to seduce a girl in almost 2 decades. In my first life, I was pretty good at seducing, lying to girls, but I thought that I had lost my touch since I couldn't seduce Tsunade. But I still got it. Also, this was mostly to get rid of the boredom of the 12-day journey. I must say it was quite entertaining and made this journey less boring. Maybe she might even be useful to me later down the road, though I doubt that possibility. She is just a boring girl without that much ambition, and her only above average looks don't do her any favors either. Anyway, better start acting now. I make a face that has a complicated look on. Then I force blood to rush to my cheeks to make them blush. Then, with a slightly fake, unsure voice, I say, I have never had a girlfriend, or done anything so I don't know how to deal with this. And like expected, she blushed a crazy amount. Okay, this just got boring. She is like the easy level girl in a dating game. She is boring and mostly used to get players used to the controls and finish the tutorial. Also, my rule with girls worked wonders in this situation. My rule is that one has to always make the girls think I was pure, mindless, nice and a virgin. The last thing is especially important to convey how important this relationship is to you and that you are a keeper. In my last life, I made the mistake of being known as a guy who sleeps with a lot of women. So sometimes I had to go to great lengths to meet strangers that don't know about my secret hobby. Then Hain just blushes and says, I want to be your first and I want you to be my first. I just smile and say, of course, Hain. Guy POV. As soon as I woke up and opened my eyes, I immediately started doing my youthful exercises of 300 push-ups. Yami Sensei says that hard work never disappoints you, and Yami Sensei is a smart guy, and he has never said something that is untrue or a lesson that is wrong. I could ask him about anything and he would have the right answer. Once I finished my morning training, I went to find Yami Sensei. He had told me about some new technique he will teach me. He calls it Diable Jam, or also known as Devil's Leg. He says that it will suit my fighting style well. He says that if I could use this technique I wouldn't have to use the 8-gate so much. I went to check on his tent, but he wasn't there. He is usually here. Then I went to look at the lake. He wasn't there either. After some thinking on where Yami Sensei might be, I went towards Hain's tent to see if he maybe is playing cards with her. Then as I went there, I heard some weird moans coming from it. I get closer and hear Hain's voice come out of the tent. Her tone was something I have never heard come out of her. Yes, Yami, fuck me harder. Oh. So that is what is going on. As soon as I hear that, I remember the embarrassing lessons that Yami Sensei taught me about the birds and the bees. He really went into detail, and even gave me lessons on how to theoretically coordinate a threesome. I ran away from there before they noticed me. As I was running away, I couldn't help but think, who knew they were like that, Hain and Yami Sensei? I never knew. Then as I was running, I arrived at the lake. I kept wondering if Yami Sensei will marry Hain-sama or something like that. Then during breakfast I ate my food very fast. I was too embarrassed to be in their presence, but I still saw that both Yami and Hain acted like everything was normal 3 days later. And just like that, we finished this mission. We didn't have any accidents down the road. Well, Yami is known as one of the best living ninja. His medical skills are only rivaled by his skill in Fuinjutsu. He is one of the 3 people who ever learned to use the Flying Thunder God. It is true that Minato the Yellow Flash also knows the technique, but Yami is better known and more famous than Kakashi's teacher Minato. Also, Yami-sama has a monster strength and endurance. Then as we travel a little away from the city where we finished our mission, Yami stops and looks at me, and he extends his fist towards me. I immediately understood what he meant by it. We have already done these dozens of times before. I just nodded and we bumped first. Wash immediately. My field of vision changes and we are in a room filled with different seals. There are some robot arms doing something. Wait, they seem to be making some type of soup. Don't tell me this is where Yami Sensei cooks stuff. But then I noticed the chemical vials. Oh, so this is Sensei's laboratory. We just go outside and I can't help but feel a little curious. So I asked Sensei, Yami Sensei, are you going to marry Hain? When he heard me say this, he stopped on his tracks and looked at me as if analyzing me. Then he sighed and said, well, no, I wouldn't be marrying her. We did something that adults do, but that doesn't mean that mine and Hain's fates are tied forever now. It was an adult decision, that is all that there is to it. Then Sensei started walking and went towards the kitchens. I was a little surprised at his answer, so I asked him again, why, Sensei, don't you love her? Then the next words that he said felt as if ice was climbing up my spine. For that split second, I thought that I truly understood Yami-sensei when he said, obviously not. But then maybe that was all a figment of my imagination, as when Yami-sensei turned around, he had a smile on his face with 2 bottles of iced tea, the terrible tea that he makes. So to not drink that terrible tea, I started sweating a little, and with a nervous voice I said to sensei, don't we need to I couldn't think of anything reasonable, so I said the first thought that came to mind. I am going to do 10,000 push-ups sensei, so see you later. And I ran off. Yami, MC, POV. I just smirk a little as I see guy run off. I just look towards one of the corners of the hallway and say, Sum, you can come out now. Then as if with an invisibility cloak it is taken off, the space there shivers and Sum appears. I just look at her with a questioning look. Really hiding? Are you stalking me? She just has a serious look on her face and says, stop kidding around, Yami. Danzo has made his move. I just pour myself a glass of iced tea. When I see that she has stopped saying anything, I just tell her, oh sorry, just was thirsty, to go on. She just sighs a little and continues. Well, he made a surprising move. The Shimura clan has fused with the Sarutobi clan. Well, not really fuse, but all the Shimura clan changed their last names to Sarutobi, so the Shimura clan is no more, but now they might collaborate between each other. She just looks at me, unnerved, as I still have my calm smirk on my face. She knows enough about me to follow my orders, but not really enough to understand me. She isn't smart enough to know that there is no real chance of collaboration between the 2 clans. She thinks of the Sarutobi clan as Hiruzen, and those are 2 different things. It is true that Hiruzen probably was behind this, but he will probably not have as much support from the Sarutobi clan from now on. After all, he just did something that could potentially destroy the Sarutobi clan. They think that Hiruzen has literally put a ticking time bomb on them. After all, now I have my sights on the Sarutobi clan. I am not going to pursue them, go after them or anything like that, because it would be just a waste of time. After all, they will soon go against each other. Also, Hiruzen's and Danzo's relationship has most likely deteriorated even more. After all, he just literally made Danzo seem like a bitch in the eyes of the clan heads, who are watching this generally. It might seem like a good move, but this is such a bad move on the long run for both of the sides. Plus there are also the kids. When parents can act civil, kids can't, so that is where I come in. Then I just look at Sum with a smile on my face and say, well, now isn't that interesting? I wonder how the kids will act when some of their parents rage at home for the trouble that this will bring them. You just have to look at a child to know the situation at home is. Sum finally understood a very small part of the big scheme that is really going on in here, and her face just scrunched up as she said, you really are cruel, aren't you, Yami? I just smiled at that. Everyone is cruel in their own way, my little Sum. Kurenayuhi POV. I look at my friend sitting next to me. He is Asuma Sarutobi. I look around and see all the others seem excited to finally be able to become true ninjas. Then when the teacher came in, he looked like a pretty plain chunin. Then he said with his usual bored tone, today we will decide who your Jounin sensei will be. You will all be split into different teams. Anyway, here it begins. Then he took out a list and started calling the names in there. I mostly dozed out until it came our turn. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenayuhi, you will also be in a team with another genin who has already graduated, my guy. Your Jounin sensei will be Yami Inuzuka. As soon as he said this, I became excited. I couldn't stop a smile from appearing on my face. After I got Yami Inuzuka as my teacher. He is the most famous ninja of his generation. His legendary deeds are written in books, and there have been countless books written about his life and the battles he took part in. My classmates all looked at me and Asuma with a little jealousy in their eyes. After all, we already know the guy has become quite well known as a skillful ninja, and he couldn't do ninjutsu, and could only do taijutsu. I have heard from my father, who once worked with Guy and Yami Inuzuka, that he had never seen such power. Guy was able to create craters just by kicking the ground, and of course he said Yami Inuzuka could literally punch a mountain and break it. I thought that those were just tales of his power, but when I heard my father say that it was true, I was quite shocked. Plus, Yami-sama is still only 18. Then I hear Asuma say in a quiet voice, I am going to be a great ninja, just like Yami Inuzuka. I just giggle a little at him. I remember that he has been saying this ever since we started the academy. He once asked me what type of guys I like. I of course answered that I like awesome ninjas like Yami Inuzuka. Since then he also says that he will be a ninja like Yami-sama. He is so silly sometimes. Then, as the Jounin one by one came to pick their students, I completely ignored the others, and my eyes concentrated when one of them came in. I had seen him in numerous pictures and drawings from books. He had an expressionless face, and then he looked towards us. When saw us, he just smiled and waved towards me and Asuma, but when he did so I felt my heart beating faster, and it felt like I had butterflies in my stomach. He is quite handsome. Then Yami just says, team number 3 comes with me. General POV. Yami just takes his students and slowly walks with them towards the roof of the academy. While he was doing so, he also asked, so we will meet your other teammate on the roof. I am not sure if you are familiar with him, but his name is Mike Guy. He is quite enthusiastic and fun to be around. He also wears a green jumpsuit, and you might have seen him run around Konoha with just his hands. Kurenai just seems a little too excited. As if she was about to say some but had to stop herself from doing so. She was truly feeling a lot of emotions, from her having a crush on Yami and to her wanting to learn some of the genjutsu that he has in the end. She couldn't even get a single word out of her mouth. But Asuma just asks. So I heard that you know a lot of jutsu, is that true? Yami just smiled and ruffled Asuma's hair while saying. Yeah, I know quite a bit of ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, fuinjutsu, kinjutsu, bukujutsu and some techniques that I picked up during some of my missions. I would say that I know around 7,000 jutsu in total. When they heard this, both Asuma and Kurenai were shocked. They weren't sure if even the whole Konoha has that many jutsu. Kurenai even exclaimed, "That is amazing." When she said that, Yami turned towards her and smiled. She immediately blushed and looked at the ground. Asuma was kind of excited too. After all, he will be able to learn so many jutsu from him. Then, as they are all walking together, Yami asked another question. Anyway, what are you guys best at, and do you know any jutsu yourself? Asuma was the first to say. Well, I know how to use the D-rank fire bullet jutsu and some E-rank elemental jutsu, together with the transformation, replacement and clone jutsus that we learned in the academy. Yami with a smile nodded towards Asuma and said, "That is quite impressive for someone your age." Then he turned towards Kurenai and said, "What about you, little lady, what are you best at?" When Kurenai heard Yami address her in the familiar way he talked to her, she couldn't concentrate and just meekly said, "I know Senjin Jutsu." Yami patted her head also and said, "That is also pretty good. Someone having a talent in Jinjutsu is pretty rare." Kurenai just blushes and she says, "I mostly learned it from my father." Then Yami seems to think for a little, and as they were climbing the stairs to reach for the roof, he said, I remember now. Your father is Shinka Yuhi, right? He is an instructor in the Genin and Chunin Corps. I also heard that he is also pretty good with the sword." Kurenai felt a sense of excitement when she heard that Yami knew of her father, and him praising her family like this made her happy. When she finally got the courage to finally say something, they had already arrived at the rooftop, and her words got stuck in her throat when she saw a guy doing push-ups with one hand while screaming. "If I can do 1,000 one-hand push-ups, I will have to drink the gross tea that sensei makes." Yami just smiled, and as he didn't notice what Guy had said a moment ago, and he said, "Guy, come and meet your new teammates Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi." Then he immediately jumps up by only using one of his hands. Then he comes in front of them and bows down while saying, "A pleasure to meet you, my youthful teammates. My name is Might Guy." Both Kurenai and Asuma were in shock at what just happened, while Yami just had a smile on his face. And the academy guy was just a little weird who used to wear a green jumpsuit. Now he is a weirdo with a green jumpsuit that also talks weirdly. Title: When aiming for me, better pray that you don't miss. After Asuma and Kurenai's shock at Guy's weirdness, Yami with a smile just says, "Well then, let's sit down and get to know each other." When they heard this, they all sat down. With Asuma in the middle with Kurenai to his right and Guy to his left. Then Yami continues. "Well, as I said, let's get to know each other. So let's start with saying our name, hobbies, likes, what you don't like, and what are your dreams for the future. I will first show you how it is done. My name is Yami Inuzuka. My hobbies are making tea, reading books and learning new techniques. I like to use the techniques that I learn in original and cool ways. I also like my family in Inkanshiro. I don't like boring and dangerous things. My dream for the future is to become Hokage." When they heard the last part, they were all surprised. Even Guy was surprised. He didn't know that his sensei wanted to become Hokage. But it wasn't strange since he believed that his sensei could also become Hokage. Kurenai and Asuma were surprised too, since becoming Hokage means that their sensei would be the future village leader, and they would be just like the Sannin. Then next was Guy, who said, "My name is Might Guy. My hobbies are repeated side steps and hitting focus mitts. I like super spicy curry rice and curry udon, though I find it impossible to dislike food. I don't particularly dislike anything, and my dream for the future is to show the world that I can be a great ninja with just Taijutsu, and I also want to be the strongest Taijutsu users." Then Kurenai and Asuma tell their own hobbies, things they like and dislike. When it came to their dreams, Kurenai just blushed, looked at Yami, and just said that she wanted to become a great ninja. Asuma was the same. He just looked at Kurenai, blushed, and said that he also wanted to be a great ninja. Though, when they finished and looked at Yami, they saw him frown, and they became a little nervous, unsure of what they had done wrong. Yami just looked at them as his face relaxed and went back to being expressionless, and now his smile was gone as he said, "Guy, as expected, you want to prove something to the world. I always knew that, and now you also want to become the strongest Taijutsu master. That is an amazing dream as expected of my protege." Guy was at first a little worried, but when he heard the praises coming from Yami, he couldn't help as some tears started flowing down from his eyes. He has spent his whole life trying to prove that he could be a great ninja, and Yami saying with such certainty that Guy was his protege made him very happy. He can't wait to go home and tell his father the good news. Then Yami looked towards Kurenai and Asuma with a neutral look on his eyes. "I don't mean to be hard on you, or anything like that. But your dreams of becoming only good shinobi, if they are so small, I am not sure whether I can even teach you to. To me, talent isn't really the thing I am looking for in my students. What I am looking for is ambition. I has a great ambition, and as his teacher I will give it my all to help him accomplish that dream of his. I also fully believe in Guy's ability and hard work that he will be able to accomplish his dream. But if you guys don't have the ambition, I am not sure if you will reach far. A good ninja could be said to be your everyday jounin. I don't plan to put any effort into someone who will be able to achieve only that. I plan to make legends, not just some jounin. When Kurenai and Asuma hear this, they both freeze, shocked hearing their hero that they admired say that. Then Yami continues. I will see you in training ground number 7. In there, I will see if you are really ready to become genin. Flash, and in a black flash Yami disappeared from where he was sitting. Kurenai and Asuma were shocked and a little down. Guy was happy, but when he saw his new, possible, teammates' faces, he tried to reassure them that Yami didn't really mean it like that. During the same time, in the Hokage's tower where the Hokage resides, Hiruzen is sitting in his room reading some recent reports. He didn't like at all what he was reading. Some reports about some unrest along the borders. He can't help but be afraid of the worst possible scenario of the Third Ninja War starting. In the previous war, many nations were left unsatisfied since there wasn't any clear winner, and the animosity amongst them was running at a peak high. Skirmishes have already started amongst the border. It seems like it will be inevitable another ninja war. At this time his office door opened, and 2 elders came in. They were Kaharu and Humar. 2 of his 3 advisors. Danzo has recently been missing all of these meetings due to some personal problems. The first to say anything is Humar. He immediately just got to the point. I think we should cut all ties with Danzo. As soon as he said that, Kaharu also supported Humar. I agree with the small rumors that have started spreading around. It wouldn't be wise to associate ourselves with Danzo anymore. As soon as Hiruzen heard this, he immediately ordered the Anbu to leave. As they did so, he still just looked at them and said, what types of rumors? Kaharu just sat down, and with a calmer voice she said, you would have an easier time explaining what type of bad rumors haven't been circulating about Danzo. From kidnapping to working against the interests of Konoha and anything in between. Hiruzen knew that by saying working against the interests of Konoha, she meant betrayal. He knew that Danzo would rather slit his own throat than betray Konoha. But the general population didn't see it like that. Then, even though Hiruzen was pretty sure he knew the answer, he still asked, and who has been spreading these rumors? Homura just answers with a slight fear in his voice. Who do you think? Kaharu answered by saying, Yami Inuzuka, obviously. It seems like Danzo bit more than he could chew. You better not make the same mistake, Hiruzen. Yami Inuzuka, even though he is young, he is very dangerous both power-wise and politically. As soon as Kaharu said that, Homura, as if remembering something, said, by the way, I am afraid that I will have to be the bearer of more bad news. Homura took out a letter with the daimyo's seal and read the letter out loud. By the order of the daimyo and the ruling council, it has been decided that due to careless use of power, tax evasion, suspected kidnapping, suspected trafficking, suspected grave robbery, suspected collision with the forces who do not have the best interests of the Land of Fire, Danzo Shimura is therefore released of his duties as an elder, and is not allowed to have any say in the Land of Fires or its territories. He is also to be kept under supervision non-stop during an investigation on his suspected crimes. And the investigator of the alleged committed crimes will be Homura. Stopped for a second to make sure that he was reading it right. The investigator of the alleged committed crimes will be Yami Inuzuka. As soon as they all heard, they understood what was really going on here. General POV. The next day, Guy, Asuma and Kurenai were at training ground number 7. Then exactly on time for the meeting. Flash, in a dark flash, someone arrives in front of them. It was Yami with a serious look on his face. While looking at them, he says, okay, now that we have introduced ourselves, I will tell you about your exam to see if you can truly become genin. Yami takes out one bell and says, I will make a water clone which has only 10% of my strength, and I want you to work as a team and try to take this bell. If you do get the bell, you pass. If you don't, you fail. You have 24 hours to do this starting now. Then Yami makes a water clone and gives him the bell. Then he himself disappeared in a black flash. But not before leaving a shadow clone behind also, in case of injuries. He himself went to meet with the Hokage about Danzo's accusations, which he had no evidence of, but medieval law sucks full of corruption and bribes, power in the hand of the powerful, while the weak are suppressed. Yami isn't going to just change the system, he is going to abuse the hell out of it. Then when he has absolute power, he might change it. While Yami was going towards the Hokage's tower, someone else was in a cell, guarded by dozens of Anbu. He was a one-armed old man. He has a bandage around one of his eyes, and he has an X-shaped scar on his chin. He was Danzo Shimura, one of the ex-elders of the Konoha Council. He has fallen from grace. Yesterday in his capture, the last of the root members got killed. His clan doesn't exist anymore, his political power is gone, his physical power was long gone even before this. It all began when he gave Yami Inuzuka the Hashirama cells. Yami made a lot of promises to Danzo, he kept none of them. Even when Danzo asked him about it, he just answered. He didn't know what Danzo was going on about. He even added that he never made a promise to Danzo. That was the moment that Danzo decided to teach the kid a lesson that people need to keep true to their word, and now Yami Inuzuka took everything from him. Suddenly, outside the cell the sound of bodies hitting the floor could be heard. The door of the cell opened and a cloaked figure came in saying, "Well Danzo, I must say I didn't expect you to be in here like this, how the mighty have fallen." Danzo looks up and under the cloak he sees yellow eyes with snake-like slits looking at him. Then Danzo says, "Why are you here, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru just looks at Danzo with a cold smile on his face as he says, "Why, to free you of course." Danzo thinks this through for a little while, and his frowns as he says, "I know that Yami Inuzuka has been experimenting with the first Hokage's cells. I just need you to find me some evidence of it, Orochimaru. If you do that I can promise you the dead body of Hashirama Senju, so you can study it to your heart's content." When Danzo says that, Orochimaru's eyes shine a little, and he licks his lips in anticipation of this. Suddenly he started laughing. "This is good, come with me. I am sure that Yami knows that you know this. So he won't leave loose ends. He will definitely kill you if you stay in here." Danzo gets up and goes outside. As he does so, he starts casually walking with Orochimaru. After all, they are in no rush. Orochimaru isn't incompetent enough to be unable to stealthily take out Samanbu. As they were walking towards the outside of the T&I department, everyone inside was already unconscious. Orochimaru is not an S-rank ninja for nothing. His knockout gas and different chemical weapons can be devastating to even the most elite ninja. Then when Danzo saw the light, he had a heavy heart thinking of what he will do after escaping from here, and how he will be able to clear his name. But the thing he was mostly thinking about was, Yami Inuzuka has made an enemy out of me. For the sake of Konoha I should never let such a ninja exist. He was willing to come close to causing a civil war during these dire times. As soon as Danzo got outside and into the light of the sun, he saw something that shocked him. There were Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu and Yami Inuzuka, and many other clan heads looking at Danzo. Then Yami just pointed towards him and with a steely voice he said, "As you can all see, he accepted the escape when offered. That means that if he was confident in his innocence, he wouldn't do that. And I, Yami Inuzuka, temporary appointed investigator of this case by the Land of Fire Daimyo, have come to the conclusion that Danzo Shimura is found guilty." Hiruzen just had a sad look as he saw his old friend just standing there with a shocked face. He already understood that this was all over. But then Yami continued and said, "I have also considered this very carefully and have decided to sentence you, Danzo Shimura, to death." Immediately, Hiruzen turned around and looked at Yami. He saw that Yami had a cold face, portraying no emotion at all. Hiruzen was about to say something, but he noticed that most of the clan heads were not surprised by the sentencing. Hiruzen immediately confirmed that they had already made the decision, and had left him the Hokage in the dark. Then flash, in a dark flash with such speed that none of the people present could even follow, Yami decapitated Danzo, and Danzo's head flew in the air, with eyes still wide open in shock. Orochimaru just looked at this and smiled. He had already made a deal with Yami Inuzuka, and unlike Danzo, he wasn't dumb enough to take anything other than a payment up front. The clan heads who were surprised and weren't in the loop were the Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi and Nar. The other clans were already in on the scheme, had absolute calm faces. They had a secret meeting before this, where Yami had informed them of his decision. But even though they didn't display it, they were surprised that Yami had decided to immediately carry out the execution. None of them even had the slightest thought of betraying him. After all, look at what had happened to the Shimura clan. But for the first time they all saw just how scary and terrifying Yami Inuzuka could be. What the others didn't notice though was Yami Inuzuka looking at Orochimaru with a cold look that dared him to betray. It was a lesson no, it was more of a demonstration of the consequences that would happen in case anyone got in his way. Hiruzen, POV. It has been 1 week since that day. I still can't get the image of my dying friend out of my head. In my own mind I have killed and cursed Yami Inuzuka countless times, but in reality I didn't dare to act. We are dangerously close to another ninja war. I should try to negotiate with the other great hidden villages. I know that another war wouldn't accomplish anything, only more death and destruction. Weakening us all. During these times there would always be Danzo whispering about going to war and Konoha making the first move. I would never listen to him, even though he was smart. Danzo wasn't too good at strategic battles. He would consider the option of sacrifice way too easily. I knew that letting Danzo pick on Yami would be dangerous. I don't know what was going on between them, but they definitely had a deal going on. It seems like Danzo was onto something and decided like usual to try and use force against Yami, by ruining his clan's shop and other establishments owned by him. It seemed like that was the wrong move both from Danzo when he reacted like that, and my part where I didn't stop him. Sometimes I even wonder if I have truly been sitting in this chair for too long. Everyone seems unsatisfied, not just the other great villages, even Konoha is craving for war. Are they all mad? Didn't they learn from the second ninja war, that fighting will only lead to our mutual destruction and weakening? And Yami Inuzuka, that boy. Doesn't he understand how much he will weaken Konoha with the last stunt he pulled? He had a mother, sister figure and his whole clan in here. Why can't someone smart like him comprehend something like this? He took such a major risk for such a useless thing. His mind truly doesn't have the maturity needed to understand things like this. He obviously doesn't listen to me. Oh, he does follow my orders, but he doesn't truly listen to them. He's an S-class ninja. He needs to understand that his actions have consequences. He also has my son Asuma in his team. The Sarutobi elders agreed to this. My influence and power as a Hokage has been slipping away, and no matter how, even though Yami doesn't say anything, if people look deeper into it, they will understand that he is just simply saying to my face that he will kill Asuma if I do something stupid. Accidents do happen, and if Asuma died he wouldn't even be blamed for it. During these times, we need to be united, not squabble amongst ourselves. I only know one person Yami will truly listen. It seems like with the war just seeming around the corner, I will need to prepare. I will need Jiraiya back here. Minato also needs to be here, and also Tsunade will need to come back from her grieving. Konoha needs her now more than ever. Shizune, POV. I look at young Hachi trying to do the tree walking exercise. He is such a good kid and so cute. I look at his cute little face concentrating. He is so cute and he is only 6, though technically I am not a lot older than him, but I use transformation jutsu most of the time to seem older. After all, if I want to buy something, if they see that I am a kid, they wouldn't take me seriously. I am 9 and all that, and technically I am older than Hachi by just 3 years, but that doesn't matter. I am still his aunt. I see Hachi just looks at me while saying, "By the way Shizune, you are really growing a lot recently. I have almost caught up to your height." I just smile because I mustn't be angry at my own nephew, but inside my heart I can't help but curse those abnormal senjus. He can already beat me at raw strength, and his chakra reserves were always bigger than mine, and the distance just keeps getting bigger. No wonder the Senju were the strongest clan in the clan Warrior. Hachi falls down from the tree again, but before landing he does a backflip and lands on his feet. He then turned towards me, smiled and gave me a thumbs up while saying, "That was cool when I did that, right?" I just sigh a little and say to him, "You have been trying this for a whole day, and you still haven't got it down. How do you plan to become a medic ninja or learn cool ninjutsu with bad chakra control?" Though that is mostly because he has high chakra reserves for someone his age, and he has already gotten up half of the tree. But there is no way I am telling him that. Then Hachi suddenly asks, "Has mother woken up yet?" I just think a little and say, "Don't worry, she just drank too much last night, so she will be sleeping a little more." I just look at his face and see the worry in his eyes. He truly is a loving child. Even though Tsunade doesn't necessarily pay him attention to Hachi like any other mother would, he still loves her with all of his heart. Even though I never expressed it, I am disappointed in Tsunade. Hachi is the proof of love between Uncle Dan and her. So why does she ignore him so much? I have noticed that sometimes she even goes out of her way to not look him in the eyes. Hachi doesn't say anything and acts happy all the time, but I know that deep down he is sad and hurting. Then suddenly Hachi's face brightened as he looked towards the side of the forest where our camp. It is even though he isn't a natural sensor, Hachi has good hearing, eyesight and especially good smell. I look towards where he is looking and see Tsunade. She still seems a little sleepy. She has a small note in her hands and then she says, "There are worries over the raise of skirmishes around the border, and Konoha has called me back." Then Tsunade has a conflicted look on her face, like she seems unsure of something. Finally, she just sighs and says, "You will also be coming with me." Hachi just smiled and pumped his fist on the air as he said, "Yes, I am going to join the Ninja Academy." I just looked at Hachi's excited face and thought that since I already have the power of a genin, I will just return to Konoha and immediately graduate. But why is Tsunade just looking at Hachi with a worried expression on her face? Is something wrong? Yomi POV. I am sitting on my chair in my personal office in the clan head's house. I just look at the paper in front of me. It was all of the reports that the mosquitoes have relayed to me. It was written by the mosquito sage. Those little intelligent guys truly are great spies, and they are literally spread all around the 5 great nations' capitals and hidden villages. I have the best spy network. I will soon spread them in major cities and all that. Soon I will have information that no other spy networks could hope to achieve. I will have everything under control. Time until the 3rd Ninja War starts in 8 months. General POV. In his lab under his own house, the lab is well lit, and it has different human bodies in glass containers full of some strange green liquid, but Yami was just looking through a small glass canister as big as his hand, which had 2 pupilless white eyes, the Byakugan. He has got it, but he is planning on how to incorporate it into his body, so it doesn't disrupt the Sharingan. Obviously, fusion of the Sharingan and Byakugan is impossible because that is not how biology works, even in a world where chakra exists. Yami then analyzes his forehead, planning to have another set of eyes put in there. But he will have to connect it with his brain for him to be able to truly see. But that is a very dangerous procedure that could even lead to memory loss. Yami will first learn a way to separate the soul from the body, and that way he will be his true self and won't lose memories. He could just make a shadow clone and have him take all of his memories out, do the surgery and put the memories back. But Yami knows that after that it won't be him anymore, it will just be a clone of him with the same memories as him. Yami is someone who strives to be himself, never letting even a whole new world change him. Doing that would mean that it would be the same as having an identical clone. No one would notice, but he himself would cease to exist. After all, he doesn't want his clone to be like him, he wants to be himself. While thinking of solutions about this, he can't help but come to one conclusion. Living corpse reincarnation. Obviously he isn't planning on leaving his powerful body that he has right now. His body is immortal now, so he will just use the living corpse reincarnation method to immortalize his mind. But that method is forbidden to all, no matter what rank. He would have to go steal it, but there is a high chance he would be caught. Better wait till I become Hokage. I can have any technique I want, and no one will question me. Thinks Yami with a slightly dark smile on his face. While on another place traveling towards Konoha is Hachi, Tsunade and a 9-year-old Shizune. They are walking at a normal pace. Tsunade told them that there is no rush, and they can take it slow. Hachi had a smile on his face as he was happy. He had just mastered the tree walking exercise. Even Tsunade was a little surprised at this. After all, the tree walking exercise needs good chakra control, but it also needs the strength of a genin to support the weight and all that. She was surprised that he was this strong physically. And even though she wasn't drunk at all, she felt happy. Seeing Hachi jumping around and being so energetic was funny in its own way. She also couldn't help but compare Hachi to a younger Yami. Yami was 8 years old when he became her student. He always has a certain brilliance in him and those eyes that hunger for always wanting more. Back then he was like a second Orochimaru, but nicer and actually cared for other people. She can't help but smile a little at those memories. Yami was always a good student and a hard worker. Though he did have that mischievous side of him, he was serious most of the time. That might have been because she spent time with Yami when he was training. Even though Tsunade is nervous to meet Yami, she also can't help but feel a little melancholy when thinking about her only student who is alive. While Tsunade is thinking this, suddenly Hachi hugs her. "Hey mom, come on, teach me something else, I'm already bored out of my mind," said Hachi with puppy eyes. Tsunade just sighs and takes out a small storage scroll from between her breasts. Then she opens it and puts a finger on it. Poof, then a small paper appeared out of it. Then Tsunade gave Hachi the paper. "Run chakra through this. It will show your elemental affinity and which jutsu you should concentrate on learning." Hachi enthusiastically nods and takes the paper. Then he runs chakra through it. Tsunade and Shizune look at it with a little curiosity. Though Tsunade doesn't show hers outwardly, but she still wanted to know. She had never really been a good mother to Hachi, she knows that. When she looked at him, she always saw Yami's eyes staring back at her. When she noticed where her thoughts were going, Tsunade just frowned a little. While she thought, "This is why I don't like being sober for long periods of time. Well, it hasn't even been a day since I was sober, but it's already a day too much. I know I am not a good mother. I know what I did to my student. I know that I am a horrible human being." But she looked at Hachi's paper that he was running chakra through. Tsunade was waiting to see her son's affinity. Would it be the same as his father's? After all, he looks a lot like Yami, sometimes even acts like him during certain situations. But the paper just got a little wet. He had water affinity. Tsunade just looked at it and thought, "What am I doing? He isn't Yami, he is just a child. Maybe I really should stop drinking and start acting like a mother. I hope it isn't too late." Though Tsunade smiles at Hachi, which surprised him a little since his mother rarely smiled at him. "Your elemental affinity is water, just like the second Hokage, your great-granduncle. When we return to Konoha, we can gain access to the water jutsu left by Tobirama. The Senju library has a lot of them, all the way up to the S-rank ninjutsu. Though you might have it harder to learn fire ninjutsu, it doesn't really matter that much. Better be good at one thing than mediocre at a lot of things." When Hachi heard this, he smiled. "Yeah, and I am going to make water dragons and all that. I will surpass even Tobirama and become the greatest water style user that ever lived." Tsunade just smiled at him. When she saw Hachi saying that, she just went towards him and hugged him. What they didn't see though was a mosquito just looking at them. As soon as it saw this, it immediately sent the information to his queen. In another place on the blood swamp, the mosquito sage was just meditating inside the bloody swamp water. When it opened its eyes, she processed the information that she got. Should I tell Yami about this or not? She contemplated on her next action. But as soon as that thought came, it immediately went away. She knew Yami pretty good, better than all of the other blood swamp creatures, since she was the one who taught him how to gather and train sage chakra. He would probably torture me to insanity, while the other creatures watch just so he can make an example out of it. You better tell him then. Though the mosquito sage with a little fear on her heart. Yami was eating with his mother and soon when a mosquito flew in and landed on his finger. Then he just saw what the mosquitoes saw: Tsunade with Shizune and a child with black hair and black pupilless eyes. What? Thought Yami with his thoughts in confusion. Immediately, when he saw that, he understood what was happening. Flash, in a dark flash, Yami appeared outside Konoha. Then his skin turned red, his black hair lengthened, it became spiky, and it went up to his lower back. Under his eyes, black markings had appeared. Tsunade was 8 kilometers north. He didn't have any Horatian markings there, so he couldn't teleport. Bume Crater was created as he used all of his strength to kick off the ground. Running towards his destination, his speed created sonic booms. While doing this, he couldn't help but think, that is my child. For the first time, Yami's mind was in shock. General POV: Yami was rushing towards the location without stopping, running at speeds that created sonic booms behind him. As if even sound was trying to catch up to him. He couldn't help but think, how stupid of me to not have some mosquitoes spy on Tsunade. Damn it, I was so concentrated on infiltrating the 5 great ninja villages that I honestly didn't even think about Tsunade at all. Back then when I came inside her, I forgot to use a contraceptive jutsu. I was too excited to think about that. I just thought that Tsunade would use it once she noticed what we did. Just how fucking stupid is she, damn it. Boom. In only 9 seconds he had arrived at his destination. It was a dirt road surrounded by green forests, though the road did have some carriage tracks. Yami just turned off his sage mode and went back to normal. Both Hachi and Shizune had surprised looks on their faces. They were shocked that he appeared out of nowhere. Tsunade looked at him with white eyes filled with shock and surprise. After a split second her ninja training comes to play and he calmed down. Still though, Tsunade had a conflicted and despairing feeling in her stomach as she saw Yami just looking at Hachi with calm, but he had such a hard and concentrated look on his face that she has never seen him have. Yami then calmly looked at Tsunade. Hello there, Tsunade. He didn't address her as sensei, but that wasn't what Sun concentrated on. What caught her attention was that even though he said that in a normal voice, and with no expression on his face, Tsunade could tell by his demeanor that Yami was angry. The way that his eyes moved was in an instinctual way of expressing anger. Yami could always hide this little instinct. Him expressing it like this meant that he was furious. But Tsunade, with a calm look on her face and an even calmer voice, said, "We should catch up when we go back to Konoha." As she said that, Yami understood the true meaning of her words. It was not here in front of them. "We will talk back in Konoha." Yami looked calm as always, then he just nodded and said, "Right." He forced himself to calm down, and he did what he is good at. He just bottled up his emotions. Then he turned towards the kids and smiled. "Hey there kids, my name is Yami Inuzuka. Tsunade's ex-student, nice to meet you." Shizune seemed a little shy at this, but Hachi had no problem as he replied with a smile on his face. "Hi, my name is Hachi Senju. Do you know any water-style jutsu?" Yami still had a smile on his face. "Of course, I know quite a bit of them. If you need any help, just come ask me." "Why is your elemental affinity water? Or is it just because you like water ninjutsu? Or maybe you want to be like Tobirama Senju? Also, are you hungry? I usually keep food in storage scrolls. I cook it myself. It's pretty good. I have anything you want from eggs to steak. Just ask for any food, and I could go back to Konoha and get it for you." As Yami continued rambling on, Tsunade just cleared her throat, and Yami immediately stopped. Tsunade was surprised seeing Yami like this. After all, she has never seen him act like that. He always seems like he is in control. The 6-year-old Hachi just looks at Yami questionably and asks, "Wait, if I want some food from Konoha, you would be able to get it. How would you do that?" Yami just smiled and took out a kunai from his kunai pouch. The kunai looked normal, except that it had an encryption with strange seals in the form of a flower or something like that. This is the Horatian seal. It allows the user to teleport to places he has marked. Hachi's face just brightened with stars in his eyes. "That is so cool. You must be the fastest ninja then. So that means that we also don't have to travel. Also, would you be able to take us to Konoha immediately?" Yami just laughed a little. "Hahaha, I am not actually good enough at it to be able to teleport people together with me." Hachi just sighs. "That must really be nice then, not having to walk anywhere." Yami just smiled. "Yeah, it really is convenient." Yami POV, I just looked at my own kid Hachi, someone created by me. My soul created his. He was not supposed to exist. His existence is proof of how easy it is to mess with the canon timeline. I have been trying well, more like I have been guiding the events to have some general direction that I can predict. Knowing the future is my extreme advantage that I have. If I didn't have this future knowledge, I would just open up a shop as a civilian and use an absurd amount of money to hire a Chunin or Jounin rank ninja to teach me chakra and things like that. While looking at Hachi, I can't help but see the resemblance he has to me. The only things he really has from Tsunade's side is the feminine look. When I finally calm down my different emotions like panic, uncertainty, familiarity and think like that, I can finally think clearly and analyze myself. "Anyway, Yami-sensei, what kind of cool techniques will you teach me?" "Mom doesn't teach me anything except some tree walking and leaf sticking exercises," says Hachi, frowning while saying the last part. I just looked at him with a smile still on my face. "You don't have to call me sensei, that just makes me sound old. Anyway, you should definitely concentrate on your water ninjutsu at the start. You don't want to start expanding your jutsu repertoire at such an underdeveloped age. You need to grow your chakra first and then start learning ninjutsu. So your mother only teaching you those exercises is a very good start." Hachi just looked a little down when I said that. "But it is all so boring." I just laughed at him. "Haha, you need to start crawling before you can start running, Hachi. But I still have a more exciting technique that I can teach you. Anyway, I know Lake close by that is a good place as any to learn water ninjutsu." I noticed Tsunade frown a little and say, "We are still going towards Konoha, and at the pace we are going it will take at least another say to arrive at our destination. This bitch, does she have a death wish or something?" I just turned towards her. "Well, you and Shizune could go at a faster pace like ninja, while me and Hachi separate from you, and we visit the lake. He could learn a lot there with the high amount of water, helping him use ninjutsu easier and learn them faster," even though I said that with a smile on my face. Tsunade saw the look in my eyes. Tsunade just looked at me with an unsure face, but she relented and just said, "Okay, but don't waste too much time on the lake." I just nodded and Hachi jumped up in happiness while screaming, "Yeah." Then after that we separated going towards our different destinations. Tsunade and Shizune went towards Konoha, while me and Hachi went towards the lake nearby. While walking, we talked about different things, mostly about ninjutsu and training. I noticed that Hachi was glad to have someone else to talk to now. He's family to me. I definitely don't know how to feel about that. It is true that my mother in this world, Miss Yun, I never truly saw her as family or anyone important to me. Since she birthed me in this world, I will let her think of me as her son. That is my gift to her. Ignorance is truly a bliss. I never understood being grateful to someone. As someone risked his life for me, that I should risk it for them. That just isn't logical to me. As someone risked his life for me, I would feel grateful, but I wouldn't do the same necessarily, or even help him in any way if it doesn't benefit me. After all, they chose to risk their life for me. I didn't ask for it. Anyway, while I think about my son, I can't help but contemplate if I should kill him now or when he becomes a genin. I will just make it look like a mission gone wrong. But whenever I think about killing Hachi and seeing his dead body, I feel displeased. He might develop into my true weakness later. For the first time in quite a while, I am unsure about the next step that I should take. He was truly an accident. I believe even Tsunade didn't kill him in the womb. As soon as she noticed that she was pregnant, was because she thought that it might be Dan's baby. I never hold any naive thought that Tsunade would do it just so she can keep our baby because she loves me or anything like that. She can't see past our age difference, and she met me when I was young, so she most likely sees me like a little brother than a lover candidate. I just look at Hachi with a smile on my face. Should I kill him or not? He is definitely someone who has a chance to develop into my true weakness. I will decide that later. A decision like that needs to be planned and contemplated before I decide if I want to do it. Hachi POV Yami really is cool. He knows so much about water jutsu, but at the end he said, "But before that we will need to build a strong foundation of knowledge and strength before you can start learning ninjutsu, because that will allow you to learn things of a higher level faster. That is why no one starts learning strong ninjutsu from the beginning. We will stay here for 1 week, and during that time I will teach you to the best of my abilities." The first thing he taught me was the transformation jutsu. Yami showed me the hand signs slowly and told me how the chakra should flow through them. I was able to learn the transformation pretty easily. Even though I would like to say that I learned it all by myself, that isn't true. Yami made it possible. He would tell me when I was moving my chakra wrong. It was as if he could see my chakra. When I asked him about this, he just said that he was a sensor, and the close range allowed him to sense chakra in a very detailed manner. He really is a great teacher. After I learned it, Yami just said for me to continue practicing more with the technique, then he went away somewhere. When he did that, I practiced the technique for another 20 minutes, and I got bored with it. So I just lied down at the side of the lake. I already learned the technique. Why would Yami say that I study it again when I already learned it? When it got dark, he came back and saw that I wasn't practicing. He just frowned and said, "I see, that is disappointing." I just looked at him with a questioning look. "What do you mean by that?" Yami's face just went back to normal. He made a big white camping tent with the Inuzuka symbol on the front. Then he just invited me inside. When I entered, I saw that it had 2 beds and a wooden dinner table for 2 people. The floor was hardened earth, probably some jutsu. Then I look up and see some strange lamp structures with a seal inside of them that makes light. Then Yami put his palm up and poof, a pot of soup appeared in his hand. I see that he even has forks and all that. This definitely isn't how camping is supposed to be. I didn't complain and just sat down on one of the chairs. Then Yami brought out the plates and he filled them with soup. Then in an uncomfortable silence as we ate, I couldn't wait anymore and asked Yami, "Yami, you seem angry. Did I do something wrong?" Yami just looked at his plate with soup and said, "So I don't think you should be a ninja, Hachi." When he said this, I got a little angry and narrowed my eyes. What is that supposed to mean, Yami? Who is he to decide what I should or shouldn't be? I mean, I learned the transformation jutsu in just a day. I think that is pretty good. After all, Shizune always said that I would learn these techniques when I am in the academy. Yami just looked at me in the eye, and for the first time since I met him, he had a cold look in his eyes. When I said that I will go away for a little hunting, I was actually watching you. You gave up only after 20 minutes of practicing. You have potential to be a strong ninja, but that is it. You don't have the drive or the will to really put your money where your mouth is. I just looked at him with even more anger. What does this have to do with money, and what does the last part of what he said even mean? Eating money? That is ridiculous. I just tried to keep down my anger and said, "What do you know? You have only known me for 1 day, plus I already learned the stupid transformation jutsu. What am I even supposed to practice anymore?" Yami's eyes again get that disappointed look in them when looking at me. "Listen, Hachi, you were born lucky by being a senju and having big chakra reserves with a pretty strong body. But if you don't have the will to train endlessly for hours, you will not become anything great, and most likely die a meaningless death, just like most of the senju clan did." When I heard that, my anger exploded. What is the hell? The senju made the CRA happen. They made Konoha. They're the greatest clan to ever live. Then I angrily stormed out of the tent. Who does he think he is, insulting my clan like that in front of my face? He should be thankful to the Senju everyone should they created Konoha. They all died for Konoha and his people. They died an honorable death, forever remembered as heroes. Out of anger I just ran into the forest. The Senju sacrificed their lives for generations for Konoha. And this is the thanks they get. Yami POV. I just see Hachi, my son, run out of the tent. As expected, he got offended way too quickly. But I guess this should be expected of a 6-year-old. Though he will still learn his lessons, that is my job as a father after all. Then I just stealthily followed him as he was running. Well, trauma is the best teacher in my opinion. That is how I learned most of the important lessons. Then as Hachi was running, when he ran quite far away and was a little out of breath, a big brown snake I had under a Jinjutsu. The snake was as thick as a tree, and as long as a 2-story house. The big snake was hiding in the mud when Hachi ran past it, and didn't notice that it was there. The snake under my Jinjutsu immediately flushed. The snake prowled towards Hachi. Ah! Screamed Hachi as the snake slithered and wrapped its body around Hachi, and started using force on its grip that it had around his body. His bones started cracking a bit as Hachi just screamed even louder. Help. Huasha appeared behind the snake and I just slapped the head of the snake, and the head burst exploded like a watermelon. The snake body without a head loosened his grip, and Hachi fell on the ground with a traumatized look on his face. He also seems to be breathing heavily and taking deep breaths. I just looked at him coldly with my eyes shining as the full moon behind me. With Hachi looking at me with a terrified look on his face while I continued saying, "The world doesn't consider anyone special. Just because you were born into the Senju there is no stopping you dying from something like slipping on a banana peel and breaking your neck. You are not special, no one is, and everyone can be killed. Take that lesson to heart, Hachi." Then I start walking away towards the tent, leaving Hachi behind. As I was walking, I just continued saying with a cold voice, "Everyone can have a little luck and be born in a good clan. But they all die the same when a kunai is stabbed in their skulls. Even a cage can't be killed by a kunai. So if you don't want to die by some wolf or some other animals, follow me back to the tent. Remember, you chose to be trained by me, so don't start complaining now." When we return to my tent, we go inside and sit down on the table again. We didn't talk at all. He still had a horrified look on his face, kind of disappointed that he hasn't already adapted to it or suppressed his feelings to make himself calm down. I wonder if he will be able to use wood style in the future. I am definitely experimenting on him and deleting his memories. After all, when I impregnated Tsunade I had Hashirama cells in me, plus Tsunade being a Senju, it would definitely help. 1 week later. Finally, he is how I wanted him to be. I am just sitting on a tree branch watching Hachi walk on water while fighting one of the water clones. He is doing pretty good for himself. True, water clone has 5 to 10% of my power, and it is mostly used as a distraction or trap by most ninja. Due to the liquid properties of the water, when the clone it is stabbed, it has a sensation kind of like the same as stabbing a human. Use it with some Jinjutsu to make the water that flows from the clone red like blood, and then you have— even though the water clone is pretty weak in a fight, your everyday Chunin would have a hard time fighting against my water clone. Then I look into the fight and analyze it. Hachi makes some water clones for himself using the water of the lake he is standing on. He makes 10 water clones, and I can sense his chakra levels plummet to around 20% left. He has Jin and chakra amount, pretty good for a 6-year-old. But I must say, wasting your chakra making water clones is quite dumb. Though I am a little pleased that he can do the water clone jutsu with just 1 hand sign. But he still should have used all of the hand signs of the jutsu, so he can lessen the chakra needed for it. And then Hachi and his water clones run towards mine, and I notice one of his clones go underwater. My clone has a calm look on his face, and just kicked 2 of Hachi's clones, obliterating them. Then Hachi, together with all of his clones, jumped towards my clone, trying to beat him with numbers. Then suddenly Hachi Fwash replaced himself with a water clone that he had underwater, and tried to grab my clone by his ankles. But my clone dodged that by jumping up, but Hachi just smiled at this, and threw kunai towards the clone. The clone just takes out his own kunai to deflect, and he deflects it, but hidden in the shadow of the first kunai was the second one. My clone's eyes widened a little, but still my clone had around 5% of my speed and perception, so that was enough for him to also deflect the other kunai too. And as the clone is about to fall back on the ground, all of Hachi's water clones attacked my clone, but my clone landed back on water, and the other water clones tried to hit him, but he just dodged and swish, with a slash of his kunai, he killed all of the clones. But suddenly from underwater, boom, a water giant ball jumped from underwater and hit my clone, shredding him apart, dispelling it. Hachi just slowly came above water. He didn't use water walking, but he just floated above water, breathing heavily. I sensed that his chakra was almost all exhausted, bordering on chakra exhaustion. He couldn't even use water walking anymore. I could see it now, the look that Hachi had when he fought. That cold calculating hidden in his eyes, as expected from my son. Though it is kind of disappointing that he is only like that during fighting. Out of combat he is just goofy as hell. I guess he still is a Senju no matter how much he is my son, but being goofy isn't a problem, as long as it's not during combat. But he is my son, not my clone, so we being different is inevitable. But he would probably be terrible for amber spy missions. I just sigh and then go towards Hachi. I walk on the lake, and when I arrive close to Hachi and he is sleeping, I just smile a little and carry him piggyback. During this week I have taught him how to fight opponents stronger than him, and how to perfectly use the basic 3 techniques that are learned in the academy. He has a certain bullheadiness that allows him to train a lot to achieve his goals, and since the snake incident, he has a goal to surpass all the Senju in history. That is honestly a good goal, but he doesn't have even the slightest comprehension on why Hashirama was called the god of shinobi. True that Hiruzen is also called that, but comparing Hiruzen with Hashirama is like comparing a mouse to a dragon. Most likely Hachi will try to surpass Hiruzen, since he will think that he is around the same strength as Hashirama, or maybe just a little below it, but still around somewhere there. I just sigh and fwash in a dark flash, the scenery in front of me changes as I am back to Konoha. I just make a shadow clone without having the need to use hand signs. I overcame that hurdle a long time ago. The clone takes Hachi of me, and he goes away. He will take Hachi to one of my clinics to rest. I have another problem to take care of. I just take a deep breath and my senses expanded. Finally I locked in who I wanted to find Tsunade, and since this is Konoha I have erasure markers all around the village. Fwash, I just appeared at the Senju clan compound. More specifically, I was at one of their hot springs. While when Rome I just got rid of all my clothes, tied a towel around my midsection and went towards the hot spring where Tsunade was. It seemed like she was all alone in here. I entered the hot spring and watched Tsunade relaxing in there, all by herself. I just sigh at this. She looked towards me with a calm look. She already knew I was here. I didn't try to hide my presence at all. I also had a calm look on my face and just said, "Well, hello there, Tsunade-sensei." General POV. Tsunade just looked at Yami as he entered the hot springs. She could see his body rippling with compact muscles. Trained to 100%, she hadn't even thought that it was possible, but he has achieved the perfect muscle and fat ratio. Also, with her experience in medical ninjutsu, the way his muscles twitched when Yami moved, she noticed the overwhelming amount of pink muscles. His medical knowledge in medical ninjutsu has already surpassed mine. Thought Tsunade with a feeling of shock blooming inside of her. After all, she has spent countless time and had the Senju library together with notes from her grandfather and grandmother. For Yami to surpass all of them at only the age of 18, that shocked Tsunade to the core. Yami just looked at her with a nonchalant look on his face. He just relaxed in the hot spring. You know, Tsunade, I always like to keep things in control. I don't like not knowing things. I thought that you knew how to use a contraceptive jutsu or something like that. Tsunade had already prepared for questions like this from Yami, though she didn't expect him to be so calm about this. He is talking about this complicated situation as if he is talking about the weather. Yami even has the audacity to look bored while asking these things. Yami just looks at Tsunade with his nonchalant face, awaiting her answer. Tsunade also just stared back at Yami, thinking about the messed up situation that they are in right now. She even felt a certain nervousness raised inside of her, as she just looked at those cold eyes of his, and finally she got the courage to answer him. I didn't want to kill a baby, no matter how you put it. This would be like taking a baby's existence from them. Who am I to decide that? Also, the Senju clan needs an heir anyway, so I kept him. Yami, for the first time since this meeting started, just smiled at Tsunade. Truly a good story, but you can tell me the truth now. Tsunade felt shocked when she saw how Yami saw through her lie immediately. Is he just guessing? Thought Tsunade, while trying to keep herself from giving any information to Yami from her body language. Her body didn't give out anything, so she tried to keep to her story. I don't know what you are getting at, Yami. But that is the truth. If you decide to believe it or not is up to you. The amused smirk on Yami's face unnerved Tsunade to no end. I suppose it is only to be expected. You have my pity, said Yami with the smirk still on his face. While cold black eyes looked at Tsunade. She felt as if he already knew everything just by looking at her with his dark eyes as Yami continued saying, "Do you know what classifies as truth or lies?" Tsunade just frowned at this. "Where are you trying to go with this, Yami?" said Tsunade with an impatient tone in her voice. "Just humor me, will you, Tsunade? What does truth and lies mean to you?" asked Yami in a mysterious tone that creeped out Tsunade to no end. Even though she felt a little fear from Yami's words, she didn't display it on the outside. "They mean what they are supposed to mean," answered Tsunade with the casual voice that she was faking. Yami still kept smiling at her. "There is no such thing as truth or lies in this world. There never has been. There are only plain, hard facts." And, said Tsunade as her mask started to slowly crack a little, and the fear started appearing on her face. "And yet, all beings who exist in this world take only those facts that are convenient to them, and take them to be the truth. They do so because they know no other way to live. However, for those powerless beings that make up the majority of this world, it is those facts that are inconvenient for their own self-affirmation that make up the real truth," said Yami with an amusing tone voice, and then suddenly his face turned back to his cold look. "That is why when you say to me a reason, you say that it is the truth. Even you yourself might believe this, but now tell me the facts and how it is." Tsunade has to physically try to stop her body from shaking in fear, as she understands that Yami has already seen through her facade. Even while Tsunade was having this state of panic, Yami simply said, "You can start talking now." Tsunade had to forcefully calm herself down. This was an unpredictable situation to her. Yami was too knowledgeable about the situation. He most likely knows what happened already, and what my thought process was back then, when I noticed that I was pregnant. I was not even thinking of my clan or even Yami. I was thinking that it was my love given form a physical representation of my love for Dan, but instead it was a child born of sin. Hachi Inuzuka is truly the son of Yami Inuzuka. At first I didn't want to believe it, but the blood tests that I did and everything else points towards Yami. Thinks Tsunade, while diving into her memories. She just looks at Yami while saying, "Hachi might have been a mistake, but he is still my son, and I plan to raise him like it." "Well, I can't say you have been doing a good job at it, can I, with your drinking and whoring yourself around?" said Yami with a mocking tone in his voice. But as soon as he says this, Tsunade gets angry and rushes towards him. Her towel falls off, and she is running naked towards Yami. She punched him in the face. "You think of me as some cheap whore, you fucking bastard." Boom, but to her surprise her fist, with all of her power behind, is blocked by Yami's palm. Then she uses her other hand and boom, her punch, this time, landed on his chin fwash, and Yami's body was sent flying high in the air. Tsunade jumps high and appears above Yami. Then she clasped her hands together and hit Yami on his stomach as he was sent barreling into the ground. Boom, Yami landed on an empty building in the Senju clan compound, obliterating the building and creating a crater where the building used to be. Then, Tsunade landed on the ground and started walking towards Yami. Ready to plummet him some more. She is sure that he can handle a little bit more. If he can't, she will just heal him and plummet him all over again. "You shouldn't forget who taught you all of your tricks, Yami," said Tsunade with an angry tone. Then as she got close to the crater, she saw Yami sprawled in there looking at the sky. It seemed like he had no injury on his body and no bleeding. That surprised Tsunade. Yami just looked at her. Weak. It was all Tsunade heard before. First, the next thing she felt was something piercing her chest. She turned to look behind her, and saw a naked Yami just smiling at her. "Weaker than expected," said Yami as he ripped out his arm that was going through Tsunade's chest. Tsunade's body fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut off. She immediately activated the seal in her forehead that covered her body in Fuinjutsu lines that started healing her injuries. Though this would take quite a while to heal, since Yami deliberately obliterated a part of her spine to temporarily paralyze her. "Now that we can talk normally again, I will start first by saying you are and will be a horrible mother. Hachi will never achieve his full potential with you raising him. But don't worry, I am not like some other men who wanted to send in two for their legacy to live on or some dumb shit like that. You can keep what happened between us hidden forever. It will be our little secret. Hachi can learn of it when the time is appropriate, but he will train with me, and I will teach him how he should act and all that. You can continue your drinking and alcoholism. Don't worry though, you can still meet Hachi whenever you want, but if you go to meet him you will need to be 100% sober. After all, my son doesn't need vices like drinking or gambling," said Yami, as he started walking away. He used a storage seal to bring out a blanket that covered Tsunade's chest and lower body while she healed. He also pulled out some clothes for himself, put them on, and he started walking away. But as Yami was still in hearing range, he heard Tsunade, as she with some difficulty said, "He is still my kid." Yami halted on his step for a second, but he continued walking again. "Maybe if you get completely sober, you can come and live at my house, where Hachi will be staying. It's not too late to stop acting like a weak woman and be yourself. The Tsunade I knew before, she is broken now. Maybe then, you would be a mother that Hachi can look up to," said Yami. Couple of days later, General POV Team 13, or also known as Team Yami, were in the Inuzuka training grounds, waiting for their Jounin teacher to show up. He had been absent for a week, but they still had his shadow clones to train them. Kurenai was leaning on a tree while reading a book. Guy was doing one-handed push-ups. Then there's Asuma. He is lying on the ground napping, but Yami's Ninken Shiro kept nudging Asuma. Asuma just turned around, but Shiro, who was transformed into his small white puppy form, just kept nudging him. Asuma finally just gave up trying to nap, and while still lying down, he just turned around. He lazily opened one eye and said to Shiro, "What do you want now, Shiro?" Shiro just straightened his body as his tail wiggles behind him. Shiro just opened his mouth, and "Go buy me some ramen, human." A deep voice came from the small Ninken. He had learned how to talk quite a while ago. When Yami is around he acts all cute and all that. But as soon as Yami looks away, Shiro overly abuses his power and orders people to do stuff for him, like buy him food, scratch his back and pick up his poop. Asuma's eyes fully opened. He was no longer sleepy. "As if I will do that, you stupid dog." Shiro just calmly looks at Asuma. Then he just turns around and makes a shit and turned back towards Asuma. "Pick up my poop." Asuma immediately got up and backed away from the poop. "What the hell, you stupid dog? That is gross. Why would you do that?" Shiro just smirked and said, "Pick up that poop." "No way I am doing that, you stupid dog." Angrily, said Asuma, with a face full of anger. Shiro keeps humiliating them repeatedly like this. He is very demanding and thick-skinned. When Yami isn't around, he even walks like he owns the land he is stepping on. You know how Yami-sensei is about cleanliness, Asuma. He would probably ground you for a month. You know that Shiro also likes to exaggerate things when he reports to Yami, so you have to take that into consideration. Even while saying this, Kurenai had a calm look on her face. She and Shiro had made a deal that she would help him if he gave some of Yami's shirts to her. Kurenai knows this is kind of creepy, but as long as no one finds out, then that is okay. Guy didn't care about any of this as he started doing some thumb push-ups. When he heard all of this, Asuma decided to give it up. With a resigned face, he asked, "So, does anyone have a plastic bag or anything like that?" Shiro just innocently looks at Asuma and he says, "I have a thin napkin if you want." Asuma just sighed in resignation as he felt his pride being stepped on and strangled to death. Then came the final nail in the coffin as Shiro said in a haughty voice, "Maybe if you do your job well, I might be generous enough to pay you for a D-rank mission." Human bitch unknown to them, the biggest thing Shiro and Yami have in common is their pettiness. While this was all happening, Yami was hiding in the trees looking at them. His Nikken Shiro truly is a source of entertainment for him. His personality is just too fun. He had just taken care of registering Hachi in the academy. He also just finished putting some explosion seals inside Hachi's scalp. It's true that Hachi was his kid, but why would that make any difference to him? Itachi was Hyugaku's kid, look where that went. Anyway, Hachi isn't that important at the moment. He should concentrate on the more immediate stuff. Yami POV. Even while looking at my genin, I couldn't help but think about my latest problem. My power has almost peaked again. I have 5 hearts that I have created by myself, for myself. I even replaced my original heart with a better wind affinity heart. My chakra will still continue to grow until I naturally have as much chakra as 5 strong cage level chakra. I even have wood style now. With just that alone I would easily classify as S rank, but wood style uses too much chakra, and it's nowhere near Hashirama's level. But I am still nowhere near satisfied. Kagaya the other Otsutsuki, I want to be so strong that even the Shinigami himself would fear taking my soul. But if I reach that goal, what would I do next? I want to be omnipotent and omnipresent. I want to be God, not some god just a name, like the god of death or so on. I want to be the god, the one who knows everything and has the power to do everything. Even after that I want more. There definitely exist other worlds out there. I want to conquer them all. I want everything that the multiverse has to offer and some more. I want to play with people like they are my toys. I want to be able to express my sins upon the world without fear of something happening. Is that so unfair to ask for? Then a twisted smile forms on my face as my thoughts go into dark places. If I was born with the ability to choose and have free thought, why shouldn't I chase towards godhood? If from the very start, no one has stood upon the absolute throne of worlds. Not me, nor even the so-called gods. However, that intolerable vacuum has to come to an end. Henceforth, I shall strive to stand upon the absolute throne of heavens and rule over all. Okay, that is enough time contemplating stuff like this. I haven't even achieved my current goals. Biting more than I can chew would be dangerous. I need to be extra careful if I want to reach my dreams. After Asuma cleaned Shiro's feces, I just started normally walking towards my team. I had a look of complete disinterest as I just looked at them with a bored look in my eyes. Hello there my students, how was your training while I was away? Hope you didn't fuck around and waste your life away. I joked with them in a soft tone. Come on now, sensei, you don't have to word it like that. It's just 1 week, said Asuma as he tried to soften the talk a little. I just gave him one look and he just shrunk back. Then I noticed the look on his eyes as he then tried to change the subject. Also Sensei Shiro is being cruel and petty again, complained Asuma, all the while pointing at Shiro. I just looked at Shiro. He was on his back, showing his stomach to me as his tail was wriggling around. He acts innocent as he tries to play with me. Is what Asuma said true, Shiro? I asked. Shiro just turned back on his feet and with an innocent look in his eyes he said, of course not Yami, you could even ask the others. I just looked towards Guy, who had stopped his training as soon as I arrived. I was training sensei, so I wasn't really paying attention, answered Guy. Next was Kurenai. She looked unsure of what to say. Then I noticed Shiro making strange expressions towards Kurenai, but I simply acted like I didn't notice it. He is most likely threatening to expose the weird stuff that she does with my shirts. I really don't know how to confront her about that. It's like the fib agent can't comfort someone for watching weird porn, since they would have to admit that they are spying on them. So I just let the situation be. I am sure that Kurenai will grow out of her creepy phase hopefully. I am not sure. I don't think Shiro said that, answered Kurenai with a guilty expression on her face. I just shrugged my shoulders. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, as I just came to tell you all that I have registered you for the Chunin exams that are going to be held at Kusagakure. They all seem a little surprised at that, but I put on a serious expression and started explaining the situation to them. Well, the truth is that before this year is over we will be having another ninja war. I am just drinking some good tea in the morning, like always. Yesterday I explained to my genin the details about the Chunin exams. I myself never had one since I was promoted on the battlefield. which was easier to me at the time because I was concentrated on power than some survival test that can be passed even by unskilled people if they were lucky enough. I mean, during the canon timeline, none of the Konoha 12 were really even qualified to become Chunin. I mean, give a battle-hardened Chunin, and it will wipe the floor with the likes of Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke. I mean, the ones likely had enough power but lacked the leadership and intelligence to be a Chunin. But I guess those will be different times. 3 hours later and I am a Kusagakure. Of course I didn't teleport my genin here. They need to learn how to handle their own problems now, and since war is close by they need to be especially careful. Kusagakure, also known as the village hidden in the grass, isn't anywhere as impressive as Konoha. It is a small ninja village and generally has a very gloomy atmosphere. I mean, even the buildings are painted in darker colors. Anyway, I have a lot of Horatian seals around here too. This is my backup, in case I ever become a missing nin. In the next selection of their cage, the guy who I control should become the next leader of the village. I have stacked the deck so much in my favor, it really does reassure me somewhat. I am not as worried about the third war as I was about the second. I was a weakling back then. Only as strong as a Chunin. But now it's different. General POV. While this was happening to Yami back in Konoha, his ninja dog Shiro was having a whole different dilemma. Shiro was looking at the menu on a ramen stand that he likes. Which one do I pick? Yami gave me 100,000 Ryo, and that is my salary while he is away. It's going to be hard to manage it. I mean, that is what a normal family makes in a month. But I am not some normal family. I am used to a certain type of lifestyle. While picking ramen, I would say all of each dish, just taste them all, and then leave. Thought Shiro, while he is faced with one of the toughest decisions he has ever made. Then suddenly, as he is contemplating this red-haired female, who seems around 19 years old, she has a jounin outfit on, and her hair is tied like on a ponytail. Shiro just looked at her and felt a familiarity about her, like he had met her somewhere. Is she someone I have scammed before? Thought Shiro. He truly scammed and bullied a lot of people, so he can't remember them all. Shiro was about to insult the tomato-hair lady, but his instinct stopped him from doing that. I guess I shouldn't do that. She seems dangerous and unstable. Plus, the negative emotions coming out of her are overwhelming. Is she the nine-tails Jinchuriki that Yami sometimes talks about? Contemplated Shiro. 2 months later. It was your average sunny day here in Konoha. The sun was bright, the birds were singing, and people seemed to enthusiastically talk to each other. But if you look underneath, you will find a lot of ninja who are on edge. The skirmishes amongst borders of the countries are escalating. Soon enough, Anbu will have to be sent out there, and then all hell will break loose. The third Hokage was taking care of some paperwork. In such dire times, each paper had to be looked over carefully. After all, war times are very close. There must be some budget cuts that need to go towards the army. The Hokage was deciding if raising taxes would be a valid decision that would give the ninja better equipment, and because of that, it would raise the chances of victory dramatically. The Hokage, even though he has finished grieving for his friend Danzo, he still remembered when he would ask Danzo for counsel on decisions like this. He was always an extremist. If Danzo had his way, 80% of the budget would go towards our army. But even with such bad suggestions, Hiruzen still got a lot of insight from it. Danzo's peerless spy network would have to be replaced. Orochimaru has been working on taking over that job, decided Hiruzen. At the gates of Konoha, in a black flash, Yami and his genin team appeared. Everyone was uninjured and looked the same, except the genin looked tired and had Chunin vests on them, so they had all graduated and become Chunin. Yami just looked at his team and said, "Since I have teleported you here, and now you are all Chunin, there is no need for you to go into C or B rank missions with me anymore. You can do them by yourself." Yami just looked at them and smiled slightly. "But remember, you will always be team number 3, and will always be my students. Now you can fly on your own, so go and spread your wings, make me proud, leave behind a legend that will be spoken for many generations." While Yami was saying this, Kurenai was blushing, Guy was crying, and Asuma just smiled a little. They had come so far in so little time because of Yami. Then Yami started walking away from his students. When Guy, Kurenai and Asuma see his back, all three of them bow down to their waists and loudly say, "Thank you for everything, Yami-sensei." Yami stops in his tracks. His face has a calm expression like always. A small smile appeared on his lips as he turned around and gave his students a thumbs up. "I am proud of you guys, and just because you are Chunin, it isn't the end of the road. Read the books that I gave to you as presents after the exam. They have a step-by-step explanation on how to become an S-rank ninja. I made it for each of you, especially for your chakra natures and specialities." When they hear that, they are all surprised that Yami spent so much time writing a book for each of them. Even when he is not their teacher, he will be guiding them on after that whole fiasco with the kids. Yami went to his clan company and saw that everything was okay. As he is walking every Inuzuka, when they see Yami they bow a little and say, "Yami-sama." Yami just smiled at them warmly. Then while he was walking, he sensed Shiro sleeping in one of the doghouses. That is where they raise their ninkin, and he was a little curious of what Shiro has been up to when he has been away. When Yami enters the house, he sees a lot of dogs all around. Everything seems normal. Some dogs are playing, some sleeping, and so on. He stops his chakra flow and dulls his emotional state to stop Shiro from sensing him. Since Shiro has had a fusion with some flesh of the Zero Tails, his sensing abilities are pretty good. Then Yami finally entered the last room. In there he saw Shiro on his back. He is covered by dog food, while some other dogs are licking him. "Oh yeah," moans Shiro, while surrounded by dogs licking him. "Yeah, you bitches lick me, you whore," says Shiro with his tongue out and a satisfied expression on his face. Yami just looks at Shiro. He obviously knows what his Ninken is like when he is not around, but even he was surprised by this. Yami just sighs and with a calm voice he calls out, "Shiro." Immediately, as soon as he heard this, Shiro's eyes whitened. He looked around and spotted Yami. He rolls on his feet and even while covered by dog food he says, "Yami, this isn't what it looks like." Yami just raised a questioning eyebrow. "I am pretty sure this is what it looks like. Didn't you always say that you shouldn't judge a book by its cover? If in the cover of the book it is written, dog covered in food and moaning while being licked by other dogs. I don't think I need to read the book to know what is written inside." After the whole fiasco with Shiro being gross, Yami went towards his house. He hadn't been back for 2 months. Since he was at the Chunin exams, they were boring as heck, and he spent most of his time looking for any good-looking kunoichi, female ninja, to manipulate to sleep with him. There weren't really many important foreign powers in Kusagakure during the exams, because of the times of almost conflict. When he arrived at his house, Yami felt the 4 chakra signatures in his backyard. He enters the house and with his instinctual silent walking, he arrives at the backyard. In the backyard, there's a sakura tree and upon there he also sees Tsunade, Tsum, Misyun, his mother, and Hachi. His mother and Tsum were sitting on the porch, while Tsunade was instructing Hachi how to water walk while at the same time holding a leaf on his forehead. Tsunade was sober, which was Yami's condition, for her to meet up with Hachi. Yami just looked at this with analytic eyes. He determined that Tsunade must have been sober for some time, since she and Hachi showed such familiarity while she was instructing him. "Hachi, concentrate, don't think about anything else," instructed Tsunade, while she was also doing the same exercise as her son, so she can show him that it is possible. She even encourages Hachi, which pushes him to try harder since, before he got to live in Konoha, he never got any compliments from his mother. Yami just went forward and gave a casual greeting. "Yo, what have you guys been up to?" Immediately, they all turned around, not having noticed that Yami was here at all. Even Tsunade was a little surprised. After all, even she, an S-rank ninja, didn't notice him. She has already acknowledged that Yami is stronger than her. But noticing him shouldn't have been so hard. "Maybe I have gotten a little rusty during these last few years," thought Tsunade. Misyun just smiles, and her age truly shows with that. She is almost 40 years old, and during the time while her son, Yami, was in the front lines, the stress that she experienced during that time has made her seem a little older than her real age. She gets up and hugs Yami, with a loving smile on her face. "Welcome back, Yami." Yami also hugged her back, and a smile appeared on his face. And a true, genuine-looking loving expression appeared on his face. "I am back, mother. I hope you didn't miss me too much." Tsum just has a calm expression on her face. "Welcome back, Yami." Hachi and Tsunade also give their greetings, while the latter had a strange look in her eyes. Tsunade hasn't forgotten about the things Yami said to her, and him punching through her with his fist. She still remembers the pain of her spine being obliterated, and having to carefully and slowly heal that type of injury is very painful, but not overly so. Tsunade has had to heal from worse during the Second Ninja War. Yami sat down with Tsum and his mother, while Tsunade continued lecturing Hachi on how to control his chakra better. But still they weren't having any progress, and Hachi was still deep up to his knee on the pond, while trying to hold the leaf on his forehead. Then after a dozen of minutes of just watching, Yami decided to take action by himself. "How long has Hachi been training in this chakra exercise?" asked Yami with a curious tone to his voice. Tsunade just gave him a side glance, her eyes shining in the light as she answered. "He has been at this for 2 weeks, but is doing very good progress for his age. I remember that Jiraiya couldn't do this exercise up to his 20s, it took him almost 5 years to do." Yami noticed how she didn't say anything about how quick she or Orochimaru did the exercise. He could already guess that it didn't take too long for either of them, they probably mastered it in weeks. Tsunade just doesn't want to pressure Hachi. But she is being too soft of him, that would be detrimental to his growth, and possibly make him arrogant. I have already trained him to be way above any of his classmates, so he might start having some dumb ideas or notions. He needs a strong male figure in his life. The one that will take him off the wrong drugs and put him in the right drugs. Okay, maybe not that last part, thought Yami amusingly, while at the same time he was observing Hachi. Suddenly, his eyes flashed red for a split second, with no one noticing it. Then he got up and slowly walked towards the pond where Tsunade and Hachi were. True, Jiraiya might have taken that long, but I learned this exercise in under a week. I wasn't necessarily talented, either. So the conclusion is that you Hachi are not working hard enough, scolded Yami, with a soft voice. Hachi was speechless at this, and Tsunade wanted to say something, but Yami stopped her by using sign language and telling her that he has everything under control. Then he walked on the water and went close to Hachi. He crouched down and acted like he was licking at Hachi's legs. He gets up and says, "That wouldn't be your problem. Is not that you can't concentrate on two things at once. I know how we can solve this. Get off the pond," mentions Yami. Hachi followed his instructions and did so. Tsunade just sighed and went to sit down next to Tsume and Yami's mother. Yami then took 2 sticks from the sakura tree and said, "Take these and try to draw a circle and square on the ground at the same time." This sounded easy to Hachi, and he tried to do it, but he couldn't. He tried again. He still didn't do it right. While Hachi was trying to get it right, Yami went and sat down next to Tsunade. When Misume, Yami's mother, saw how good Yami was at training Hachi, she couldn't help but say, "You are good with kids, Yami. You truly look like father and son." Tsunade flinched a little at this, while Yami only had a mysterious smile on his face when he heard this. "Maybe I should become a father soon, who knows, I seem pretty good at it," said Yami, while smiling at his mother. Tsume immediately started having weird fantasies about having children with Yami, starting a happy family, while Misume spoiled her grandchildren, Yami, and she would be strict, but they wouldn't be the same. Yami would be the strict dad expecting nothing less than perfection, but she, while being strict, would also be a little soft on her children. But while Tsume was thinking this, Tsunade looked at Yami with her eyes hiding a certain feeling she had. Family hall. While they were all talking about the family here, Yami had a melancholic look in his eyes, while thinking about another family altogether. 1 month later. General POV. During midday, in the Inuzuka training grounds, Yami was training. He was stretching and doing light exercises to warm his body up. He was shirtless and had even taken off his headband and put them to the side. His only clothes were his dark blue pants. As Yami finished the last warm-up, he took a deep breath, and slowly lightning rays started appearing over his skin. "This is it," thought Yami, trying to motivate himself. Soon, lighting encompasses his body and Yami blitzed 2 meters to the right, but as soon as he did so, he started smelling something burning. He looked at his hands and saw that his skin was slowly melting away. He tried to gain control of the lightning, but he couldn't, so even half of his face melted away, showing a black skeleton beneath his flesh. As soon as Yami saw that he couldn't control the technique, he just stopped it. The lightning dispersed, and everything went back to normal. His flesh knitted itself back together, and in less than 2 seconds, his flesh was back to normal. "I can't seem to have control over the lightning I generate from the ninjutsu. If only I had the jutsu scroll for the technique and how it is used," contemplated Yami. He wasn't able to use the technique because he couldn't copy, even with the Sharingan, something at the level of the Raikage's lightning chakra cloak. But even at the failure, Yami wasn't disappointed at all. He was at least making progress, and when he kills the 3rd Raikage and experiments on his body and reads through his memories, Yami will figure out how the lightning armor works. "I will not kill the Raikage for almost killing me during the 2nd Ninja War. Revenge is something that clouds the judgment of people and makes them act irrationally. I will kill the 3rd Raikage because that is beneficial to me. Plus, it wouldn't significantly change the future events that I know if I decide to kill him during the 3rd Ninja War. Though with my power rising to such levels lately, I have not even been that worried about such things like the timeline. I already have eyes everywhere in this world, even as far away as the land of demons," calculated Yami with a strange glint in his eyes. After a couple minutes of resting while standing up, Yami suddenly looked towards some trees, and with a cold face he said, "You know, for Sanin, you really aren't that good at stealth." Then a strange laughing tone comes from one of the trees, as it slowly morphed into a human figure, and that figure was Orochimaru. He had his hands in his pockets as he calmly walked forward. "As expected of you, Yami. Your sensory abilities are extraordinary. I wonder how you got them," said Orochimaru with a twisted gleam on his eyes. Yami had a bored look as his black eyes stared into Orochimaru's yellow eyes, which with a slit in them, they looked like the eyes of a snake. Yami wasn't scared of Orochimaru at all, but the gleam in his eyes definitely unnerved him. After all, Orochimaru is someone dangerous and extremely intelligent. Letting his guard down even slightly around him could be his end. When you talk, it almost feels like you are about to get to the point of something, but then you just babble on and on and on, says Yami calmly, while trying to discern Orochimaru's goal. Orochimaru doesn't take what Yami said as an insult, and he starts getting closer to Yami. His hands come out of his pockets as he says, "Tell me, Yami, what is the meaning of life?" Yami still just had a bored look on his face as he said, "Life is what you make it out to be, Orochimaru. Now can you stop bothering me?" Yami waved his hand to tell Orochimaru to go away. But Orochimaru's eyes had an even crazier glint on them. This slightly worried Yami, and he clenched his muscles, ready for any sudden attack or anything like that. But Orochimaru asked again, "What is your view on power then, Yami?" Yami just rubbed his eyes while acting annoyed. "You know, I was in the middle of something before you came here. And you coming here and asking these questions, not only does it seem suspicious, it also seems like the kind of thing that the T&I department might like to investigate," Yami said to Orochimaru while giving him a hidden threat. Hugo, come on now, Yami, me and you, we are the same, aren't we? I analyzed your behavior reports ever since you were young. You're a lot like me, and your dream isn't to be Hokage or anything like that. Your dream is immortality, exclaimed Orochimaru as the grin on his face whitened. You want to be perfect, don't you? I have an idea. If you help me with something, I can give you a certain technique that would allow you to be perfect. As soon as Yami heard Orochimaru say that, his eyes became dull, and the surrounding aura became colder. Even Orochimaru felt a small chill on his back, but he still had the crazy smile on his face. This reaction just confirmed my speculation, analyzed Orochimaru. But suddenly, as soon as it came, Yami's cold aura calmed down, and he smiled at Orochimaru as if mocking him. You know nothing, Orochimaru, there is nothing in this world that is truly perfect. Though it may be a rather large cliché, it is still the truth. It is the ordinary people who look up to perfection as an ideal and seek after it. But in truth, what is this idea of perfection truly worth? Nothing. Not a single thing. I detest perfection. To be perfect is to be unable to improve any further. There would be no scope for creation, not a single gap in one's knowledge or one's ability. Do you see now? To true scientists like you and me, perfection is tantamount to despair. We aspire to reach greater levels of brilliance than ever before, but never, never, to reach perfection. That is the paradox through which we scientists must struggle. Indeed, it is our duty to find pleasure in that struggle. In other words, the second you allowed yourself to spout a ridiculous word like perfect, in truth, you had already been defeated. That is, if you wish to be treated as a scientist. Orochimaru's eyes whitened at the things that Yami said. The more Yami said, the more Orochimaru was amazed. He had never heard something like this. In the end, Orochimaru's face calmed down, he turned away and started walking off without saying anything. Yami POV. I just looked at his back. Should I kill him now? He got dangerously close to the truth, as expected of a true genius. Even though I never underestimated him, neither did I ever let my guard down, he still figured me out. Truly terrifying, the geniuses in this world are scary. I mean, someone like Kabuto was able to read the Uchiha tablet out of nothing. I don't even know how Orochimaru connected the dots to figure me out. Though, as expected, he tried to manipulate me by saying things like, "You will give me perfection," and such things. Where he wants to manipulate, Orochimaru is scarily good at it. But I already know how he is, so I would never accept anything from him. Still, I was able to amaze him, and this will lead him in a wild goose chase for at least a decade. Though I myself am nowhere near a genius, sometimes the smarter you are, the easier you are to predict. Orochimaru will overthink the speech that I gave him, and will try to philosophically understand it. But the speech that I gave to him is complete and utter bullshit. I better rest. I hate people smarter than me. Even though I will take absolute measures against Orochimaru, I am not necessarily too worried about what he can cook up. After all, not only do I know his secrets, I am also more powerful than him. Plus, Orochimaru truly was impulsive with this. He probably came here to confront me as soon as he figured it out. Plus, with that crazy expression on his face as if he figured out the secrets to the world, and to me he is simply immature. Orochimaru POV. Yami. That has been the thing in my mind during the last week. I look at the table and the human I was experimenting on, I accidentally squished its heart too hard. He is dead. Damn, I really need to calm down. Anyway, the thing that Yami said at the end brought chills to my body. I still can hear him say those words. He is so perfect, his way of thinking is so refined. I was only able to realize how Yami truly was by torturing some people he knew, and getting what they remembered of him. I even read some memories from Yami's mother, about when he was a kid. It was truly hard to get a Yamanaka to allow my mind access to Yami's mother's mind. Even the Yamanaka who read her memories didn't notice it, but I did as clear as day. Yami, even as a toddler, was abnormally smart, just like me. Yami, you are truly a magnificent specimen. Even though the Yamanaka cost me a lot, it was all worth it to quench my thirst for knowledge on Yami a bit, though trying to dodge his little mosquito spies is quite troublesome. Some of them it's really hard to notice even for me. But it's nothing I can't overcome. I have already got the first half of the living corpse reincarnation. I am almost at the stage of fully immortalizing my mind. I was only able to get this part because of my old, dead friend Danzo. Even he wasn't able to get the second part, since it is in the Forbidden Scroll. The one in the Hokage's office is obviously a fake. But I do know the location of the real one now. If only I could steal it. I was going to ask Yami for his cooperation, but he refused me so fast. I am so close to the immortality that I have dreamed of for so long. Finally, I will achieve immortality, and then I can start working towards my dream of learning all the jutsu in the world. Anyway, Yami, when he acted angry and cold when I said what I had observed from him. He was faking it, but I didn't notice it at all until he just smiled a second later. With that, he really told me that he can just fool me whenever he wants. But who else should I investigate to be able to get a clearer picture of Yami? While thinking this, I decide to burn the body of the person I killed, since it might start to smell bad. Suddenly I get an idea, a person who knows Yami since young, and saw his personality develop even while he was younger. Who better to ask than my good old teammate, Tsunade. Finding Tsunade wasn't that hard, though it was a little surprising to see her and her son. I heard that she had returned to the Leaf months ago, but I didn't really care since I had research to do. But I found Tsunade and her son, whatever his name, eating at an expensive sushi restaurant. While still in my Jounin uniform, I made sure that I had no blood on my clothes, because of the recent experiment. Plus I heard some rumors from my spy network that Tsunade is now afraid of blood. How silly that is, she used to splatter on the ground, from ninja families, from children, to elderly, to mothers and fathers. She would splatter their organs around with only one punch, and now she is afraid of blood anyway. After I entered the restaurant and see Tsunade wearing her grey upper body kimono shirt with blue pants and a thin coat around her shoulders, with the kanji for healer on the back of the coat. I get close to their table, which is in a pretty secluded corner of the restaurant, with a view of Konoha. When he arrives at the table, he sees Tsunade, who just looks at him and says, "Hey Rachi, long time no see." I just smirk at a casual greeting. Yes, long time no see Tsunade, now you even have a child. Who would have guessed Tsunade would become a mother? Tsunade just shrugs and says to her son, "Come on now Hachi, introduce yourself to Orochimaru. He is an old teammate of mine. He is like a weird uncle to you. I wouldn't recommend following him in a dark alley or eating the candy he gives to you." I just look at Tsunade, with a strange look on my face. "Tsunade, I think you are not giving young Hachi any truthful information about me." Tsunade seemed to think a little more, and again she turned to her son. "Oh yeah, actually it's not just the candy that he gives to you that you shouldn't eat. You really shouldn't consume anything Orochi gives to you." I just shake my head at this. It is ridiculous, and the poor child seems confused what Tsunade even means by what she said. My face becomes serious as I ask Tsunade. "Tsunade, lately there has been a certain individual of interest to me." Tsunade just has a confused look on her face. Then she looks at her child and says, "Go back to the house, Hachi." The kid nodded and started walking away as he said, "It was nice to meet you, Uncle Orochi." I just smile at him and wave back. The little kid has had a good influence on Tsunade. It got her out of a phase where even I was unsure she would get out of. Then Tsunade takes a roll of sushi with her chopsticks and eats it, and with her mouth full she asks, "So whomever is that person that you want to know about?" Talking with her mouth full, that is as unladylike as you can go, but if I said that to her she would definitely punch me. I have known Tsunade for a long time, ever since back in the academy, and by the look in her eyes, she already knows what I am going to ask about. As I was deep in thought, a waitress came and with a very obviously fake smile asked, "What can I get you, sir?" "Some fried eggs, and possibly make them as hot as you can when bringing them here." I answered, "Eggs are my favorite food, and I generally like hot food." The waitress nodded and went away. I smirked towards Tsunade. "I am sure you know that we are talking about Yami." "Well, as my teammate I can still only say to you he is dangerous," says Tsunade while pointing towards the waitress that just took my order. I looked at the waitress and noticed nothing strange about her. Her chakra reserves are even lower than your average civilian, and there are no mosquitoes. I look at Tsunade with a little confusion evident in my eyes. Then she makes a hand sign that represents spywood. Oh shit. I have been concentrating on the mosquitoes and forgot that he might actually have real human spies on this. Damn, I got sidetracked. Even while thinking that, I still have a calm look on my face. Well, now that I know that Yami is still spying on us, I can't really say anything. Tsunade still looked at me intently and said, "I live with Yami Inuzuka in his house together with my son, so don't mess around. He will not play around with you with the war on the horizon. He will definitely go for the kill, and make it seem like it was done by enemies. I would suggest you also stop investigating him, or you will be killed." When I see Tsunade's look in her eyes, I just nodded to express my understanding of the situation. She simply just told me that Yami will not be as soft as some other people. He will kill me whenever and wherever. He could strike while I am sleeping, eating, drinking, or even while I am in the bathroom. Yami will immediately go for the kill, so that means that even I underestimated him a little, and thought that he wouldn't do that. Also, her saying that she lived with it meant that she would take Yami's side if a conflict took place. Damn, I mean Yami took out Danzo because he got in his way, but I am not doing any of that. I just want to understand him. With that being said, even during the rest of the meal, I was restless with what Tsunade had just said. We made some small talk during the meal, but I wasn't really even concentrated on it. Yami POV. While sitting on my couch inside my house, I look at the small contraption on my hands, a Rubik's Cube, easy and cheap to make. Now I just need to open a company where the labor is cheap for maximum profits. Some land of wind would be good. The people in the desert don't exactly have a rich economy, but Sand Village is a big problem. They would definitely sabotage my company if it's in their lands, so I need to find another place. So I know. How about Land of Sand? That place is west of the Land of Wind, and it is a generally unknown place, which is often overlooked and is not really in that many maps. It's decided. Then I will open a company there for different small and easy to make things. Maybe since the land is so poor, the officials should also be very corrupt. How do I use that? Maybe bribe them to have some people who might be in labor camps to come and work there for me. That would definitely cut some expenses down and more money for me. I guess a shadow clone could go there and put some of their high officials under Jinjutsu. That would put wage expenditure to zero, not paying people for their work. Okay, then that is the plan. While I am contemplating different business ideas, I can sense Tsunade walking towards the clan compound. Hachi had arrived earlier, but he went with Miss Yoon, my mother, to do some shopping. She truly adores Hachi. He is like the normal kid, as normal as a ninja kid can get, that she can finally spoil with gifts and all that. Even though she doesn't know that Hachi is literally her grandson, she does act towards him like she is his grandmother or more like an aunt. I know that Orochimaru and Tsunade met. I also know that Orochimaru has noticed that I use mosquitoes to spy on people. Well, it was bound to get out sooner or later anyway, and the summon lands to occasionally communicate amongst each other, and me taking over the blood swamp is a pretty big deal to them. So I had the waitresses spy on them. Tsunade noticed the waitress, and that was also a distraction since I actually had a spying seal under their table. That is one of the restaurants that I own, though to know that you would have to go through a special case of files in the Civilians Council's business room, which is a room full of copies of leases for restaurants and other businesses. I know the management in Konoha sucks. I am definitely changing that when I become the Hokage. I am superb at this. Anyway, Tsunade comes inside the house, and then comes to the living room. Sadly, TVs haven't been invented yet at this time, which kind of sucks. I remember from the anime that during Naruto's generation, movies and TVs were already a thing. I kinda don't know how to create a TV. I never googled it as far as I can remember. If I had even a single memory of it, I would have gone through my memories and reread the memory and become the inventor of the TV. That would have made me so much money. A monopoly like that would be priceless, though I already have way more money than I might need, but there is never too much money. I bear the door open and Tsunade looks at me, and with a complicated look on her face she says, "As you predicted, Orochimaru did come to me to ask questions about you." I could see her astonishment at how I was able to predict what Orochimaru would do next. Obviously I predicted that he would ask Tsunade. After all, as her former teammate, Orochimaru trusts Tsunade quite a lot. After all, he hasn't gone rogue ninja yet. But I just smiled at her, as I added more fuel to the fire. Yeah, he isn't as cunning as he thinks he is. Tsunade just sighs at that and said in an exhausted tone, "Anyway, Hachi told me that he will be attempting an early graduation." God damn it, that kid. And I know Tsunade just dances around the problem like this. Why can't she just get to the point and say that she wants you to convince Hachi to not do that? Then if he gets an early graduation, he will also get an early death. Tell him that and I am pretty sure he would understand. I replied casually. Tsunade just frowned at that and got a little annoyed. That would discourage him from a ninja career. I shrugged. That is good then, he would live longer if he did that. But Tsunade tries to say something, but she can see the logic to my words. It's true, it doesn't even matter if Hachi becomes a ninja or not. I mean, sure, people would judge him, but people who have the time to judge others aren't really worth even taking advice from. Also, why would someone even care what people think of him, unless it has an advantage towards his goals? For example, I acted all nice and good when I was younger because I was weak, and it benefited me. Now that I have power, politically and physically, why should I waste time thinking what other people think of me? I mean, Hiruzen probably isn't that fond of me, and Tsunade too might not like me that much right now, since I am too dominant on everything I do. But they still don't have a choice but to put up with me. Anyway, Tsunade is saying useless things again. If Hachi wants to graduate early, let him do it. It doesn't matter if he dies or not. After all, death in this world isn't something permanent. I will just revive him when I get certain things in place. What is there to be worried about? I already have a bunch of cells from Hachi to be able to revive him with Ito Tensei. 3 months later. General POV. All of the elite Jounin were assembled on the Hokage Tower. They were all inside a room with a map of the elemental nations and the table in the middle of the room. The Hokage was looking at all of the members present. Then he said, "Orochimaru, Tsunade, Minato, Jiraiya, Yami and Fugaku. You are all the pillars of Konoha. I need every one of you to go and lead the troops to guard the borders of each of the nations." Hiruzen mentioned all of the current S-rank ninja in the village, except himself. The other Jounin who were here weren't offended. After all, they knew it was the truth. The Hyuga were a little miffed about an Uchiha being called, but not a Hyuga. But they also knew that they didn't have any exceptionally strong members of the Hyuga clan. War is expected to erupt soon, and I don't want any of our borders unguarded. Today, I have gathered you all here to decide which border each of you will be guarding, explained Hiruzen with a grave expression on his face. Yami is the first to speak immediately, as soon as the Hokage finishes his speech. Yami decided to say, "I will take the border against the Land of Lightning. I am fast and also a heavy hitter. I would be a perfect counter against the third Raikage," said Yami with a casual tone. The Hokage thinks for a little, and then he nods. That sounds reasonable. Even though the third Hokage isn't fond of Yami, he still has a cordial relationship with him. After all, he doesn't want anything like a civil war during these times. Does anyone have any other suggestions? Yami answered again. "I would suggest Minato and Fugaku work together against the Rock Village. Minato could counter the Tsuchikage's atomic dismantling jutsu with his Hiraishin, and Fugaku could take care of any tailed beasts that the Rock Village might decide to throw at us. He would probably be able to put them under Jinjutsu to stop them. I can also lend him some paper seals that could suppress the Jinchuriki's chakra just in case. I would also suggest that Tsunade and Jiraiya handle the hidden sand village. Tsunade would be enough to hold Chiyo and her brother. Since the Kazuki-age died, that would be enough. But their Jinchuriki of the One Tails would be a little hard to handle if they decided to use that one too. Then comes the real problem in there, since I have heard rumors from my spies that the most likely candidate for the next Kazukiage would also be able to control gold dust. With all that, it would seem a little hard for only Tsunade alone to handle this. All the people in the room looked at Yami with wide eyes, a little amazed at what an 18-year-old had said, and how he was able to make such uncritical plans so fast. Plus, the spy network also seemed quite good considering the information that Yami just easily gave away. Information like the next Kazukiage is supposed to be the highest level of S-rank secret information in the Sand Village. No spy network even caught wind of something like that. The Hokage just looked intently at Yami. He wasn't dumb enough to not see Yami's usefulness. He just came up with an amazing plan in case of war, so Hiruzen decided to ask Yami again. Do you have any more ideas? Yami seemed to think for a little, but in the end he just said, no, not really though. I guess Orochimaru would go to the border in the Land of Water, against the Hidden Mist village, so no, I can't really add anything new. The Hokage nodded, and after thinking for a couple of seconds he calmly said, your plan is quite good, Yami, but I see one flaw in it: the battle against the Cloud Village, where you will be guarding it. Can you handle the third Raikage? I think that me coming and helping would be optimal. After listening to Hiruzen, Yami contemplates a little, but in the end he still says, there's no need, I can handle it. I think that you staying in Konoha would be for the best. In case of an emergency in any battlefront, you could easily go and help me within less than a day. But being with me, the travel time to the other borders would be significantly larger, and it could take up to 2-4 days of travel to reach the destinations from where I will be holding the front. And traveling long distances with Ration is not worth it, since we could just teleport ourselves within a trap. Also, don't worry, I am confident on being able to handle the Raikage. The Hokage still doesn't seem convinced yet and asks again, what if they bring their Jinchuriki in the fight? Because even though the 8 tails, Jinchuriki is said to be young, and he probably can't control the tailed beast inside of him. He could still be dangerous. After all, in a battle between equals, even the smallest margin change could have an effect on battle results. As you all know, I am at my best against the Jinchuriki. With my Fuinjutsu to help me with it, the situation could be easily handled by a shadow clone of mine, reassures Yami. Then Yami added, also we should keep the 9 tails Jinchuriki inside Konoha. After all, Kumo already tried to steal it once. What would be stopping them from doing it again? The Hokage nods. After all, only Yami knows his abilities best, and he is an S-rank ninja. They know he won't overestimate himself needlessly. That is just a rookie mistake. The discussions on different battles start. They calculate the different scenarios that might happen, and how we will handle them. The Naruto also try to change battle scenarios and make the best possible response for them. Will they advise us on how we should handle the different situations that might arise? This is boring. Though Yami, as he was calculating which strings to pull to get some of the people he wants into his army, Yami just makes a hand seal towards Orochimaru, secretly signaling him to meet after this meeting. After the meeting, we all had 2 days of break before we needed to get to the front lines. As Yami was walking towards the exit and got ready to meet Orochimaru, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw Minato, who had a smile on his face. Hey Yami, long time no see, we should catch up. Want to go to the Jounin bar close to the Anbu building? Yami POV just looked at Minato and contemplated. We do usually meet at the Ichiraku ramen stand, but even then we are always on a rush or something like that. So we didn't get to talk a lot. Well, I admit that it was mostly me not seeing a reason to talk to him, since I already got the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu books from Kushina. She and Minato have become kind of useless to me, and I see no reason to even hang out with them. Kushina is too loud and Minato is kinda boring, honestly. Yeah sure, I would like that. I will meet you there in 10 minutes. I have something to take care of first. But still, out of courtesy, I decided to take the shot and go hang out with him. A dead man walking. After that, I go outside and I use Ration to teleport close by. Where Orochimaru was, I have a lot of Ration markers all around Konoha. As my view changes, I see Orochimaru leaning on a tree. We are currently in the backyards and training grounds of the academy. Orochimaru has that intense gaze on his face as he looks at me. He still has that creepy obsession with me, that fucking pedo anyway. I just look at him calmly. What did you want to meet me for, Yami? Asked Orochimaru with a calm face. When I saw this, I smirked. Well, since you were so interested in me, I did a little investigation on you too. I must say that you have a lot of illegal stuff going on. Really. Human experimentation, kidnapping, torture, extortion, and even had an underground lab built. Well, that isn't illegal, but the money that you put in there, it wasn't in your researcher's tax, so you committed the worst of crimes, tax evasion. I can see that Orochimaru doesn't understand what I mean with the last part. But in my last world, when criminals were good at doing their crimes, and not leaving any evidence, tax evasion was the crime that they mostly got caught with. I mean, that is how some of the most infamous criminals were caught. Actually, the law exists even in the Naruto world, though it is mostly overlooked, which won't happen once I become Hokage. I am definitely going to abuse that law. Still, I decided to clear things up for Orochimaru by saying, don't worry about that made-up law, I am just joking. But really though, Immortality, I can't say I understand you. To me, if life has no end, there would be no meaning in life. I see Orochimaru immediately start to analyze every word I say, trying to understand my motives. Especially now that I know all of his dirty little deeds. Like always, it is so easy to make smart people overthinking bullshit that I say. Meaning in life, what the hell is that? Can you eat it? Why would anyone need a reason to live? People just live, with or without reason. People can make their own reasons to live, and they can make their own goals that they want to achieve. But I let Orochimaru contemplate the things I said for a couple of seconds as I said to him again. Okay, now that you understand the situation you are in, I would like to make a deal with you. Orochimaru comes back to his senses, and a smirk appears on his face. And what would that deal entail exactly? My smirk matched his as I said. Well, I am a curious man, just like you. So I would like for you to send to me certain types of people with certain types of bloodlines for me. It would also be preferable if the people were alive. Orochimaru with a smirk still on his face as he asks. And what about me? What benefits would I have? I just shrugged. Well, when I went through your super secret lab, I saw how shitty the stuff was, so I will offer you money, untraceable with no strings attached. You will get money so when the war ends you could build your super secret lab with the top equipment available. I know that even though ninjas generally make a lot of money, they don't make the type of money to be able to build labs worth around 100 million ryo. After all, to build that you would have to hunt 1 or 2 S ranks. Probably more, since the S rank battles don't leave a body behind. After all, an S rank body has a lot of secrets hidden inside it. But still, without a body or head there is no bounty, so most likely an S rank ninja would have to locate an S rank, track him down, hope he isn't with friends, make sure that he doesn't escape, and so much more. So in the end, Orochimaru's answer is, I will do it for 400 million ryo, and I want 200 million beforehand. I smiled at his answer. He already knows that I will most likely go back on my word. He knows what I did with Danzo, so he asked me about a down payment because of that. Yeah, sure. I take out 2 small scrolls as big as my little finger, my pockets, and throw them towards Orochimaru. On there you have 200 million ryo. He just nods. You will have your bodies when the war starts. Then he turned around and walked away. As I look at his back, a sinister smirk appears on my face. Poor Orochimaru. He doesn't understand that he is already in my trap. Even though he is a genius, he doesn't know shit about things that aren't generally related to ninja things. For example, just because he has the money, that doesn't mean that he can just magically buy a lab. He needs to have certain connections and contracts to be able to buy scientifically advanced machines or parts for the machines. That money is just paper, it won't really do anything for him. I will block every channel legal or in the black market. He is not getting his little lab anytime soon. I have already bought the companies that create stuff for labs, and closed the other companies who did the same service as my company. I closed them by lowering the price of my product so much that I didn't win anything from the companies for some time, but it forced the other companies to shut down. So here I am, the only private producer of 99.99% of fabrically made machinery. Damn, I am good at this shit. Then I also decided to hurration towards the meeting place that I had with Minato, and so I disappeared with the now iconic dark flash Minato POV. I look around me and see a bunch of jounin just getting drunk. I don't really blame them, honestly. Any of them could die in the coming war. Actually, most of them might die. Even I myself might die during the second ninja war. One didn't really participate in a lot of all-out wars. Usually Jiraiya-sensei was around to help me and not let me die. War is so chaotic, one stray kunai, and you could easily die. Kushina has been helping me lately sharpen my instincts even more. After all, I don't want to teleport in front of a kunai and die. My Shunshin and Hurration are my best moves right now. Since battles can last so long amongst a big number of ninja, I usually save chakra and use Shunshin or Hurration. That is how I earned myself the moniker Yellow Flash. I even have a bounty of 64 million. Though amongst the Konoha S rank I am quite new. Also, I don't have a finishing move in my arsenal. I definitely need that. Plus I have Kakashi to take with me. I truly hope he survives this war. Poor child, his father committed suicide, and he was the first to find the dead body. Anyway, I look at the clock and see that Yami will come in 5 minutes. He is very punctual about things like this, and will always be on time, like exactly on time, as I am currently sitting on one of the tables as I wait for Yami. Now that is an amazing person if I have ever seen one. Ever since I was young I was way better than all of my peers. I understood that, so I like to help my friends be as good as me. After all, having another friend watching your back is never bad. I even wanted to graduate with my friends, which would have been when we were all 10, but then I saw him, Yami Inuzuka. Everything I did good, he did it perfectly. He easily broke through all of the records I had set in the academy. Even while he did all that, I noticed that he didn't see any of these things worth his attention. He didn't even care that he was the best in his class. Since I am a long-range sensor, I was able to sense his chakra clearer when he was further away from me. He even had a higher chakra amount. That is when I understood I will never be Hokage if I don't give it my all. So I decided to graduate at 8 years old, 2 years before the time I had decided previously. I decided to train with my Jonin teacher Jiraiya as hard as I could. I wanted to put as much distance as I could between Yami Inuzuka and me. And I made great progress, and Jiraiya-sensei even decided to make me the next Toad Summoner. I could confidently say that I had left Yami in the dust in just 1 year, but as soon as he became a genin he caught up to me and more, so you could say the rest was history. But Yami is also better with women, the girls loved him. I remember the way Kushina used to look at him. She always had those dreamy eyes and longing expressions on her face when she saw Yami. But then that fated day came when Kushina was kidnapped. We saved her, and for the first time I understood. No, deep down, I had known that a long time ago, but I simply didn't want to accept it. Yami Inuzuka never even saw me as competition, I was just a stepping stone for him. At the end it is true, I did end up dating the woman of my dreams, Kushina, and for that I am thankful to Yami. He truly did bring me and Kushina together. He is a true friend. Also, I finally thought that Horatian would give me an edge over Yami, and even wanted to ask him to spar when I learned it, but I got news that he also had learned it, 1 week after me. I had the help of Kushina to learn and master the Horatian, but Yami still outdid me and learned it by himself. That guy really is super talented. I also noticed that while I was deep in thoughts I drank half a bottle of sake already, without Yami even coming here yet. I look at the clock and see that he has another 2 minutes until he will come, exactly on time like always. I wonder if Yami is dating anyone. If he isn't, maybe I can return the favor and find him a girlfriend. I think that one of Kushina's friends, Mikoto, would be nice for Yami. She is pretty and is from a great clan, the Uchiha clan. But maybe Yami is dating someone in secret, but even then technically me and Kushina are dating in secret, but ask any jounin, and even most chunin will know that we are really dating. But now that I think about it, I have never even heard of any rumors about Yami's love life. I am thinking about getting Yami a girlfriend at the brink of another ninja war. I must really be drunk. Should I dispel the alcohol inside my system? Nah, I came here to relax. So that is what I am going to do then. As I was thinking that, I hear the front door open and saw Yami in the flesh. I just waved towards him and say, "Here, Yami." He looked towards me and smiled. When he got close to me, he sat down on the table and took the chair opposite to mine, while asking a rhetorical question. "So I guess you are already drunk, right? Since you should remember that I am a sensor and can easily sense your chakra, you didn't need to call my name." As expected of him, sharp as always, Yami POV. You know, seeing Minato drunk like this is amusing to me. He just keeps saying some dumb shit about his early life, and that Inoichi's pubes are blonde. The whole bar can hear him, because they are all jounin level ninja, and I can't stop myself from laughing. Then out of nowhere Minato asks, "Why Yami, tell me the truth, why didn't you get together with Kushina when you had the chance?" Well, obviously because she is too annoying, needlessly aggressive, she isn't wise and can't really hold a decent conversation, she is very nosy, she would also try to help other people without thinking of the consequences. So overall, the only thing she has going for her is her looks, which isn't enough for me. There are way prettier women in the Naruto world, and in no way am I settling down without trying most of them. Plus Kushina is an alpha in a relationship. It means that she would try to wear the pants in our relationships. Minato is a beta and could handle her. I wouldn't. We would have fights constantly about what we think is right and what we want, until one of us, most likely me, cheats on the other. I had experience with someone like this in my past life. But even while I think all of these negative opinions about Kushina, I keep a calm face and just shrug. No, we weren't really compatible with each other. You and her are a perfect couple, like you were made for each other. But me and Kushina, at best we would be friends. Anything further, and our relationship would start crumbling. I saw how she looked at me, but that was just a crush on me, born from her need to be acknowledged, and I did so. It was nothing special. Anyone else could have been that silly crush of hers. Minato looked at me, then suddenly tears appeared in his eyes, and as he tried to hug me. "Yami, you are such a good friend." As he comes to hug me, I lean back on the chair to get out of his reach. "Stop, you are drunk, Minato. This is not Jonin behavior." "You are not Jonin behavior," said Minato. "He is really drunk." I just casually dodged all of his attempts to try and grab me into a hug. Then as his body goes over the table, I have a clear shot at his stomach, and I punch him in the stomach while sending some of my chakra in his body. Minato just looked around confused. That was a weak punch. As soon as he said that, I can see Minato's eyes widen in pain as smoke comes from his ears and mouth. But as a Jounin and S-rank ninja, his pain tolerance is beyond just amazing. He didn't even flinch, and the only sign that he was in pain and was actually feeling a painful electric-like shock inside his body was the widening of his eyes. I was using my chakra to forcefully flush the alcohol out of his system. Then after 10 seconds of Minato standing there frozen in place, he suddenly blushed, sat down on the chair, and his head hit the table. Damn, that was embarrassing, yeah, and it was uncomfortable as hell for me too. Probably everyone in here will remember this for the rest of their lives, and even if you do become Hokage, they will always look and remember you as that one drunk guy. I said to Minato with a nonchalant voice. They say that hitting a man when he is down is shameful. To me, that is the best time to hit anyone while they're down. "You are never going to let me live this down, are you?" said Minato with a tired voice, as he looked me in the eyes while his head was leaning on his arms, which were on the table. I just smirked at that. Never, but I decided that this is enough fooling around and asked Minato. "So how's your relationship with Kushina? You know, you being insecure as hell about it makes me worried." Minato makes a weird face as if he ate a lemon. Come on now, that was just me talking while being drunk. Me and Kushina are doing very good. But what about you, Yami? I immediately noticed that he was trying to change the conversation. Damn, I guess scheming against old foxes who are good at this type of stuff makes Minato's attempt at subtle manipulation seem bad. But he is still only 19, and not like me, only 1 year older than me. But technically, I am already like 36 years old, if I count my first life. Damn. I really am old. All of these thoughts were processed in a second by me as I looked at Minato. I got some green tea that I ordered and took a sip. What about me? Well, are you really single or do you have a secret girlfriend already? Asked Minato with a friendly smile on his face. I just shrugged at his question. No, not really, I am not dating anyone currently. Plus I am the Inuzuka clan head, so me dating someone publicly isn't quite appropriate. After all, I plan for my marriage to give me at least some benefits. Because if I want to just get my wick wet, I can seduce any girl and have my wish granted. Minato smirked mischievously at this. Well, Kushina has a friend of hers, her name is Makoto Uchiha. I think you should go at least on a date before going to war. I think back on that name and scanned through my memories about the name. She is Makoto Uchiha, the Uchiha clan head's daughter. She is also a jounin of Konoha and 3 years older than me. But any of that doesn't really matter. What really mattered is that she is also the mother of Sasuke and Itachi. I guess she's cute enough. Okay, sure, but when will me and her meet for a date? I asked Minato. He seems to think a little and says, how about you go on the date today? That surprised me a little. A couple of hours after the conversation between Minato and Yami Makoto POV. My name is Makoto Uchiha, the Uchiha clan head's daughter. Well, technically I am, but father always told me that the true leader would be whomever I marry. I look at my best friend in front of me. She's Kushina and she keeps telling me, come on now, you have to smile. If you don't, your face looks emotionless and might scare him away. I think back on how I got roped into this. Obviously tomorrow almost all of the jounin will be deployed to the borders. Konoha's geographical position is in the middle of all the other great ninja villages. So during times of peace it is a blessing, since we have trade routes, and merchants take their carriages along the land of fire. So it generally brings more money in. But in the times of war it is a curse. Every war we have fought, we have always been so close to the collapse of our village and foreign invasion, that it isn't even funny. Oh, I let my mind wander again. I really need to concentrate. This is my first real date. I am 21 years old, and this is my first real date. Damn, that sounds so lame. I am definitely not telling anyone that. Kushina is gushing over me like always about my hair and that, but I just look at myself in the mirror, and see I have tied my hair in a ponytail and my face seems passive like always. Kushina calls it emotionless and scary, but what does she know? She probably has ramen juices running through her brains. Come on now Makoto, you need to smile and be more enthusiastic about this. The date is Yami Inuzuka, one of the best bachelors in Konoha. Says Kushina, trying to get me excited. I just turned and looked at her. Didn't you also have a crush on Yami Inuzuka when you were younger? I asked Kushina with a nonchalant voice. Immediately, she got nervous and started stuttering. What, of course and not. She's a terrible liar. How someone like her even qualifies as a jounin still amazes me. I guess her strength qualifies, but her personality definitely doesn't. After some more of Kushina's unnecessary comments and useless advice, I finally was able to get out of her company, and I used body flicker to arrive at the meeting place. It was a restaurant on the outskirts of the always expanding Inuzuka clan compound. Kushina reassured me that Yami said that this restaurant is under his control, and no one would even see us here. That is good, since I still have an arranged marriage with Fugaku, and me seeing another mad would be seen as scandalous. Plus an Uchiha marrying outside the clan is rare, and since I am the clan head's daughter, that becomes impossible. After all, no matter how much my father praises Yami Inuzuka on his political exploits, I know that he wouldn't approve of me marrying anyone but our clan's rising star, Fugaku Uchiha. He is also known to our enemies as Wicked Eye Fugaku, an S-rank ninja, and he is still in his early 20s. I took a deep breath and opened the door to the lavishly looking restaurant. Inside I surprisingly saw no one. This restaurant is quite popular. As I walked deeper inside I saw lavish paintings and decorations. Then as soon as I entered the restaurant area, 2 waitresses came towards me. Hello Lady Makoto, we have been expecting you. Follow us, we will show you to your pre-arranged table. They weirdly spoke in synchronization. Then they led me towards a balcony with the view of the Inuzuka clan compound. There was only 1 table for 2 on the balcony, and one of the seats was already occupied by my date, Yami Inuzuka. He was looking towards his clan compound and had a soft smile on his face. My interactions with him up till this moment had been minimal. I mostly only saw him in the clan head meetings, when my father decided to take me too. I walked towards the table and sat down opposite of him. When he heard the sound of the chair being pulled back, Yami looked towards me. He had his soft smile on his face as he said, "A pleasure to meet you, Makoto. I hope you find my company fun." I also smiled back and tried to make my dark pupilless eyes seem happier. Then I responded in the most cordial way that I could. "I am glad to be of your acquaintance, Yami Inuzuka." When Yami heard this, I noticed that his smile widened a little as his eyes shined in amusement. "So you must have the same problem, right?" I looked at him strangely and decided to ask. What do you mean by that? Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing when he heard my question. Then he wiped out a small tear from his eyes. Well, I used to have the same problem, the eyes that they show no emotion. I and you have the same eyes. Though I must admit, I am a little jealous of your eyes' form and beauty. That is when I noticed that he really did have the same eye color as me. And if he didn't have that strange light of happiness in his eyes, they would look emotionless and empty just like mine. After a couple of hours, it does get dark, but I still decided to stay with him. Talking about life and different things. We truly had a lot in common, and at the end of it, we even developed a genjutsu together that allows the user to have a certain friendly look in their eyes for the first time. Since I could remember I truly laughed with someone, I must say that. If only he was born as an Uchiha. And as the curtain of darkness covered the stars, we drank expensive wine together. Not as the Inuzuka clan had and a daughter of each Uchiha clan had, but as Yami and Makoto friends or maybe more then, when it got quite late, and I knew that my father would be worried if I stayed any longer, as I was about to get up. I felt a hand softly hold into my own. I look at Yami and see a look of uncertainty appear in his eyes as he says, "Stay with me, Makoto. Stay with me." When I heard those words, for a split second, I thought about the possibility of abandoning my clan and running away with Yami. He is someone who understands me, and, embarrassingly enough, I spilled a lot of secret things about myself tonight. Yami has his way with sweet words, but that fantasy all washed away. As I just looked at him with my cold eyes canceling the genjutsu that made my eyes look friendlier. I am sorry Yami, but I have my duties and you have yours. Yami looked a little sad at that. It broke my heart. Unknowingly I had gotten close to the first person in my life. Then as I was about to walk away, my resistance almost crumbled when I saw Yami like that. But I had to. Suddenly I am turned around by a hand on my shoulder. And feel a soft feeling on my lips. Fuck the consequences. It's my life and I control it. Next day. Yami POV I wake up inside a hotel with a soft bed below me. And remember what happened last night. We did it 3 times on the table and then 4 other times in here until we got tired. By we I mean only Makoto. I am immortal and have an almost infinite stamina since it regenerates so fast. I feel Makoto stir a little as the sun hits her eyes. I just turned around and looked at the naked body in the bed next to me. Her skin was like a pearl. Damn, she is so hot. But sadly she won't be able to hold this beauty forever. Her tits will sag and her face will wrinkle. Unless she had immortality. Which I won't give to her. After all, if I do that, there would be a 100% chance of her betraying me and cheating on me in the future. After all, infinity is a long time and having someone be loyal for that long is simply impossible. Romantic love isn't some magical power. Romantic love is something temporary that will fade away with time. Or even more correctly, love is a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed, and then it slowly fades away, leaving you in a loveless stranded marriage. Surprisingly, Makoto was a virgin. Who would have guessed? Doesn't she have an arranged marriage with Fugaku, and she is around 21 years old. Damn, I guess Fugaku was waiting for her to get used to the idea of them together and accept it. Such a nice guy. And a damn cuck. This is what happens when you wait too long. Another guy will bang your girl. Also now I have learned my lesson, and every time I came inside of her, I use a jutsu that temporarily stops her from getting pregnant. I am getting no more kids to raise. One is already bothersome enough. I got up from the bed and went and took my clothes from the ground where they lay. I put on my jonin uniform. As I am doing so I hear the bed shift a little, and when I turn around I see that Makoto has woken up in all of her naked glory. She still seems a little sleepy and tired. While looking at her I can't help but think that she is quite intelligent. She made a clone and sent it to her father, saying that she will be at Kushina's place. I decided to take this opportunity and ask her, "So on which border you will be during the war? Because if you are in the one where we will fight against the hidden cloud village, we could have some fun during this shitty war." Makoto just seemed to think a little and said with a voice that didn't express anything, "I'm deployed in the battlefield against the hidden sand village." Well, that is disappointing. I guess this will be only a one-night stand between us then. I want you to know, Yami, that this was only a one-time thing. I have a duty to my clan to fulfill, said Makoto. I noticed that she is probably expecting some type of response from me. But I just shrugged my shoulders and casually said, "Oh okay, sure thing." I saw her eye twitch for a split second. Was she expecting some type of sadness or regret from me? No thank you, I almost broke my back last night, carrying the conversation. She is as unskilled at social skills as she is at sucking dick. Which is bad. Very bad. She almost scratched me with her teeth a couple of times. But still she is pretty enough, so I overall had a good night. Then I went towards the door to go outside, but I turned around one last time. See you around, Makoto. I saw her eyes narrow at me, with a little anger inside of them as I left the room. Sorry Makoto, but I am more of a one-hit wonder. I am not the type of guy who would fight too hard for a girl. If she doesn't give me head on the first date I am bolting out of there. I ain't ready to commit yet, I am only like 18, 36 on the inside. Just like that I went towards my clan compound. I had my mind back in the game now. already bring new plans and schemes. Next day I jump from tree to tree outside of Konoha, with hundreds of other ninja following me. Finally, war begins again. I will be sure to milk it for all it's worth. Even though I have dozens of Jounin behind me, those who I really wanted were some other people. And they are here too. Guy, Asuma and Kurenai. They will start creating their own roads branching from me. When I become Hokage I need them to have the reputation of a Sannin. I made a shadow clone, and gave it one of my kunai with the Horatian seal, in case the group gets attacked. Which is unlikely. Then in a black flash, the view in front of me changed into a green field in front of me with countless tents all around. I had directly teleported to the Konoha camp, where I needed to be. Immediately when some of the people in here saw me, they recognized me. I just waved at them and ordered, "Call all of the Jounin present in the camp, I will be discussing the defense strategy with them." They nodded and got to notifying the Jounin. I just went towards the big tent in the middle. It was the camp leader's tent, aka my tent. There was a round table with around 30 seats, and one of them being higher, signifying higher authority. I went and sat on that seat. After 5 minutes Jounin just kept coming into the tent until almost all of the seats were occupied. They all looked at me with respect and admiration, while awaiting my orders. During the second Ninja War one was just a simple kid, no matter how much authority I was given. People would instinctively think of me as a kid. But now I just interlock my hands in front of me while I lean them on the table. I see some Jounin being from different clans like Hyuga, Ichiha, Akamichi, Aburame, etc. I even saw a couple of Inuzuka. When I saw that they were all here I started by saying, "We will go into the counter-attack immediately. We will not give the chance for them to make the first move." Immediately they were all shocked by what I said. Hiruzen is a passive person who wouldn't attack without being provoked. But I am different. And in this camp I have almost absolute authority. And this will be the plan. I smirked towards them as I started explaining the plan. Looking at the people in front of me as I told them that we plan to be the ones to take the initiative and attack shotgun. After all, Hiruzen was very passive and wouldn't attack unless we were provoked. But if we attack right now, we could have the initiative and easily crush anything they throw at us. Since it is so early in the war, well, the war hasn't even officially started, but so the third Raikage is in his village. Attacking now is the best time. We are in the land of hot springs. This would be the battlefield, since Konoha almost never went to fight in the land of frost, which is the land between land of hot spring and land of lightning. Though our enemy's camp lies in the land of frost and the cold and snow around might give the Cloud Ninja an advantage, since it would allow them to have more water around them to use against Konoha Ninja, who are mostly fire-style users. Though some of them still seem a little unsure. After all, well, the camp leader has the authority to order an attack like this. Doing it at this scale without the order of the Hokage is strange. But I still continued saying, if we don't attack right now and allow the Raikage to come to the front lines with his full army, that would bring us in a huge disadvantage. The balance in our camp's power would shift tremendously. I reassured them with this, and some of them seemed to think it through and accept my logic. Though I don't need them to like me. It's better that they like me than hate me. Plus words and lies are free, so why not use them to my advantage? Without even allowing any possible spy in the camp to send messages or anything like that, I immediately gathered all of the troops to get ready for a counterattack. We wouldn't be waiting for any reinforcement. Me and the other 1,000 ninja will attack by ourselves the enemy who outnumbers us 1 to 3. They have 3,000 ninja. But we have an S-rank ninja like me to even out the field. Though they also have their own S-rank ninja as the leader of the camp most likely. But I doubt they have something up to my caliber. Also, contrary to what I said to the other people, I want to lure out the third Raikage. After all, he is ready to be my stepping stone now. General POV. Well, Yami was preparing the army and explaining the chain of command to the cannon fodder. The Genin and Chunin. Now if anyone knew the real Yami they would ask, where is the corruption? Then the answer would be, did he put people of the clans whom he had an alliance with higher on the chain of command? Though some of the people were only put up there as puppet commanders. Since the one really giving orders were Yami's clones. The control freak like him would never allow anyone else but him to be in charge. Then the Konoha ninjas started their journey to attack the enemy camp who was in the land of frost. The camp was surrounded by earth walls, and it had frost and snow all around the camp. In only 2 hours they arrived at the soon-to-be battlefield. It seemed that as 1,000 ninja traveling would took off any ninja scout worth anything. But no matter how much they tried, the Kumo camp was still unprepared as countless fire jutsu landed on them. Yami POV. I smiled at the chaos that was caused by the fire jutsu. I smiled even more as I saw the snow and ice all around melt and turn into water. People might think that this would give an advantage to the enemy, but they don't know that the strongest water-style user in this battlefield is me. I immediately did some hand signs, and the water that was being melted from the ice and snow slowly rose into the air and flew towards the clouds over the Cloud Ninja camp. Then up in the clouds the water was pressurized and turned into a deadly weapon, dropping down on the enemy force to cut through thin steel. I could hear the screams of my enemies reverberating through the battlefield. I use my chakra control and sensory abilities to maximize the jutsu's killing efficiency. I truly haven't been on a battlefield in quite some time. So I just decided to use an S-rank jutsu. I didn't even feel the string. But I did hear the screams from the enemy camp. Or I would have heard the screams until some kind of huge octopus creature, with a head seeming like a cow, and one of its horns cut off appeared out of nowhere, covering the cloud shinobi to protect them from the attack. Then the creature just roared at my jutsu, and it destroyed it. While looking at its giant form, I couldn't help but think that tail beasts really are something else, aren't they? The beast just looks at me and opens its mouth, and a dark chakra ball starting to form inside of his mouth. I immediately analyzed the attack and easily guessed that it was a tail beast bomb. But contrary to my expectations, the 8 tails swallows the tail beast bomb. And then, he spits out an explosive beam with a wider range of attack. Even while my hands were making hand seals, and I even already knew that tailed beasts could already do this from the anime. I was still amazed by the raw chakra that it has, and the destructive power it displays. If I wasn't so uncomfortable with having another intelligent being inside of me, I would definitely get one for myself. As the ninja behind me panicked at the attack and thought that they were about to die, I just put my palms forward. A giant translucent invisible barrier appears in front of me, and then I could see that when the attack made contact with the barrier, it was able to crack it a little, but the explosion wasn't able to get through and hurt anyone behind me. While the other Konoha ninja were terrified by this, I just simply had a huge smile on my face. I must say, this is quite amazing, little octopus. The power was perfectly controlled. So Hidden Cloud Village now has something that has never been done before. A perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. When I said that, the people behind me were terrified even more. After all, tail beasts were scary, and as someone with the intelligence and knowledge of a ninja was able to control one, that would make it terrifying. Then I create 2 shadow clones, and they nodded and went to command the army behind me. With a smile still on my face, I just sighed a little as a certain seal on my stomach, where a certain leech who now has no memories, is sealed. The seal opened a little and red chakra surrounded me, and my skin turned red, while my hair lengthened, even my pupils turned red. Under my eyes also appeared dark red markings. I controlled my body with the help of the Jungu, and formed a transparent barrier in front of my eyes, while I activated the Sharingan, but now it still looked like I had my normal eyes on, and it also protects my eyes from small projectiles. And then, the ground under me cracked as I threw myself towards the 8 tails. When I got close to it, the 8 tails swung one of its giant tentacles at me. Since I was mid-air, usually I could only dodge if I used Harassment, but suddenly on my back, made out of countless microscopic wires, 2 wings like those of a fallen angel appeared behind me. This was done with the help of the Jungu. So I flew sideways and dodged the attack and finally reached the 8 tails. Then I fly below its chin, and before he can react, I clench my hand into a fist stand. I punched the 8 tails on the chin, and something impossible that shocked all of the others happened. The 8 tails was sent flying in the air. I immediately flew after and then touched it with my palm. And with a black flash, me and the 8 tails were teleported away from the battlefield. Killer BPOV. Just looking at the ninja in front of me taking care of me so easily, I couldn't even concentrate on my rapping. He is way too trapping. By his earlier appearance, he is probably the Red Fang Yami Inuzuka. When we were teleported away from the battlefield, I could still feel my head ringing from the punch he gave me before. I literally almost passed out and was gassed out. I need to take care of him right here, right now. I immediately formed a small-tailed beast bomb and threw it towards him at top speed. But somehow he just made 3 strange hand signs, and a seal formula appeared in the air. And my beast bomb was sucked into the seal and disappeared. Then, I heard an explosion in the distance. This guy is good, and his attack power is scary. I don't think I can stay conscious if I take another one of his punches. So I need to be a smaller target. Slowly my body morphs back into my human form, and then I immediately activate. And dark red chakra surrounds me, hiding my body, and a skeleton is formed around my body frame. I see Yami up there still flying with his strange wings. He has an amused smirk on his face as he looks towards me. You truly are a shinobi killer. Who would have thought that Kumagakure could keep someone like you hidden? Then a deep voice made from the tailed chakra came out of my mouth as I just said with a rap. Let's quit talking, so I can show you my might in this fight. Yami just smiled at me and, suddenly, he disappeared in a dark flash and appeared below me. Then I felt an explosive force hit me on my chin. How? Was the last thing I thought as I went unconscious. Yami POV, I just simply used the Harassment marker I left under his chin when I first punched him to teleport back to it again. Then after I punch him and his brain hits the inside of his skull, Killer B falls down on the ground at my feet, unconscious. I must say that the fight was exceptionally easy, though it was mostly so because he made such a rookie mistake, but I would have easily defeated him either way. The only difference was that I didn't use as much force that I would have used if he was in his giant octopus form, or else his head would have either flown off like a baseball, or burst like a watermelon. I see that even though he was unconscious, the 8 tails chakra was being released even more. So it is trying to return back to its giant form. The 8-Tails is trying to take over his body when he is unconscious, and protect him from me, since he thinks that I will kill him. But I just simply touch his stomach and easily go through his chakra cloak, as my finger synced on the flesh of his midsection. A spiral Fuinjutsu seal appears as the 8-Tails chakra forcefully recedes back into the teenager Killer Bee's body. He seems to be around my age, probably a couple years younger. Then I sense that the 8-Tails, still trying to forcefully break through the seal. I just sigh, and I run chakra through the tips of my fingers, with a kanji for each element on them. Then I sink them back in his belly and it destabilizes the 8-Tails chakra, and it doesn't allow it to be able to gather it again. Damn. I really am the perfect counter against Jinchuriki. I think that while I put Killer Bee over my shoulder and I get back to the battlefield. With Killer Bee on my shoulders, I teleport it back to the battlefield. There I see my shadow clones holding back on Rulie the future 4th Raikage. Though he seems kind of weak right now since the lightning armor around him seems weak. Though I guess he is only in his 20s. I see that my clones keep him occupied, but the clones are also careful, after all even a small electric zap, and they are gone. But since the future 4th Raikage is currently so slow, even the clones don't have a problem keeping him occupied. I just shunch into his side and run a little wind chakra on my palm, hit his neck, knocking him out. His eyes dull as he slowly falls down. I can't believe Minato had a hard time against someone like this. But I guess I am way stronger than Minato already. Then as I see that the battle is going on, I just take a deep breath and for around 10 seconds I charge a little sage chakra into my lungs. I whistle in a certain tune and slowly all of the ninjas on the battlefield, whether friend or foes, started falling unconscious. I can sense all of their chakras on their first gates became stagnant. Sound Jinjutsu is what the bat sage techniques are best at. It can even easily affect an Uchiha. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, Sage Jutsu, Fuinjutsu, Healing Jutsu. I can say that I am definitely not a jack of all trades, because I master everything I pick up. After all, if you are going to do something, you must make sure that you are the best at it. Then without the need of any hand seals, I make 100 shadow clones. Then have them go and wake up the 1000 Konoha ninja, and tie up and imprison the 3000 Kumo ninja. This has been an absolute victory from Konoha. Or more like an absolute victory for me. Hachi, MC's son, POV. I am currently in the academy classroom. I am finally graduating, honestly I am glad about that. The fangirls coming after me were crazy, all they saw was the Senju name, and they came towards me like headless chicken. But I guess even with all of the hassle, anyway our teacher comes in and looks at all of us. His eyes stay on me for a second longer than they stay at the other kids, but it isn't anything special. I wonder if I fought him. Would I be able to beat him? I am obviously only 6 years old, but Yami has taught me that, if I see a Chunin in battle, I must run away. If running away is not an option, then I must fight them to the death. But he also said that never fight a Chunin head on. I am nowhere near being able to do that, so I must use my head and use strategies against him. Then around a dozen or so ninja wearing the Jonin uniform come and line up in front of the class. Team 1. Ichihazuki, Mayoko Kamui and Joya, your Jonin sensei will be Toshinori. Says the teacher as a Jounin comes forward and mentions for them to follow him. This continues on until almost all of the students have gone with their teachers. Team 13 will consist of Hachi Senju, Momo Uchiha and Shoto. Continues the teacher with an unenthusiastic voice. Your Jonin teacher will be Ken Inuzuka. When he says that, a man in a Jonin uniform comes forward. He has dark spiky hair that extends to his lower back. He had dark eyes, and the Inuzuka markings on his cheeks. He also seemed to be tired as his eyes were bloodshot, and had dark circles under them, even his cheeks seemed a little sunken in. He just looked towards us. Then he opened his mouth and a raspy voice came out. Come with me. We went and followed him, and we walked together out of the academy. We didn't say anything as we were all nervous. We started walking on a road that was very familiar to me. We are going towards the Inuzuka clan compound. And it really is uncomfortable here. No one has said anything since we left the academy. Then we arrived at the outskirts of the Inuzuka compound. Ken took us to a fancy restaurant, and as we sat down, he cleared his throat and started saying, well honestly, I didn't really want to be your Jonin sensei. But a certain someone asked me to do it. I would rather be fighting on the front lines and at least being useful in there. And see Yami-sama fight one last time. I hope that you will become Chunin within 4 to 5 years because I can feel that my body has started getting weaker. I will probably die within this decade by natural causes. We were all surprised when he said that. After all, he was talking about death like it was nothing. And he only seems to be in his 20s, so him not having a problem with his death is shocking. Is this what it takes to be a ninja? Willing to sacrifice your life in the darkness and endure? Then this time the girl in our team. Her name is Momo Uchiha, and she has dark eyes, pale skin and a very beautiful but cold face. But even her eyes whitened when our teacher said that. She couldn't help but ask. Isn't Yami Inuzuka the best medical ninja to ever live, surpassing even his teacher Tsunade Senju? Should he help you since you are in his clan? Ken just laughed loudly at this. Hahaha, your name is Momo, right? Momo just nods at this in confirmation. Well, Momo, he is the reason that I am currently able to even walk. My body should have given up a long time ago. But Yami helped me move for at least a little while more. But enough about me, about you, tell me about yourself while we wait for the waitress to come here. Anyway, tell me your likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams for the future, said Ken as he smiled at us. The first to talk was my last teammate, the one who barely passed. He had red hair and black eyes. He also had a huge grin on his face. My name is Shoto, I am a civilian orphan. He was about to continue, but someone barged into the restaurant and screamed. Shoto was about to continue, but someone barged into the restaurant and screamed. Big news, Yami Inuzuka has captured the eight-tailed demon and the third Raikage's son. Everyone who heard that was in shock. There hadn't even been any real full-blown battles amongst the boarders. The first one happened and it was an overwhelming victory for Konoha. Then the guy went on explaining that the evil Cloud Ninja said that they wanted to meet for a treaty, but instead the Konoha ninja were attacked and ambushed. And as expected, almost everyone believed it. After all, this is the only source of information. So facts can be muddied up and work on Yami's favor. Hachi had a shocked look on his face, and so did his teammates. But Ken, his Jonin teacher, had a wide smile. Damn. Wish I could have been there, said Ken as he had a wild smile on his face. His body, which had a certain frailness to it, was revitalized and full of energy when he hears what Yami had done. I owe Yami everything, my life, fame and even power. Someone like me would have never even dreamed of being an elite Jonin of Konoha, thought Ken, as he just looked at his hand and clenched it into a fist. This body of mine will last for a little while more. I need to help him in any way I can. Ken looks towards his students. He doesn't know why Yami asked him to train this team, but he will do it to the best of his abilities. Hachi was unsure of what to think about this. He had understood that Yami was amazing, but he didn't think that he was so strong. His teammate Shoto, even though he was shocked, he didn't understand the true effect that this event of Yami will have. It could possibly lead to at least a 50% reduction in the power of Hidden Cloud Village, and the Raikage's son was taken prisoner during the confrontation. Plus, losing someone like Killer Bee isn't a small matter either. He is possibly even more important than the third Raikage's son. But in the Hokage's office, something else was happening. Well, the Hokage was a little glad that Asuma had now become a Chunin, because he wouldn't be 100% in Yami's control now. Those Sarutobi clan elders, doing something dumb like this, is unexpected of them. Did they somehow expect Asuma to spy on Yami, or did they send him to Yami as a peace offering, and let me and Yami tear on each other, while they disassociate themselves from me? Contemplated Hiruzen while he tried to understand the double or triple meaning of different decisions. He wasn't a naturally born political genius, who is good at understanding people. He has only learned these things from his experience as Hokage. Suddenly he can easily sense an Anbu enter the room, even though nothing indicates so, since both the door and window are closed. The Anbu just puts a newspaper in front of him. The newspaper was also one of Yami's inventions, that is quite misinforming. He can easily read through the propaganda, but most people wouldn't be able to do the same. But there are some true facts in there sometimes. That is why the Anbu brought the newspaper to Hiruzen. There must be something seemingly true in this thing. The Hokage opens the newspaper. His eyes immediately widened in shock at what he saw. How is this possible? Hiruzen looked at the Anbu in the walls. Go and find out if this is true. Though I am not necessarily fond of Yami Inuzuka as a person, if what he says is even half true. We could negotiate a peace between Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha. His skill as a ninja truly is unparalleled, thought Hiruzen as he looked at the newspaper, which as its front page had a photo of a smiling Yami in his Jonin uniform. While on the land of lightning, inside the village hidden in the clouds, the Raikage has just learned what has happened on the battlefield. Although he is feeling unquenchable anger, he has a calm mask on his face. Though he still can't help an angry growl coming out of him every now and then. He knows how cruel Yami can be. He still remembers when during the Second Ninja War, a 12-year-old Yami slaughtered his comrades. Even died when he took him to the closest hospital, which was close by Land of Water. But well, he thought that would help the relationship with the Hidden Mist village. I's body exploded in the hospital where a lot of injured Mist shinobi were recovering. A lot of them died, and even though the Mizukage knew it wasn't him, he had to kick him out of the mist to keep his image of power. Since then the relationship with the general ninja of the mist has not been good at all. And all of that happened because of that cruel kid. He now has his son. The Raikage keeps wondering if Yami is already torturing his son, even as he spends time like this uselessly thinking to himself. But he knows that the Hokage will sue for peace. In his eyes the Hokage was weak and indecisive like that. That is also why everyone wants to start another war. After all, the first and second weren't really that much of a decisive victory for Konoha. Konoha almost fell countless times. I will kill Yami Inuzuka as soon as I get my son's back. He will let his guard down during the small time gap after the treaty. That is when we will strike. Schemes the Raikage, while plotting to have Yami unguarded during the attack too. Well, they were all plotting different things. Yami was in his temporary underground laboratory with the unconscious Killer Bee, strapped to a table with tubes strapped all around his body. The tubes had some small Fuinjutsu written on it. They were drawing red chakra formed the 8 tails inside Killer Bee, and were transporting it inside a pitch-dark cube, with countless Fuinjutsu written all over it. Yami suddenly smiled in a menacing way as he saw the process of his experiment going so smoothly. War really has a lot of opportunities, he thought while observing his sleeping test subject. Yami was just looking at this small cube. It could be said that this was his best creation. It had the soul of the Zero Tails inside. Obviously the soul was wiped out of all its memories, emotions and everything else that made it be special. Now Yami is using its soul as a way to try and create an artificial tailed beast. Yami did this to the Zero Tails, because when he studied and learned all of the abilities from the Zero Tails, from being able to generate dark chakra from negative emotions, sensing emotions, chakra stealing and all of its other minor abilities, the Zero Tails wasn't a tailed beast, no matter how much others called it the Zero Tails. All it is a strange leech that was naturally born with the ability to generate dark chakra from negative emotions. So simply it is an animal with a Kekkei Genkai. Though rare on animals, it is nothing that weird. The old Toad Sage had the ability to see the future in the form of prophecies, and the Zero Tails is also quite old. That is why Yami took his soul as the catalyst to make this cube. After experimenting with the Zero Tails, Yami discovers that it has a strong soul, able to hold tailed beast levels of chakra, and with the help of his Fuinjutsu, he has created an item that only he can use, that is like an artificial tailed beast. And it works perfectly for Yami, since he would feel uncomfortable having another being inside of his soul, or more correctly, inside his chakra system. Since that is why a Jinchuriki dies when their tailed beast is pulled out. Yami senses the soul of the Zero Tails thrashing around in the cube. Since the chakra that the 8 tails generates is too much for it, the soul started feeling burning pain. If it was a normal human, they would be potentially crippled, but with Zero Tails' strong soul, it only felt unimaginable pain. Though the soul is like a clean slate, so too a pain is not comprehensible of what is happening. Yami just smiles even more. Finally, the experiment was an absolute success. I really love it when things go like planned. Just like this, 3 days passed. Yami spent most of his time experimenting and let his clones manage the Konoha camp. Though he saw that his test subject Killer Bee had thinned a little. This is nothing too big. The 8 tails can regenerate back his chakra easily. Summarized Yami as he had an now red cube in his hand. It had changed colors, and the Zero Tails soul had already lost its sense of being, so it now is just a chakra storage and purifying machine. It also adapted to the 8 tails chakra, and already started producing tailed beast chakra. But, as Yami was celebrating about his recent success, the Hokage wasn't far away from his camp. He also had 10 Anbu around him for protection. Konoha and Kumo had made a secret arrangement of exchanging prisoners. The Hokage was also hoping to be able to sue for peace. When they were finally able to see the camp, they slowed down, and half of the Anbu went forward to confirm their identities. After that, then they were told to go to Yami's giant personal tent. They went there and opened the tent flap. What they saw inside, it was normal. It looked like your average office, with a desk and a very uncomfortable looking wooden chair. Yami was also there sitting up, and he had 2 unconscious people on the ground at his feet. They were Killer Bee and Unruly A, future 4th Raikage, Yami POV. When I sensed the Hokage from kilometers away, I simply got Killer Bee out of my underground laboratory, and with a single hand sign, a staircase that takes me to my tent is formed. Then I tie up Killer Bee and dispel the clone I had acting as me in the tent. I also have the future 4th Raikage with me. I must say, this is quite nice. I can feel a sense of excitement hit me when I feel the power that I possess. As I am contemplating this, my tent flap opens up and Hiruzen comes in together with his 10 personal Anbu. I can already easily sense where they are. Damn, these guys suck. You wouldn't have me protected by these weaklings, that's for sure. I also immediately noticed the look in Hiruzen's eyes. He plans to make peace with Hidden Cloud. He is too easily pushed around. It makes him seem weak as a leader. Well, that is why in the canon timeline, he had to be replaced by Minato. After all, not a lot of people like such a weak leader. Yami, you have done an amazing job at this. When you return back to Konoha, you can choose any jutsu that you want to learn. When I heard the Hokage say this, I immediately caught on what he was doing. He is trying to lure me. Plus as a border camp leader, it is very unlikely that I will return back to Konoha before the war is over. I just smiled at him out of courtesy and said, "No thank you, Hokage-sama. I didn't do this out of anything like greed. I just did it to help Konoha in these hard times." As I said that with a smile on my face, I could see that Hiruzen too had a perfect smile on his face. Though I knew that the smile is fake. After all, I have already spent 18 years amongst ninja. I can know even when a ninja is lying. Plus I have waited all this time for techniques. I am not going to ruin my plan to get them just because I was a little impatient. Oh, I am forever grateful to you, Yami. You have helped Konoha tremendously. You have saved so many lives. From both sides of the war, from what I heard. It was quite merciful of you to hold the 3,000 Cloud Ninja prisoners. Thanked Hiruzen. I again immediately caught on what he was playing at. Aren't you being a little hypocritical calling me soft for not killing the prisoners, Hiruzen? I mean, you literally let Danzo walk around, even when you definitely knew what he was doing. But I still had a smile on my face as I nonchalantly said to Hiruzen, "Well, I was just waiting for your order, Hokage-sama. We can execute them right now if you want. I am ready whenever you are." When I suggested executing all 3,000 of the Kumo ninja, Hiruzen was shocked, and he said, "When I suggested executing all 3,000 of the Kumo ninja, Hiruzen was shocked, and he said, "No, there will be no need for that. We will be negotiating a deal with Hidden Cloud now. I would like you, Yami, to be part of it. Come on now, old man. When you say the talk, you must also walk the walk. This is why people view you as a weak Hokage." "Of course, Hokage-sama," I answered. After all, even while thinking all of this, I had a calm look in my face. There is no need to aggravate the Hokage. I know that he is already mad at me for killing Danzo, so I don't need to give him another reason to try and undermine. Because unlike Danzo, I can't just go to the Land of Fire's nobles and the daimyo and suggest to them that I would like the Hokage killed. But it doesn't really matter anyway. Hiruzen is an old man, and in a few years he will step down as the Hokage. By then, not even his clan will have his back after the little stunt he pulled with Danzo's clan, by uniting both clans under the Sarutobi banner. Operation is truly useful. I have had my clones go back and manage the clan, so even though I am at the battlefield, the Inuzuka clan can continue advancing. Especially now that all the others are more concerned about the war, I can take advantage of this. 3 days later and another 3,000 ninja were sent from Konoha. So now that everything was in place, we set off, with me and the Hokage leading our army. After some time we got all of our army to move to the borders of the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Water. There we were, meeting with another 1,000 soldiers, all of them having the headbands of the Hidden Cloud village, signifying their allegiance, and in the midst of them all, I saw it. A man who made me so scared that I had to literally use every trick in the book to even be able to run away from him. The Third Raikage. Third Raikage POV. Seeing the face of that pushover Hokage was a pleasant sight, since it means that at least my sons haven't been killed or tortured to insanity. Yet that is. I have no doubt that if Yami Inuzuka was the Hokage, Konoha would be a really scary existence to all the other villages. Thankfully he isn't Hokage and he never will be, because Konoha isn't rational enough to get leaders like Yami. The Hokage are mostly chosen by the nobles of the people of power. What do they even know of how a ninja village should be run or anything like that? They simply choose the one who seems nicest and who can talk good enough to convince them. Konoha has a lot of resources, but it can't use any of them well enough to make them something special. Currently, the only thing they have going for them is their high population inside Konoha. Also, another reason why Yami Inuzuka won't be Hokage is because I will kill him within 1 month. This time I will make sure to go all out and plaster his brains and be done with the brat. I give a signal for my army to stop, and so does the Konoha's army. They come for the meeting, and only I go forward. From the opposite side comes the Hokage and the brat, Yami Inuzuka. We all intensely meet up in the middle, our armies ready to tear at each other's throats. We all looked at each other with serious looks on our faces. None of us said anything for a couple seconds. I was the one to break the silence as I asked, "Where are my sons?" General POV. "If you are asking if they are safe, then yes, they are right," said Yami with a calm look on his face. The Raikage frowned a little and asked, "I didn't ask you that, brat. I was asking the Hokage." Yami just shrugged at what the Raikage said. "Sure, whatever, I don't care. I just thought that you would be worried that I might have tortured them to insanity while trying to get them to say Kamagakure secrets. Or that I could have used a Yamanaka on your successor and learned your secret lightning armor jutsu. But sure, to go on, I guess you'd better talk to the Hokage." When the Third Raikage heard Yami say this, he just clenched his fists and held his anger. After all, it would raise more problems than it would solve if he plummets the brat here. The Hokage didn't indicate his opinion on what Yami did. After all, to the enemy they must present a unified front. The Hokage and the Raikage continued their negotiations, while Yami just looked from the sidelines. At the end, Kuma would pay 1.8 billion Ryo for the return of their 3,000 ninja with Color B and Unruly A, the Third Raikage's son. It was also decided that every week the transaction of 100 Kumo ninja will be let free to return to Kumo. Because releasing all 3,000 of them at once wasn't a good idea. After Color B and Unruly A were returned, Kuma will pay up front, and the rest of the transaction will be overlooked by Yami, as the Hokage needs to return back to Konoha. Also, a 2-year ceasefire was signed between the two parties. And that was the end of the deal. So they each separated and returned to their own camps. When he turned his back, the Raikage got his sons and started walking back to his army. He had a dark smile on his face. Planning Yami's demise, he would surprise attack Yami with his full army within a month. True, they signed a deal, and the Hokage was happy about the ceasefire. But that is all just paper. They're ninja after all. Why wouldn't they attack them, just because they signed a piece of paper? No. They're ninja, so why should they keep to their word? But that day, what no one noticed was Yami's own hidden dark smile. With everything about the ceasefire treaty already settled upon, including my assignment of overseeing that Kamagakure held their end of the bargain and whatnot, I was returned the full command of the camp and troops. got all hears and decided he was no longer needed and, as per the general war strategy, mostly my general war strategy, he had already made his way back to Konoha, along with his personal land guard. Perfect. All according to my calculations, I have been left to my own devices, which are the same as always. Doing whatever is necessary for me to obtain what I came here looking for. On the road to perfection there's a lot of sacrifices of other people to be made, and I'm willing to do so. Now, about my first true cash-in this war. Taking advantage of the almost real-time intel I get from my spy network, mainly coming from my thousands of insidiously attentive mosquito spy summons, I have started to receive the most interesting reports. I have thus been able to determine, with almost 100% certainty, that the Third Reich Almighty A will go back on his word and try to increase his chances of killing me by launching a surprise attack. He sees the situation as his best chance to try to get his oh so yearn for revenge against me, and maybe strike a decisive blow against Konoha. All in one fell swoop. Emphasis on the word try. And while it is indeed true that both the Reikage and his Kamagakure would lose quite a lot of credibility by pulling such a sneaky and dishonorable stunt even to the point of hindering any future dealing with another hidden village, it nonetheless seems like the Third Reikage considers me a bigger threat that whatever could come out of becoming unable to negotiate with the other great ninja. Powers. He's not stupid, I'll give him that. Now, here's the thing. Allowing such a move from my enemy is certain to bring many risks to me. For a good example, there is the very latent risk of the Third Reikage leading a tandem formation together with the Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. That could become a problem. I might even have to draw upon my Manjikyu Sharingan if that happens. But that would also give me a good reason to use it again, since I haven't had the need to use its power as of late. On another note about the Sharingan though, I am still annoyed about the fact that I can't use the Susanoo. I've done some casual thinking while preparing my disgusting tea, and came up with an answer eventually. My theory regarding such an intriguing conundrum is that this is an exclusive power of the Uchiha themselves, and not the Sharingan per se. But what is the meaning of such profound words, Yami? Some may be asking themselves. Well, that just means that Susanoo is an innate power residing inside the soul of an Uchiha, indicating that it exists at birth, and technically not through the unlocking of the Manjikyu Sharingan, or any form of Jujutsu for that matter. But that doesn't suggest that the Manjikyu Sharingan has nothing to do with the Susanoo. I know about the strong emotions that trigger the Sharingan's evolution into the MS. But it goes without saying that they also shake the soul of the Uchiha to the core, with all kinds of emotional energies, colliding the ones against the others, love, rage, sadness. This event, then, acts as the catalyst for the awakening of the cursed guardian of the Uchiha bloodline. The Susanoo is thus activated and is unconsciously called upon by the Uchiha, at the same time that the MS provides to the Susanoo the conduit that links both body and soul, enabling it to manifest itself around the user and into this world, in a material expression of the soul. So, in mortal terms, the MS is only the key for the Uchiha to be able to tap into the power of the Susanoo for the first time, without the MS being the source of the power itself. My theory grows increasingly feasible if judging by what happened in the anime. During the Fourth Ninja War, Madara Uchiha was able to channel Susanoo without even having his eyes on his sockets, let alone having the MS activated. Then there is also Shisui Uchiha, who was able to use it, although in a weakened version, with only one eye. Of course, if we take into account that they were both geniuses, that there may be differences with what was depicted in the anime and what is true for my world, and many other variables. The horizon turns foggy once more. My theory so far is just that. A theory. That's why it becomes clear as water that I will need to further study the souls of the Uchiha, in order to unravel the truth behind the Susanoo. If I was reborn as an Uchiha, by now I would have already got my pair of flawless eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, along with the full body Susanoo. But no use crying over spilled milk, I guess. Anyway, with the endless experiments I've run so far on my dead Uchiha comrades, bless them for keeping their eyes intact when dying, I have also learned how to determine what Manjikyu Sharingan skill one gets from their pair of Sharingan, with a certain degree of success of around 53.7%, which is acceptable. For now. So, if a Manjikyu is obtained through extreme torture, the streamlined method, the person being tortured to insanity, would want to get away from these dire circumstances by whatever means available, so he would get teleportation-oriented skill. Just like the first Manjikyu I had. Now, just like I did with the Susanoo, I have come to a conclusion by using the anime for reference. When Rin died by the hands of Kakashi, Obito refused this reality where his friend killed the girl he was in love with. Hence, what did he get? His own pocket dimension. That Kamui. Truly an amazing ability, that one. Anyhow, moving on. Sasuke had great hatred towards Konoha, and the people who had made his brother go through all that pain and self-sacrifice. Hence, he got the eternal black flame, Amaterasu. He had already been led astray by Orochimaru, giving in to his anger. But most importantly, he used to look up to his brother, only to then hate him, only to later kill him. Therefore it was to be expected that his MS would replicate his brother's skill, reflecting the inevitable insecurities of Sasuke when he compared himself to Itachi. So, he got Amaterasu and the ability to control the Amaterasu. representing his desired and final victory against his anger. In overall conclusion, the Manjikyu Sharingan skill is the way the Uchiha unconsciously overcompensate for their own flaws, at least in battle. It is so that with the help of the people who were so kind as to donate their bodies to me tacitly, that I now possess the knowledge about these matters, and am ready to construct my very own customized pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. The ones I have on currently are simply not enough to reach the apex. I have already set my eyes on one distinct specimen for the base of my custom Manjikyu. Yes, it seems like Obito's will have to do. Now that is an ability that allowed Kakashi for that small amount of time that he had Obito's Manjekyo to surpass both Sasuke and Naruto with the Sage of Six Paths power, which pretty much made them demigods. A smile appeared on my face. Thankfully I was inside my tent and alone, so no one noticed it. I want Obito's power. Nonetheless, I have to be patient about this. Luckily I'm good at playing the long game. I have to let some events play out first before acting, otherwise, Obito could get another Manjekyo and that would be an undesirable outcome for me. I already have DNA from Obito, that was too easy to get. But I still need some more things before everything falls into place. But now, I have a bigger fish on my plate. The third Raikage. He has to die in this third ninja war. There's no other way around it. And he will definitely die. Time skip. 2 months later. I am at another dealing with the Raikage for the weekly prisoner exchange. I am currently waiting for the Kumo ninja to arrive. I was here to stop them from setting some type of trap or something like that. Haration is difficult to counter, after all, I could literally be in Konoha and out of any danger in seconds. But give me a week and I could create a barrier made especially for my Haration mark. Obviously, though, I know that the Raikage sometimes coming late to these meetings might seem like a power play by the bastard. But why should I care? I would easily beg for my life if it meant I would live. After all, what is dying with pride really worth? Let me tell you. Dog shit. That is what it's worth. No one will remember you, no one will even recognize you, after which you have become naga shit. So, in reality, it's worth a shit. I also have my army of 2,000 ninja behind me and another 100 prisoners from the batch that we have been exchanging every week. I have made sure that the prisoners were underfed, to maintain them in a malnourished and emaciated state. I have also been secretly inoculating a special parasite I concocted on their intestines, by tampering with their limited food rations. After all, the thing I hate most is having an unnecessary enemy. So they will all die within a year from some nasty infection or disease. Their bodies will weaken gradually so it won't be traced back to me. This prisoner-killing parasite is particularly tough and most importantly, discreet. It becomes apparent that the victim is infected only when it's too late and there's organ failure present. Only the best medic nin could detect it on time, but even then, the antidote is one only I know how to make. I don't like leaving behind loose ends. And in the extreme event that they traced it back to me, they have no proof of me doing anything. Plus this is war, no use crying over a couple of thousand shinobi dying. I see that, as usual, the Raikage comes with his army flanking him from a distance. Another one of his meaningless power plays, trying to show me that he's enough to take me and my army alone. It isn't though. And I don't need power plays or something like that. I know because it is a fact. The Raikage's face is calm, his body shows nothing strange. But from the corner of my eye, I saw Kumo ninja swallow nervously. I act like I didn't see anything like that, and just calmly walked forward and met with the Raikage in the middle of the battlefield. Our armies both facing each other. Deathly still. The Konoha Chunin level ninja are a little relaxed since they have already done this a dozen times, and have built an instinctive reaction to drop their guard at something like this. I still have no reaction on my face as I extend my hand towards the Raikage, doing the unison sign to represent no harsh feelings after this. He nodded calmly, and took my hand in a firm handshake. Third person POV. As soon as the Raikage shook hands with Yami, he immediately squeezed hard. He had done this before to express his resentment. But the real reason why he had done so was so Yami wouldn't be alarmed when he did this for real. He wanted Yami to instinctively drop his guard, even for one split second. That is all he needed. As his squeeze got even harder, the Raikage then immediately swung Yami by the arm, entered in his lightning armor mode, and he slammed Yami on the rock-solid ground, head first. Yami saw what was happening, but had no time for his body to catch up with his Sharingan that he keeps activated during these meetings. Thanks only to the Jungu, he was able to manually control his body to an absolute level, and had created a one-way mirror-like membrane in front of his eyes, so when he had the Sharingan active it wouldn't show. Then the Raikage swung Yami around again like an enraged gorilla, but then Yami's skull hit the ground again, even harder this time, creating a crater of considerable size under it. As his head was stuck underground, his body on the outside had suddenly gone limp. The sounds of a certain spine cracking and breaking in terrible ways still echoed all across the Brumal Valley that divided a land of frost and a land of hot water. Yami's body lay there limp, lifeless. No response whatsoever. His pulverized head underground, while the rest of him leaned against the hard frosted rock. The hot blood had started to melt the thin ice sheet that covered the chilly ground. But the third Reikage was a cunning old fox. He had most positively learned from his mistakes during the Second Ninja War. He had been too lenient towards the little boy. He would be absolutely ruthless this time and make sure that nothing of the now-grown Yami remained. Almighty A immediately goes out of his way to completely annihilate the young shinobi's cadaver. Without holding back one bit, he starts using his infamous technique in a relentless barrage of strikes, leaving Yami's body full of bloody giant holes. His entire corpse had been cut, burned, and almost downright disintegrated. Yami had now become a mushy paste of blood, tissue, and powdered bone, with only small parchments of what once was his commander battlesuit. As experienced in battle as he is smart, the Reikage, while looking at this own brutal handiwork, immediately felt that something didn't add up. There was definitely something wrong here. Yami Inuzuka couldn't be taken down this easily, regardless of his surprise attack being successful. He literally hadn't even been able to react, let alone counterattack. Had the boy that escaped him that one time with only 12 years of age really fallen prey to his own arrogance and carelessness? Almighty A wasn't convinced of this at all. And he was proven right just seconds later, as Yami's remains shattered like mirrors simultaneously. Jinjutsu. Instantly deducted the third Reikage. But when did he use it? I didn't perceive any signs of all. Then another Yami appeared. The Reikage was right about to engage Yami again, when suddenly, the world around him had started to crack like a mirror. As if a thick glass barrier was broken all around him, a new picture, completely different from the previous one, took place in front of his eyes that were now open in mild shock. He was being held by Killer Bee's Hachibi tentacle, as it kept transferring chakra, in order to break him out of the Jinjutsu he had been put under. In the real world, the Konoha and Kumo ninja armies were already engaging in an intense battle. The chaos and straying jutsu blasts all around were killing countless shinobi left and right. The sky had been painted red and blue by the hundreds of fire and lightning bursts that constantly shook the earth as they dropped down like artillery shells on the firing lines of both armies. The smell of crisping flesh and blood. Cries for help. Desperate screams of pain. There was an all-out battle all around them. Their men were dying. But neither commander paid attention to them. Yami, Almighty A, and Killer B naturally, they knew what was going on, that their people were falling by the hundreds without any of them to help them. Yet they also didn't dare get distracted by it. Not even for an instant. One small mistake in the Reikage's frightening speed would overwhelm Yami in tandem with the fierce onslaught of the Hachibi's Jinchuriki. But the opposite was also true. One wrong move and Yami's flying thunder god, Haraishin, could easily overwhelm the Reikage and Killer B. The Reikage was the first one to make his move. As the ground under him fractured from the pressure that the Reikage was putting into it as he kicked forward in a shocking display of speed. He dashed forward faster than any lightning jutsu could. As Yami sensed the Reikage coming towards him, as he looked like he had disappeared to the untrained eye, he had an absolutely calm face. His eyes moved at unimaginable speed as they analyzed the Reikage's muscle movements and tried to predict his next move and trajectory. His weren't just any pair of trained eyes, they were Sharingan trained to perfection. Analyzed beyond the limits and surpassed them, thought Yami, while trying to predict the Reikage down to the movement of his eyebrows. However, that proved too hard of a feat for him to accomplish. Even his thought process and training, coupled with his battle instinct, he simply couldn't keep up with the third Reikage's speed. At least not at 100% accuracy. A testament of just how outrageous the Reikage's speed and agility were. A monster in his own right. Almighty A. His was now ready to obliterate Yami's head with a fast and harsh piercing motion. If one could catch a glimpse of the Reikage's expression, it's likely that it would be calm, and the only thing that would show what he might be feeling is his sadistic look in his eyes that would be present. Nevertheless, something weird had happened as Yami donned a slightly teasing smirk on his face. The moment the Reikage's was within arm's reach of his body, Yami's hand went to stop the hell stab. People would consider this the height of humanly possible stupidity, given that this technique could inflict considerable damage to even the Hachibi. What it could do to a mere human being is a completely different thing. One that had previously been delivered to Yami's illusion not more than a few moments ago. By the time the crackling finger of the Reikage is about to enter contact with the hand of the Inuzuka, Yami's hand also got filled with chakra in less than a split second. Yami was about to use that technique to contend against the Reikages. But then, in a black flash, before anyone including the Reikage could notice, Yami was behind him. He teleported to a Haraishin formula kunai that he had secretly buried in the ground. Yami then swings his wind chakra scalpel at the Reikage's back. The Reikage couldn't see behind his back, but Yami was already known for his use of the Haraishin. Predicting a flanking attack, the Reikage just jumped forward to dodge Yami's attack. Yami was about to chase after the Reikage, but then he sensed an attack from Killer B. He too was careful and jumped out of the attack range with relative ease, as it was just a chibi black ink that he threw him. As he looks at the Jinchuriki, Yami clicks his tongue. Killer B is in his full Hachibi aspect transformation. The giant Hachibi had now opened his jaws, and while yin and yang chakra were rapidly gathering there in a pulsating dark purplish sphere, Killer B had already taken aim at Yami as he finished charging his small-sized Bijidama. And although it looked to be no bigger than 4.8 meters, 15.7 feet in diameter, it was still more than enough to level half of the battlefield in an instant. Yami frowned at this scene, and immediately started performing several hand signs at a fast pace. He was getting ready to create a barrier to contain that dreadful technique. However, the Reikage wouldn't allow this, so he again moved in to engage Yami and provide support for the Hachibi-clad killer bee. He returned a favor by appearing behind Yami, and Almighty A had landed a clean heavy punch on his back, making Yami stop performing his hand signs, as his face grimaced in pain. He could feel the lightning chakra running through him, tearing through skin and muscle, paralyzing his body and scrambling his chakra, the pain not allowing him to even teleport away with duration. He didn't have enough time to turn off his pain receptors. And as the Reikage blitzed away just as fast as he came with his punch, it was at that same moment fired by Killer Bee. The two Goliaths of Kumagakure had established just how overwhelming an assault in perfect coordination by them can be. Differing from an ordinary bomb-type attack, the explosion wasn't like that of a ball of fire, and more like a blinding flash of pure chakra being set free in a violent rampage, destroying any matter that stood in its way. Everything around the zone of impact had seemingly ceased to exist. There were countless casualties from both sides of the conflict. The attack had, as expected, caused immense devastation all around. Trees, water, rock, metal, flesh, no matter. Anything in range of the giant blast had succumbed before the terrifying power of the second strongest Biju. Yomi POV, I can feel it. Everything burning right off, a catastrophic amount of pain hitting me like a train. This is simply too troublesome. I could have killed the Reikage ever since the fight started. Regardless of how fast he is. I would have taken one single attack for me to end him and paint the ground red with his insides. Nonetheless, I require his body to be as intact as possible for it to be useful to me. It is quite harder to win right out of the bat when you need to take care to not obliterate your opponents in the process. Abruptly, I look at my hands, trembling from the shock of pain. And by hands, I mean my calcined hand bones. I could feel that all of my hair and half of my face had been burned off as well, including half of my skull. Thankfully, I saved the Sharingan inside my eye socket. I could at least protect my vital organs and my Jungyu hearts in that decisive moment. It seems like I will have to get serious. I get up and move my hands. Not by the use of the nerves or anything like that. My dark bony hands move by the use of the dead bone pulse, Shikatsu from the Kagaya clan. General POV. The Kumo shinobi were happy that this attack had paid off. Their hefty sacrifice had been worth it. The Konoha ninja were now trying to scatter in despair. But then, the dust quickly cleared off, and in the pits of the crater, there it was. A true monster. The Kumo ninja were absolutely frozen by the terror crawling up their bodies. Even the Konoha ninja, on top of their morale being low, after looking at the scene in front of their eyes, they were scared senseless. What they saw was Yami. He had half of his face and body burned off. Most of him was now charred meat or blackened bone, with both of his arms as calcined skeletal limbs. But what had truly shocked and scared them were the flesh and muscle on the young man's body being restored out of nothing and at an alarming rate, as if it was the work of a genjutsu of some kind. Maybe it was. They couldn't know for sure. His face had also regenerated, even faster than the rest of his body. Tattoos of different linear shapes started spreading all over Yami's body like water rolling down a cascade. All of his body had regenerated in a blink of an eye. Yami's hair had also turned completely white. His body couldn't possibly keep up with the jutsu and produce enough pigments to dye his new hair roots. Yami had a cold demeanor that looked like you would be frozen if you got too close. He clasped his hands together, and a golden light radiated from where Yami stood. No. More like from his entire physique. It was as if Yami himself had become a miniature sun, emitting a blinding flash similar to that of the Bijidama. Yami just regenerated and looked towards the Reikage. His body still shining like he was a miniature sun. It seems like I will have to start getting serious now, said Yami with a creeping calm voice. The Reikage frowned at what Yami said, but he didn't let his emotions take the better of him and attack Yami immediately. So Killer Bee in his 8 tails form was the one to attack. It threw another giant-tailed beast bomb. Yami just waved 3 hand signs, and the tailed beast bomb got absorbed by a giant Fuinjutsu seal that appeared mid-air, and far away an explosion was heard. This technique is very chakra-consuming. If Yami was the average ninja, that is. But he had the Tsunade's seal that stored chakra together with 5 hearts, and each of them are at S-rank chakra amount. So truly Yami didn't even feel the drain. Plus his chakra was already regenerating at an alarming rate. He was sucking and purifying the huge amount of dark chakra that was produced by all the negative emotions around the battlefield, where dark emotions are overwhelming. Suddenly, as the Reikage was about to attack again, Yami just dropkicks the ground, creating a huge earthquake, destabilizing the Reikage's footing. Obviously the Reikage was only destabilized for a split second, but that was enough time as a giant golden fist that seemingly came out of nowhere punched him, and threw him away. The Reikage was punched very hard, going through many trees and rocks before his body halted. On the outside, the Reikage didn't have a scratch on him, but he still had a frowning face as he touched his chest. That was shockwave damage. But the Reikage, as he analyzed what happened, he didn't see it. But he went back at the sight of the Eight Tails bee. He looked at his opponent, and he saw Yami, who now had white silver hair, with a smile on his face. Yami just clapped his hands again, and the Reikage was able to see what had hit him. A transparent Buddha-like golden statue with 100 arms. 100 type, Guanyin Bodhisattva. A moon technique that had been modified by Yami to suit his needs. The statue was gigantic, easily matching the Eight Tails in size. The Eight Tails got ready to shoot another tailed beast bomb, but before it even had time to gather the chakra to do that, the giant statue behind Yami opened its mouth, and it fired a laser beam towards the Eight Tails. The speed of the attack was too fast for the Eight Tails' giant body to dodge, but it still decided to bring his hand forward to defend itself. As soon as the giant golden laser beams and the Eight Tails' palm collide, a burning feeling fills the air, as the hand of the Eight Tails is clearly burning from the laser, who is spreading around and hitting people all over when the beam made contact with the Eight Tails' hand. Killer Bee just winced a little, and it held the beam back, and he was still able to form a tailed beast bomb of the smaller variety, and threw it towards Yami, simply waved another hand sign and a giant flesh substance wraps all around Yami. As the mini-tailed beast bomb hit him, and even the Reikage went on top of the head of the Eight Tails, and waved through hand signs as he dropped his lightning armor. Suddenly black lightning appeared on his hands. The lightning transformed into two panthers made out of electricity. So he sent the black lightning towards Yami's fleshy defense. Yami of course wasn't affected, even by the lightning shock. The meatball around Yami burned and got electrocuted, but it simply regenerated. Yami waved through another sequence of hand signs. All around Yami, the land turned into a swamp. He also put a full-on cage-level chakra into the jutsu, making a huge and deep sinkhole all around him. Even the Eight Tails got stuck into it, as the mud was infused with chakra to make it stick more to its opponents. The Eight Tails struggled, but it was only sinking deeper into the swamp. Then suddenly all around the Eight Tails' body, black ink was secreted from his body and into the swamp, giving itself even more time for something. But it took this time to form a giant tailed beast bomb towards Yami and his fleshy shield, completely obliterating it, but Yami had already teleported out of there. That was a distraction all along. He had moved away from his meaty shield. Both Killer Bee and the Reikage came to the same conclusion. Suddenly, a purple square barrier is formed all around the Reikage and Killer Bee, and the Reikage used his lightning armor to help his perception and see if he could find any weakness in the barrier. The Eight Tails disappeared from under his feet. The Reikage was worried for Bee for a split second as he was falling down. Yami took that opportunity as he appeared from underground. The Reikage was midair, so he couldn't dodge, so he used his attack again to attack the technique Yami threw at him. The Reikage frowned, and it looked for any weak spots in my defense. But then, 3 normal-looking kunai were thrown behind the Reikage. He looked around to see who did that and saw. It was Yami's shadow clones. The kunai had his Horatian mark as he appeared behind the Reikage. And Yami used his super strength as he used dot and dot. The Reikage's body was pierced from his back. But due to the strong defensive properties of the lightning armor, the pierce wasn't too deep. But it definitely pierced the Reikage on his back, giving Yami a chance. Then Yami does a slashing motion and a large cut appears in the back of the Reikage. While still midair, dark wings appear on Yami's back with all of his strength. He grabs the arm of the Reikage. And due to using all of his strength on it, the Reikage's arm is completely broken. Yami tugs it away and rips the arm off the Reikage's body. When the Reikage sees this, he immediately understands that Yami hasn't been going all out. This kid will kill us all. If I am injured, me and B won't be able to hold him back, thought the Reikage, while clutching his stump and using the heat of the electricity in the wound, burning it, which stopped the bleeding. As soon as he does so, he screams to the top of his lungs, "Retreat!" And he finally touched the ground. In a split second, the battlefield had changed. The Kumo ninja were the ones in peril now. Yami had a calm look all along as he looked at the Reikage. With the Eight Tails teleported out of the way, he could easily handle the Reikage. The Reikage immediately ordered the retreat of his soldiers. He might not be a match anymore for the monster in front of him, but he can hold him back. He looks at his son, Unruly, and their eyes meet each other. His son wouldn't be useful in a battle against Yami, so he had gone to fight against the other Konoha ninja. Whereas he is still an S-rank ninja, he killed a lot of them. As the third Reikage's and his son's eyes meet the Reikage, even with his arm ripped off of his torso, he smiles at his son. It would be shameful and sad for his last memory to be of me fearing for my life, thought the Reikage. I took a gamble and lost. Now I will pay the price. He simply says something to his son, who is far away and can't hear him, but from reading his lips, he can tell what his father said. It's your turn next. The Reikage's son. No. The new Reikage. Tears came out of his eyes, but his face hardened as he screamed at his soldiers. Retreat. Ordering them. He followed his father's wishes. The third Reikage was a little relieved at this. This all happened in a split second, and he then turned towards Yami, who had a calm look on his face. To hold him back long enough I need to put some distance between us. Contemplated the Reikage, using all of his vast life experience to try and use the best possible move. The Reikage jumped back in blinking speeds. Yami just looked at this calmly and asked, "Why are you putting so much distance between us? If you want to make sure it hits me, then you should get up close and fire. Or is it that you're afraid of letting even a part of me out of your field of vision by getting close? If that's the case, then it is a foolish thought. Distance only has meaning in a fight between equals. With you and me, distance holds no meaning at all. Watch." In a black flash, Yami appeared in front of the Reikage and placed his hand on the Reikage's chest, right above his heart. "If I do this, my hand is almost instantly at your heart," said Yami with an absolute calmness to his voice. He wasn't bragging or anything. He was simply stating a fact. When he hit the Reikage's back, he had already marked him with the Horatian formula. The Reikage was already dead. He just didn't know it. Yami's hand easily went through the Reikage's defenses, and with a simple wind scalpel, he touched his heart. The Reikage coughed blood. His eyes slowly got hollow as his body started falling on the ground. Yami as a medical ninja is terrifyingly powerful. Even with him simply touching his victim is a death sentence to his enemies. The Reikage, except for his missing arm, no other outward injuries were on his body during the time of its death. Immediately when the Konoha ninjas saw the Reikage fall, they cheered. From the couple of thousands of ninja from before, there are now only around 500. That is with counting the injured too. Today they lost comrades, friends, and family. They fell in the pit of despair earlier when they saw Yami hit by the Bijidama. But now, they see Yami as their undefeated champion. Kamagakure didn't lose that many of its ninja members due to their large numbers and the now de facto 4th Reikage helping them. But they lost far more than Konoha. They lost both their Kage and strongest shinobi. Yami just simply raised his fist in victory and screamed, "The battle is won." Even while saying this, he had a bright smile on his face. But what no one had noticed were the black tendrils going towards the Reikage's heart, ripping it out and healing back the injury, so no one would notice that the still beating was heart gone. After the battle ended, Kurenai looked to be a little shaken as she saw all of the dead bodies around her. It smelled horrible. She watched some Kunoichi who had her eyes wide open in shock, as half of her face was gone. The whole place was covered in blood and mutilated body parts lying around. She would have thrown up if Yami hadn't taught his students techniques on how to handle situations like this. Plus, Team 13 already had their first kills a long time ago. Ah. Kurenai heard a scream in a bundle of different bodies that seemed to have fallen on top of each other. She went to help but suddenly she felt a hand on her shoulder. "That is just a desperate Kumo ninja," said someone behind her. She turned around and said, "Yomi-sensei." Immediately the vision of Yami almost dying by the Bijidama appeared in her mind. She almost cried from this as she went to hug Yami desperately. "Why Yami-sensei? I am glad you are okay," sniffled Kurenai as she tugged on Yami's tattered shirt. She felt Yami hug her and say, "I am one of Yami's shadow clones. We were ordered by him to collect all of the bodies. He wants the soldiers to rest and relax now that the fighting is over. He will take care of the rest, like healing the injured and cleaning up the battlefield." Then after they separated she just wiped her tears away with the sleeve of her shirt. A ninja or not, she is still only a 9-year-old girl. Yami's clone crouched down to her level and pinched her cheeks into a forced smile. "Sensei, stop please," complained Kurenai in her childish voice. A girl like you should smile more often. Overcast skies blot out the sun, and that always brings people's spirits down. So why not let the sun shine? Even if just a while longer. "No," said Shadow Clone Yami, with a tender smile on his face while he lightly patted Kurenai's head. He looked like a gentle and caring older brother looking out for his cute little sister. After some time it had gotten dark outside, as Yami, well more like his clones, buried the bodies. Coincidentally, a dozen Uchiha and Hyuga clan members' remains had been destroyed during the battle. It was actually very useful for Yami that Killer Bee had used the Hachibi's Bijidama so freely. The thought of something being wrong with the disappearance of so many clansmen with the jutsu would never cross anyone's mind. 2 hours later, and Yami's thousands of clones had taken care of everything that he wanted. The remaining Jonin from Yami's army came into his tent. Now, there were only 20 Jonin alive. 2 of them having to retire due to one losing his kidneys, and the other's eyes getting slashed with a kunai, leaving him blind. They all sat down. They looked a little nervously towards the head of the table, where Yami was sitting on his slightly decorated chair. His hair had turned back to coal black, since his body was back to producing black pigment. He looked fresh and vigorous, as if nothing had happened in the last few hours. Yami smiled mildly to all of the Jonin in the room. They were holding their breaths for what Yami would do next. Would he give chase to the now weakened Kumo shinobi? Would he order a full invasion into the Land of Lightning? Or would he rather let them lick their wounds while they waited for the reinforcements to arrive? Yami could see what they were all thinking. His smile was still on his face as he got up from his chair and went to the side of the table, where there was a floating teapot with weird seals all around it. "Good evening, Konoha Jonin. Please, relax. We will talk about what happened and what comes next. But before addressing that, let us drink some tea. Good evening, Konoha Jonin. please, relax. We will talk about what happened and what comes next. But before addressing that, let us drink some tea. I said to them with a calm and serene voice, as if I already knew what would happen and how I would deal with it. That is what a true leader must be. He must be a good liar to his people. Some leaders even tend to lie to themselves as well. Not me though. Those who lie to themselves are only welcoming death. Anyway, I am simply asserting my dominance when doing something like pouring tea for myself. Because they know how confident I am that they won't rush the debrief. I feel even better than yesterday, as if I had woken up from the most refreshing and deep sleep. I can feel a monstrous chakra, more dense than anything I had felt before. Right at the tip of every nerve in my body. All due to my discarding of my previous Yongu lightning heart with a brand new one. The third Reikages. I can feel that he truly wasn't your normal cage. His chakra levels were monstrous. No wonder he tied with a tailed beast in a battle of endurance. No Reikage will ever be his equal. After pouring myself some tea, I go back to my seat and look at all of them in the eyes, one by one. They might be jonin, but my stare makes them a little nervous. After all, I did just take a point-blank Bijidama 2 hours ago, and I am now comfortably drinking tea, without so much as a scratch on my face. I have the Reikage's body, and have decided to sue for peace. I told them about my decision. I would like to refute this, Commander, said one of the jonin, as he stood up to make his voice reach every corner of the tent. By his looks, I can easily tell he is an Uchiha, plus the Uchiha clan symbol in one of his sleeves is a clear giveaway. Well then, time to make an example out of this little shit. I calmly looked at him. I am sorry, you must have misunderstood. I wasn't asking for your opinion. I was simply informing you of my decision. I stated calmly, leaving no room for discussion. The Uchiha seemed like he wanted to say something, but he saw the look on my eyes. He just sat down with an unsatisfied face, folding his arms to express his displeasure. This is why no one likes the Uchiha. They think that they are all some geniuses just because of their Sharingan, but they are simply some pampered little men who are too slow on the uptake. I don't say anything and keep looking at the Uchiha. The others seem to get a little uncomfortable when they notice me staring at him intently. Uchiha, if you want to say something, then say it. Don't be a little cat now. At least stand by your own words. Do not simply return to your seat as if nothing came out of your mouth. Because something did come out. If you feel that you are in the right, then we can settle this in a swift duel. I stated as the Uchiha just sweated a little and reluctantly said. And no. Everything is okay, Commander. I just got up and walked around the table until I stood behind the Uchiha's seat. I then uttered to him in a cold voice. Listen now, little man, dare to question me one more time, and I will have your head on a stake for insubordination. I'll even nail your head on it myself. Do you understand me? I shouted the last part, daring him to question my authority one more time. He just looked at me. At my cold back eyes. His bravado went away never to come back, and a look of fear appeared on his face. Not even a Sharingan could stare at my eyes if they belonged to a coward. I could easily guess what he was thinking. He is most likely remembering what happened to Danzo and his clan. Almost drawn to extinction just because of one man's mistake. Trying to fuck with me. He surely doesn't want to do the same. I said, do you understand me, you little shit? I repeated the question loudly, as my eyes whitened with a psychotic look appearing on my face. More than one jonin recovered their posture in their seats. I don't want to be seen as a pushover like the third Hokage, but fighting anymore would truly be useless to me. I already have a high reputation. I have the Reikage's body and the Hachibi's chakra. Why yes, Commander Yami. This will never happen again. Answered the Uchiha truthfully with his tail between his legs. I see. So even the Uchiha aren't dumb enough to cross me. Good. Or I would be forced to eliminate their clan. I would then have to keep Mikoto alive, and since I would have killed her clan, she definitely wouldn't listen to me. So I would have my way with her until Sasuke was born. The reincarnation of one of Hagoromo's children of legend. Indra. He will prove an important tool for me in the future, I'm sure. General POV. While Yami was dominating the Jonin on his camp and showing the Uchiha who is the one in charge, something else was happening in Konohagakure. In the Inuzuka training grounds, Shiro was just laying down, unlike his usual sinful, erratic, and chaotic behavior. He had one eye open as he looked at Hachi and his team training. Even though Yami didn't say anything specifically, Shiro already knows who Hachi's father is. He couldn't help but judge these people in his mind. How do these dumb people not even understand the basic shit? It's just a 2+2. I mean, why would Yami even allow someone else in his house when he has those things right under? Suddenly, Shiro scratched his ear as he saw Hachi doing some moves and training the Senjutsu Jutsu style. Shiro POV. The style was modified a little by Yami to suit Hachi's more flexible joints. Hachi had a more thin than fat build. But even with all that, I can't help but think if Hachi is adopted. I mean, that kid is nothing like Yami. Yes, there are signs here and there, but nothing that truly defines Yami. Like his alpha and domineering attitude. If Yami walks in a room, everyone will have to look at him, because his presence demands it. Hachi is nothing like Yami. He can't even come close to Yami's greatness. No one can comprehend Yami. No one can win against Yami. thinking about how his opponents tried to outsmart him. You're not going to give him a chance to use his super strength. Not good. You completely misunderstood Yami's power. That's right, Yami isn't feared because he can use his super strength to punch mountains into dust. Yes, his strength is terrifying, but that alone would not have been enough to subdue those Konoha clans and Land of Fire nobles, who would rather die than obey. There was only one reason why those as powerful as the Uchiha, and even the daimyo, do what Yami wants them to do, despite their motives. Just because he's too powerful. All of Yami's abilities are far beyond anyone else's. You're going to take precautions against his jutsu and monster strength. Your plans aren't good enough. You're going to take precautions against everything else. Your plans still aren't good enough. Even if everyone that opposed him were to combine their minds and take precautions against unfortunate events like the sky falling or the earth splitting, it wouldn't matter. Yami's abilities would be far beyond any of their plans. Anyway, I wonder if I could somehow get me some sake. Yami has ordered everyone to not sell me any sake. Damn. I can even sense dozens of Yami's clones running around down by the sewers of the village. There's no escaping his eyes and ears. Even while he is so far away, he still controls everything in Konoha. Well, guess I'll have to settle for that bitch Shimei to come lick some yakisoba off my balls. General POV. In the Land of Lightning, inside the Hidden Cloud Village, a funeral was being held. People from all over the Land of Lightning were gathered here for the funeral of the third Reikage. Some people who didn't even know him directly were crying. The third Reikage was greatly loved amongst his citizens. He was a pillar that seemed unbeatable. He was a cocoon of security. As long as he was alive, they knew that the enemy would never torment them. He put fear in his enemies' hearts and relief in the hearts of the people of the Land of Lightning. Amongst the grieving people was the one called Unruly, the third Reikage's son and the soon-to-be fourth Reikage. He didn't have any tears on his face, just a look of determination, with his eyes holding a shed of sadness within them. People came and went, but he still just stayed like that, unmoving. But still greeting any important person that came to offer his condolences. No matter how fake they were, he just accepted them. He knew that the Land of Lightning was only so successful because of the continuity of the good Reikage being chosen. Their economy and military has always been the best amongst the hidden villages. They have always had the best ninja together with hidden stone, and the economy has always been strong due to the mountains of gold and trade within their land. After some time when everyone went away, I just looked down. He clenched his fist. He was angry at himself for being so weak. He just clenched his fist and unable to hold in his anger anymore, he walked towards one of the walls and punched straight through it. But his anger and sadness wasn't appeased at all. So he continued punching walls. He went through many walls like this, until he was outside in one of the balconies, looking down at the Hidden Cloud Village from the mountain. He couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears came out of his eyes. Damn it, old man. You weren't supposed to die like this, thought A, as he kept thinking back on his father's death. His smiling father who had just gotten his arm ripped off. But he still smiled to reassure his son. In this private and emotional moment, A suddenly hears the steps of someone walking from behind him. Yo bro, what are you doing here alone, when you should be at home? Said B, while still trying to chain his words together to form a rap. In a way B was trying to comfort his brother in his own strange way. He knew what was happening to his brother. He too was saddened by the death of his father in all but blood. But was sad at this, so he didn't turn around to look at B, because he didn't want his little brother to see him cry. He must be strong. B, I want you to go to the Stormcloud Ravine and train your tailed beast bomb. You will not be engaging the enemy. If the enemy attacks the village, take them out with your long-range tailed beast bomb. Ordered A. He said this because he didn't want B to fight in this war anymore, or he might lose his brother in this too. As a Reikage, I will protect this village to the very end. That is what my old man wanted, said A, full of determination. On the other side of the war borders, many strange things were happening. Bloodline limit users were disappearing with strange circumstances in the Land of Water, and there has been proof found that it was the Kiri village elders. So the situation heated up, and it was expected of a civil war to break out in Kiri. After all, the bloodline limit clans were given the most dangerous missions, and together with their children being taken like this, they couldn't take it anymore and things started heating up. Due to this situation, Konoha could finally take a breather. And the ordeal with Yami Inuzuka killing someone monstrous like the third Reikage spread all around the lands. His bingo book entry also changed, with his bounty changing from 127 million to 200 million. The 73 million was all added to his bounty by the Land of Lightning. His name was spoken far and wide, and he was given the flee on sight order. Anyone confronting him is allowed to immediately retreat. He is someone whom even armies with thousands of ninja are forbidden to confront, unless it is unavoidable. In the Hidden Stone Village, the Tsuchika Jinoki and the Hidden Stone Village council members all sat around a table with Inoki at the head of it. So the fourth Reikage is a green brat, huh? Said Inoki as he looked through some intelligence reports. It also seems like some new hotshot just jumped up 2 steps. Konoha truly has some amazing talent sometimes. Then he showed to the other council members the report page he was holding. Yami Inuzuka flee on site order nicknames. Red Fang, Sky Slayer, Demon Child Yami, Dark Flash, Yami of the 10,000 Jutsu, Yami the Undead Ninja, rank. Jounin, S rank, net worth. Unknown, estimated in the billions of Ryo, bounty. 200 mil missions record. S68, A123 B63 C93 D86 estimated abilities. Dangerous in long range, close range and medium range. Be aware of his Jinjutsu, Taijutsu especially with the power he has displayed lately, ninjutsu is very lethal. He is considered unkillable by known methods. It is assumed that the brain might be his weak point. If confronted, flee on sight. When the council members looked at this, they seemed nervous, but then one of them said, "But Tsuchika-sama, I think that Yami Inuzuka isn't a threat, and wouldn't the atomic dismantling jutsu directly counter Yami Inuzuka's regenerative power?" Inoki nods at this. Good attention to detail drama, but he also knows the same jutsu like that yellow-haired brat, so his speed would be very troublesome. The other council members nod at this. Then how should we handle him in case of an attack from him? Inoki just scratches his chin in while deep inside his thoughts, and in the end he just says, "That is what we are here to figure out. After all, I believe that soon the Hidden Cloud village will either sue for peace, or they will get eliminated by either Konoha or some other villages. Their losses have been enormous lately, and that might give the one who has lately been secretly taking control over the smaller hidden villages from the shadows enough courage to go in an all-out attack against the Land of Lightning." The other elders all nodded in agreement to this. They could just send some Jinchuriki to deal with Minato and Fugaku, but Yami is a whole different type of monster. There is no definite weakness to Yami. He is way too versatile for anyone to be able to take advantage against him. Hachi-POV. I slowly open my eyes and look around me. I seem to have fallen asleep during training at the Inuzuka compound. So you are awake, sleepyhead. When I heard the sound, I immediately turned around and looked at Yami standing upside down in a tree. But Yami is in the front lines. So this must be one of his clones. I rub my eyes a little and yawn as I say, "I must have just lied down to take a nap. It seems I didn't notice it and slept a lot more than intended." Yami's clone suddenly smiles. "So, do you remember anything before you fell asleep?" I think back on it. No, not really. Why did something happen?" The clone just shrugged. "Nope, nothing happened. I just was worried about you, and wanted to ask how training has been going lately." "It's been good." I decided to just say that and not elaborate anymore. "I mean, I have made such progress that seems to be at a snail's pace, compared to when Yami taught me. I could beat a Chunin with just a week of training. Now, I haven't learned anything. I mean, sure, I learned about some new ninjutsu, but I don't have enough chakra to use any of them. The Senju library is a treasure trove, but I can't really use most of the things, so I give them to Yami's clones, then they modify techniques to perfectly fit me. Yami said that as I grow older he will continue to give me the modified techniques that I gave to him." I see that the shadow clone seemed a little unsure of something as he frowned and finally said, "I think that you should be deployed where the original Yami is. He will help keep you alive and he can protect you." Lately, I have been understanding more and more of what Yami is trying to teach me. Even though he doesn't say it. Well, he will probably never say it. But I know that he does care about me in his way. He will never truly hurt me and will always protect me. He is like a dad. But he is way too young to be one. I consider the clone's offer. I know that I will be safe if I go there. But I also know that I will never grow if I will always be under Yami's wing. I decided to tell my decision to Yami's clone. I know that I will be safe if I do that. But I know that I wouldn't grow if I was under Yami's wing. While saying this, I was a little scared. I knew that I would have to go into a dangerous situation and might die. But strangely, I have never felt calmer. I can think clearly, and my face is cold, with no emotion in it, portraying nothing of what I am thinking. The clone just looked at me with a strange twinkle in his eyes. Then out of nowhere, something that I have never heard Yami or any of his clones do happens. He laughed. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was very strange, it was too trained. It also had a certain coldness to it. "You are my dot something else, aren't you, Hachi?" I didn't understand what he meant by that, but as the clone continued laughing, I noticed that during certain intervals, the smile would be a little wider. As if he had heard the funniest inside joke ever. 2 months later. Yami's age 19, land of water borders. 2 months. And there has been no battle, only small skirmishes against the Mist village. I was currently on a patrol run. It also seemed that even with the Senju name, I am still treated as a genin. Which is nice and all that, but my patrol team is my teammates, Shoto, Momo, and Kai-sensei. Suddenly something strange happened as Kai-sensei signaled us to stop as we were jumping trees. Did he maybe notice any Mist ninja around here? Who knew? As we were thinking this, Sensei disappeared from where he was. Another noise was heard and then a thud. Later the teacher came back with a 10-year-old girl under his arm. The kunoichi seemed to be struggling, but she was already tied up by Kai. It was her and some other genin. No wonder the hidden Mist keeps losing ninja like flies. They don't even have jonin teams for a talented kid like her, said Kai-sensei as he threw the girl on the ground. When I look at her closer, I see that she has a special tape on her mouth to stop her from talking. She has long auburn hair, she has green eyes and jade-like skin, she seems to be around 10 years old. She suddenly looks at me and my teammates with fire in her eyes. Then Sensei rips off the tape of her mouth and says, "Okay, start speaking, kid. I want to know who you are. Someone with your chakra at your age wouldn't be a no-name ninja. So there's a high chance you are from a clan. Tell me which one and you will live." Immediately when Kai says that, he releases killing intent towards her. She jumps a little back in fright, but she simply answers, "And my name is Terumi." Kai immediately just widely smiles at this, and stops his killing intent. Terumi. That is indeed a very good last name. You will be very useful to Yomi-sama. Kai-sensei seemed to know something about the Terumi surname. I must say that even though I read a lot, I don't know about every clan in the elemental nations. The girl seems a little uncomfortable and seems to be looking around for an escape route. When she sees none, she looks down in resignation. As we are walking back to the Konoha camp, I notice the girl called Mate Terumi looking at me, and out of nowhere she just asked, "Do you have any relation with Yami Inuzuka? You sure look a lot like him." I just look at her face, for the first time since we have started walking. Sensei waved a hand sign, signaling me to try and befriend her for information. Every Uchiha and half of the civilians in Konoha look like Yami Inuzuka. Why, have you met him before or something? I decided to continue talking about Yami like this, since she genuinely seemed interested when we walked about Yami. No, not really. But I did hear of him. He killed my father in the Second Ninja War, said Mate Terumi with a hateful look in her eyes, though her face stayed calm. Hachi looks at the tied-up Mei when she just told him that Yami killed her father. He was a little surprised, but he could understand that Yami has already probably killed hundreds or maybe even thousands of ninja. He isn't necessarily fond of Yami, but he cares about him. He is like a big brother who in his way tries to teach him life lessons. But that still didn't stop him from sympathizing with Mei. At the oldest she should have been 5 years old at the time when her father died, depending on the year he died. His father also died before he was even born, so he can understand, having no father growing up can be hard. Mei noticed the pitying look Hachi had on his eyes. She frowned and said, "I don't need your sympathy, little boy." Hachi's eye twitches a little when he was being called a little boy, but he still calmly answers, "Oh, is that so? And how old are you, little girl?" Even while tied up and walking, Mei puffed her chest in pride and said, "Heh, I am 9 years old." "Well, I am 7, so there isn't any big difference," answered Hachi, as he calmed himself, not allowing Mei to get inside his head and get a rise out of him. Then as they were walking slowly, night came and they set up camp. Kai, since he is a jonin and part of the Inuzuka clan, he has certain privileges. He waves some hand signs and slams his palm on the ground. Smoke appears as a giant bat, as big as a horse carriage comes out of the smoke. The bat looked towards Kai, and a smile appeared on the bat's face. Thought to the Genins and Mei, the smile looked terrifying on the giant bat's face. "Hey Kai, how have you been?" asks the bat in a strange old raspy voice. Kai just shrugs. "I have been okay, thank you for asking." The bat nods. That question had more layers to it than your average greeting. Since the bat is his bat summon, it knows about Kai's body condition. He doesn't have a lot of time left, plus he has been with Kai for many years now, so they know each other pretty well. Kai then gives the bat a message to give to the Konoha camp leader in the front lines, against the hidden mist village. This camp leader is Orochimaru. They're notifying him that everything is okay, and that they will be a little late. Plus the message was filled with dozens of secret messages that identified that it was him. Then later, as everyone was asleep, Hachi was the one on watch during that time. He was simply leaning on a tree. His eyes were closed since in the darkness they wouldn't be that useful. He concentrated on his sense of smell and hearing. He could smell different natural smells, no smells of humans around. His ear also slightly twitches now and then, listening to the small wires he had put around the camp perimeter. They would slightly shift if anything made contact with them. He was on full alert as he heard someone approach him. It wasn't anyone from outside the camp. It was from the inside. It was their prisoner Mate Terumi. She had a cold look in her face and simply said, "I think. No. I know. I really hate you, Hachi." This coming out of nowhere from her surprised Hachi a little and he looked confused. What is that supposed to mean? I know that we are enemies, so there is no need for you to tell me that you hate me. I know that you already do. Then how about this? I loathe you, Hachi-senju repeated Mei. She was still tied up, and didn't dare try to escape, since she knew that her life is only hanging by a string, but she truly got annoyed by how Hachi acted. Why do you try to act so kind when you know what is going to happen to me? Hachi winced a little at this. He knows that she is probably going to get tortured for information. But what he didn't know was that reality isn't that simple and nice. And Mei reminded him by saying with eyes full of despair, "I can't handle it anymore." Then she took a deep breath and her eyes turned dull. She had forced her emotions to dull and not feel such despair. "I will be raped. That is what will happen to me. As soon as I am of age I will continuously be raped. I will continue bearing children until I die. For the Konoha clan that will be lucky to get me as their property. So stop acting like you are nice and all that. When Hachi heard this, he felt as if his whole world started shaking. His pupils dilated. Due to his young age, he hadn't taken a possibility like this into account. His 7-year-old mind couldn't comprehend humanity's cruelty. He couldn't understand that even when humanity takes over the planet, they have no one else to fight and no other species to dominate. They will start fighting amongst themselves. But Mei didn't let him even comprehend what she said as she dropped another bomb on him. Judging by the actions so far, the Inuzuka clan will get me. So, who will have their way with me when I grow up? Will it be some unknown Inuzuka, or maybe Yami Inuzuka himself will have his way with me? I heard that even when he was young he was always ruthless. Especially with the killing of the third Raikage, they call him Yami the Undying Ninja. Then she gets close to Hachi, and while in shock he can't react as she whispers into his ear. But behind closed doors, they call him a monster in human skin. Yami the monster. The boogeyman, that mothers scared their children to make them obey. But he exists and is quite real. As she was about to continue saying more, suddenly something even more shocking happened as a hand came out of Hachi's stomach and grabbed Mei by the throat. Hachi immediately looked at the hand coming out of his stomach. The hand was completely covered in darkness, and he instinctively went for an attack towards the hand. But as soon as he was about to, the hand and the rest of something made out of the darkness came from Hachi's stomach and Hachi fell on the ground unconscious. There was no attack whatsoever. Even his team was also unconscious, as they didn't even wake up from the noise of Hachi's body hitting the ground. The creature with a human form was completely covered in darkness, and it just looked at Mei, who was terrified of the monster in front of her. She wanted to scream but couldn't. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Her throat was choked so hard, she could feel her neck was almost snapped like a twig. But the person covered in darkness didn't seem to care. Well, he simply said, "You shouldn't confuse little Hachi like this. He is so young. He isn't quite ready to handle the world yet. His mind is not mature enough to comprehend cruelty like this." Then she felt her vision go dark too, as she heard that being said by a surprisingly young-sounding voice. Hachi POV. As I wake up in the morning, I feel a slight headache. Oh right. Yesterday, during the time it was my time to stay watch, I accidentally bumped my head. I really should be more careful these days and shouldn't try to train during these times, or it could be fatal. I see that our Jonin teacher Kai was the last watch. He came back and just gave us all a casual greeting. Then as Mei woke up I felt a strange sense of deja vu. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everyone has this every now and then. I got up and started walking towards Mei. I noticed that when she looked at me she too had a strange look in her eyes, before it went away. Anyway, time to go and escort her to the main camp. I wonder what will happen to her. I hope she talks and doesn't need to be tortured for information or something like that. General POV. Orochimaru looked at the letter that Kai had sent to him. He couldn't help but frown a little. He was one of the people he had tried to bribe to get him to spy on Yami. Those Inuzuka are like dogs around Yami. Even though the Inuzuka used to be generally weak and didn't have anything astonishing about them. Most likely producing one solid Jonin per generation. But even since Yami became the clan head they have skyrocketed into the big leagues, recently pumping out Jonin numbers at the same caliber as the Uchiha. 2. No. Just one more year and the Inuzuka will be the top clan in Konoha. Analyzed Orochimaru, his yellow eyes shining with a dangerous light in them. Especially now, he has got a Lavakage Genkai. And he can't even experiment on her. He knows that Yami wouldn't allow them, and no matter how big his curiosity was. He knew that Yami would kill him, he probably wouldn't even get a backlash from it. He knows that Yami would get rid of him like he did Danzo, carefully planned with no repercussions. Orochimaru hated to admit it, but Yami was better at handling people than him. He can see the darkness in people. Orochimaru had noticed the first time that he saw Yami as a kid. It was as if he had seen right through him and exposed all of his secrets. With those soulless and cold dark eyes of his, he has had his guard up against Orochimaru ever since he was a kid. Damn it, screamed Orochimaru inside of his mind. He even accidentally ripped the paper in his hands. Yami had grown so fast that he didn't even have a chance to decide if maybe he should have killed him. No one could expect a 12-year-old to survive a confrontation with the Raikage who is considered a monster, and at 18 he killed that monster, which would need 2 to 3 S-rank ninja to even hold him back. Damn. That kid has grown to be monstrous. But on the other hand, at Yomi's camp, in the front lines against the hidden Cloud Village, which was still technically in the war, but ever since the third Raikage has died an agreement was made. Because they went back on their word, it was decided that the third Raikage's body would be held by Yami Inuzuka until the war is over. During that time, the Cloud Village won't attack. If they do, Yami will destroy the third Raikage's body, and he will go rampaging on the Land of Lightning. But there was also a monetary compensation, which Yami took and made them all sign complicated deals that if a lawyer from his first life didn't read them, no one in his world would notice the plot holes in the 137 contracts that were issued by Yami. Yami was meditating and his clones were guarding the tent, but in actuality, he was inside his tent with a dark-skinned Kunoichi. She is a slender and well-endowed woman of average height. She has dark skin, golden eyes, and black hair. Her hair is waist-length and kept in a ponytail with chin-length bangs framing the sides of her face, and a Cloud Village headband on her forehead. She also had a dull look in her eyes as she continued telling Yami different confidential information as he was in his hot tub, which he had created with the help of his Fuinjutsu. Suddenly, as she was talking, Yami looked at her. He had dozens of human spies in the Land of Lightning, ranging from male, female, elderly, and even some children. They also have different professions from ninja, politician, the mayor, and so on. But usually, the one who delivers him messages is the woman in front of him. She had dull emotionless eyes because Yami had deleted all of her memories and emotions, just like he does with every one of his spies. He can't help and sneak a look into her voluptuous body. He feels himself get a little hard when he sees this, so he simply said, "Take your clothes off and come here." The woman got up and took her clothes off. She continued talking with Yami and telling him certain information. But since Yami already knew this from the mosquitoes, he considered this information useless. Yami frowned a little when he saw the emotionless look on her face. So he simply said, "Turn your emotions on." Suddenly her emotionless eyes got a certain light on them, and when she looked at Yami's body, she blushed a little and looked away. Yami just groaned in annoyance. Him being able to see right through her acting got him turned off. Truly being able to read people so good is annoying to Yami sometimes. He can't enjoy prostitutes and other lying bitches because he can see right through their acts. Just turn off your emotions and come here. What's your name again? Matilda, Maria, or something. The woman was not bothered at all by Yami not even remembering her name as she started answering. "My name is M. Stop, I don't care," ordered Yami with a certain annoyance in his voice. His son had disappointed him quite badly recently. He had to have the clone he had sealed inside of Hachi appear and delete Hachi's and Mai's memories due to Hachi going into a panic. The woman's eyes turned emotionless again. "Anyway, my last child has been very disappointing. He is 7 and is barely even a chunin. So, with a strong lighting element in my genes, do you think we could make a better child?" Says Yami, not even asking her if she is okay with it. He already knows that the woman in front of him is closer to a machine than a human. True, it is a good machine since he programmed her brain. But still, she is just a tool. I like some emotions into the women I bet. At least I have to lie and manipulate them. So that makes it a little more exciting. This is boring as hell. Well, I guess time to make the heir to the Inuzuka clan. This child shall be recognized as mine, and the child will be less disappointing than Hachi. Calculated Yami, as the woman entered his hot tub and impaled herself with his rod. No moan of pleasure or anything came out of her. This sucks. Yami wakes up, unlike the normal person who would yawn or instinctively stretch themselves. He just suddenly opened his eyes. There was no trace of sleeplessness in them. It was as if he just blinked and wasn't asleep for 9 hours. I have started loathing the necessity of sleep. Like that, it puts even the powerful on their backs, thought Yami as he calmly got up. His immortal body does not feel any tiredness, fatigue, or anything like that. Even if he fights for a whole year against an army, he would still be able to fight them all. He saw that his little spy was still on his bed, and couldn't help but admire her voluptuous body. Yami POV. If it wasn't about her emotionless state, she would give me a nice night. I guess as expected, she didn't even moan once during the hours upon hours we had sex yesterday. I guess the brain wipe was successful. No pleasure or pain. She can be manipulated by either. As I go and start putting on my clothes, I can't help but think about a good saying in my last life. Everything is about sex. But I always added something more in my head. Everything is about sex. Except for sex. Sex is about power. Anyway, I stop my thoughts from going into deep philosophical places. I go outside of my tent and see my clones simply nod at me. I too nod back at them. Suddenly I see Tsum running towards me. She looks kinda crazy running like that. But whatever. As she gets closer she stops and looks at me with her eyebrows frowned in annoyance, as she said, "Yomi, tell me to do do things. With some of the Kunoichi in the camp." My immediate answer would be yes. I have fucked almost every pretty girl in my camp. It gets boring around here, so I have to keep myself entertained while my shadow clones take care of everything else. But of course, I keep these activities a secret. Hope one of them invites me to her wedding. I want to see the face of the loser who will get my sloppy seconds. Of course, I tell none of this to Tsum. I just mention to her as I say, "Walk with me, Tsum." She seems confused, but she complies nonetheless. We walk a little away from everyone's hearing. We are at the very edges of the camp and there are no people around. So I took this moment to say to Tsum, "Tell me, how do you think humanity evolved?" Tsum immediately frowned when I said that. "Listen, Yami, I know what you are going to do. No matter what I say, I know that you will change the conversation without me even noticing. So I simply want a direct answer right now." I can't help but be amused by her reaction. Since she has let her hair down, she is a bang-able 7.5/10. But still, she is a little too young to be able to escape my bullshit speech. "What do you think of human intelligence, Tsum?" I asked her with a certain playfulness in my voice. Sum just sighs when she heard this. Damn. You are so annoying, Yami. Can't you be serious for once? I just smirked at her. I think that the human intellect is like peacock feathers. Immediately that gets her curiosity. Just an extravagant display intended to attract a mate. All of art, literature, a bit of the cage, greatest ninja, intellectuals, and even the Konoha. They are all just an elaborate mating ritual. Maybe it doesn't matter that we have accomplished so much for the basest of reasons. But, of course, the peacock can barely fly. It lives in the dirt, packing insects out of the muck, consoling itself with its great beauty. Just like humanity, consoling itself with its intelligence, never understanding the true meaning of intelligence and power. Sum immediately had a conflicted look in her eyes. Yep. When saying that type of shit in front of someone, definitely confuses them. Maybe I should use this as a way to confuse my enemies. Now that would be amusing. But enough amusement for now. I can't let Sum get too jealous or she might decide that I don't appreciate her enough, so it's better to spy on me for someone else. Then I would have to kill her. It would be a shame since she has been so useful to me. If I am not mistaken, she will soon be 18, right? I run through my memories for a second, a quick read through them. And yep, her birthday was a week ago. I forgot and didn't give her anything. Well, I don't even celebrate my birthdays, but whatever, some people like to be sentimental like this. I mean, to other people, it's like celebrating for being 1 year closer to death. Glad I won't have to worry about old age or that would kinda suck. I just smiled at Sum and put one of my hands behind my back and smiled towards her. Well now Sum, I know that this might be a little late, but I pull the hand from my back and there's a bouquet. Happy birthday, Sum. Sorry I have been a little busy lately. Sum seems happy at this, but then she suddenly frowns. Yami, are you changing the subject again? I just winked at her. Of course. Yes. She immediately started screaming around and complaining. I just zoned her out and simply said, it isn't important why I do what I do. I was simply bored in the camp. I had urges and I satisfied them. I could see the look into her eyes. I could feel the decade of manipulation that I have done on Sum take effect. Her face seems conflicted, her eyes a little dilated, her breathing has sped up a little, and she has a small blush on her face. I just smiled a little. She was manipulated to fall in love, head over heels for me. Well, I can. Be your. Sum whispers something under her breath. By her saying that I can already analyze that she doesn't know how to express her feelings and what to say. I noticed Sum has to use her kunoichi training and the techniques Yami taught her, so she can calm herself. Finally, with an even and calm voice, she asked, Yami, do you think we could be a family? As in a wife and husband? No, little Sum. But I couldn't say that. So I just looked down at my hand and said. When I heard what Sum said, I just looked at my hand and clenched it. Sum, do you know what marriage means for people at my level? She looks at me with a strange look in her eyes. She has noticed that I am in one of my moods, where I will explain something to her that will rock her world. My marriage will have to be a useful tool for the Inuzuka clan to rise higher. We already have a very stable internal stability in the clan. Now we need external. Sorry Sum, but I can't. As I say this, I also noticed her eyes started tearing up. She was almost crying as she said to me in a low voice. You are always so smart, aren't you, Yami? But couldn't you find a way to let me down slowly, could you? Well, that would be a waste of time, little Sum, but then again she is delusional enough to think that I would marry someone like her. She is a 7.510, and a soon-to-be fully fledged Jonin. But that doesn't mean anything. I have had certain plans recently, and I have finally figured out whom I will marry. Plus I honestly don't give a shit about the Inuzuka, except that they are good pets and a good stepping stone. Still, even though I am thinking that what I say to her is a different thing. Manipulation is a subtle art. It needs care and attention. With that, my face has a difficult look on it, as I say. We could still be together, though. It will have to be a secret. Sum looks at me and tears up even more. You're horrible, Yami. Even while she says this, she still decides to hug me. I just hug her with one arm and pet her head. She truly is a pitiful human being. So attached to me. So clingy. She would die for me. She will be my side bitch. Or as they say it here, she will be my concubine. She can't be with anyone else, or it might ruin the internal structure the Inuzuka clan has. Then after some consulting and her talking to me about things, Sum decided to go and rest. She will think about this. I know what she will choose. But I still give her the false illusion of freedom of choice, which she doesn't have. After that, I went back to my tent and went back to work on my little project. I take the red cube out of my jacket, storage seal inside. The cube is around the size of my palm, and it has Fuinjutsu seals all around it. The blank soul of the zero tails inside it stopped thrashing around. This little thing was something I didn't plan on creating at all in the beginning. But now that I have learned that it is possible, I am going to use it. I can't help but shake a little with excitement. I am going to do it. Now I am going to achieve unimaginable strength. I can barely control myself from using the cube. It isn't complete yet. But even now I can faintly sense the strange energy it produces. In this world there exists a lot of strange items, like the chakra fruit, samahata, kusanagi and so many more. I have thousands of clones all around the world currently, searching for items like them. Currently, there aren't any items at the level of the chakra fruit or anything like that. But I look at my cube again. But this little thing will easily surpass the feats of the chakra fruit. Suddenly I sense one of my clones dispelled, and I get its memories. I bite my thumb, just enough to draw a slight amount of blood as I slam my hand in the ground. And a golden cane with a ring at the end appeared in front of me. This was the item that my clone that dispelled itself just got. It's called the Shugu. The Shugu is a special tool that, when wielded, it can produce a limitless amount of water. If the wielder has control of the Shugu, it creates water according to their wills, such as rain that falls across a region or a constant stream flowing from its tip. The water can take shape if the wielder desires. Truly a good tool. It was from the time of the Sage of the Six Paths. It was given to a family by the sage personally as a gift. It can only be used by the bloodline of that family. But I wouldn't call myself the best Funjutsu user alive if I couldn't easily take care of something this small. I was able to get this staff while looking through my memories of my first life. There were some times where I searched about this thing on Google and I remembered about it. My other shadow clones are also on similar missions, finding things that I could remember about my first life memories during the time I searched for Naruto. I slowly put the cane close to the red cube, and with my connection that I have with the cube, I activated another command in it. As soon as the cane touched the cube, strange markings went along the cane as it slowly turned into liquid substance and went inside the cube. The Zero-Tailed soul was screeching inside the cube. It was in pain. But that was good too, since it will create more dark chakra and slightly reinforce the cube even more. Then suddenly I noticed something underneath me. In a flash my hand digs underground and catches what it was. It was a little mouse struggling to get away from my grasp. It was a normal mouse. I keep those in the lab below this tent. This little guy must have dug his way out. Nope, he is not one of my rats. Its chakra is also about average rat level chakra. Is this rat a spy? I use the Sharingan and look for anything indicating this rat is a spy. There's none. So I decided, and then ripped out the little thing's memories. Then saw through them. Well, I guess he was just another rat. I have run 137 tests on it, and it truly was just your everyday rat. It is brain dead now. But it's still useful though. Well, I guess using the cube on the rat would wield some data. And see how potent the cube is. This is my creation, so I am expecting something amazing. I just use the strange energy produced by the cube and throw it towards the rat. Let's see what happens to you, little guy. Yami looked at the mouse as the strange energy produced by the cube entered the little thing. As soon as it did so, the mouse stopped struggling and a black cocoon surrounded the small mouse. It looked like a black egg that could easily fit on the palm of someone's hand. And as the minutes passed by, with only Yami's breathing as the only sound in the room, suddenly the cocoon started expanding little by little until it went from being able to fit on someone's palm to become as big as a chair, and that is when the cocoon started cracking open like an egg. The cocoon part slowly fell down, and as it did so it turned into smoke. But Yami didn't even look at it. What he looked at was the not-so-little rat anymore. It was a creature in the form of a rat, and it was so big that if he stood up, it would reach up to his knees. The rat was already brain dead from Yami's ceaseless examination on it to try and see if he was some spy for someone else. So the rat just stood there, not moving at all. Yami noticed that not only was the rat bigger, but his brown fur from before had turned to black fur. His eyes also turned to completely red, and under that fur, he could see the muscles under that thing. He analyzed that this little creature went from a normal weak rat to probably being able to rip apart the average Ninja Academy student to death. Even his chakra was at that of the average human. Though your average genin would wipe the floor with this rat. Yami slowly took out his scalpel and went close to the rat and made a little small cut on its skin. Immediately as he did so, the rat tried to bite him. But as the rat's teeth bit his hand, they couldn't even draw blood. Yami's skin has been modified like the rest of his body. It is as hard as a rock, and even though the rat might be stronger, he is still only rat. No matter how it changes, it still couldn't bite through rock. As he saw this, Yami also noted that the rat's teeth had become more jagged, like the fangs of a predatory animal. He noticed that even though the creature is brain dead, it still had the instinct to protect itself. Also, the small cut that he made healed quite quickly. This is interesting, thought Yami as he kept making small cuts on the rat. And as it tried to bite him, Yami simply sent a chakra shockwave to its brain, immediately knocking him out. Then after a whole hour of Yami experimenting on the thing, he finally got what he wanted to know and killed it off, also burning its body. No one is getting anything from my research, thought Yami as he walked out of his tent. He made a clone to act like him, and he disappeared in a dark flash, going towards someone he wanted to meet. General POV mate Terumi wasn't someone cruel or anything like that. All she wanted in life was to have a normal family, a normal husband, a normal life. But as she got closer to the camp, she could feel like her own blood was lava. Her stomach was churning in disgust. She knows that she will become something that she will hate. Someone without power or familiar love, someone that when she births enough children she will simply be killed. The reality drowned on her like an ocean. Her legs were noodles, her eyes felt like they had bleach in them, and her whole body was cold. She was feeling physically sick from this, and when they arrived at the Konoha camp, her worry skyrocketed as she saw someone that she knew of to be waiting at the gates. It was Orochimaru, and he had a predatory look on his golden eyes. His hands were in his pockets as he leaned on a tree. His malicious smile made her feel chills down her spine, as if the ice was poured on her back. Even the cold mask she had on started cracking. But suddenly out of nowhere, a dark flash appeared, and a person came out of it. He was wearing a Jonin uniform. His hair was black and slightly spiky, but what caught Mei's attention wasn't his smile or his friendly-looking face. It was his eyes as he looked at Orochimaru. He had a strange cold look in his eyes. Orochimaru's face now had a frown on it, and his eyes had a certain gleam to them. When he noticed that Yami was here, he didn't protest, but he was displeased. He wanted to experiment on Mei a little before Yami got her. Plus, unlike the other people in here, he noticed that this wasn't just Yami's clone, it was Yami himself, so he can't go around messing with him. He knows how dangerous Yami can be. That was unfortunate. If only he didn't have these little mosquitoes all over my camp, monitoring everything that happened in here. I would have had time to experiment with the girl before he came here. If those mosquitoes didn't exist, he wouldn't be this troublesome, thought Orochimaru as he went back inside the camp towards his tent, ready to experiment on some unlucky fellow. As Orochimaru was walking back to his camp, Yami just looked at Orochimaru's back, contemplating something, his brain brewing hundreds of different ideas, schemes, and plans. But even as he was thinking this, he looked back towards Hachi, Kai, Shoto, Momo, and Mei. Kai, as an Inuzuka, obviously has a lot of respect for Yami. After all, he is the one who rose the Inuzuka clan to the powerhouse it is today. Yami simply looked at Mei and smiled. Well, hello, there, child. I hope you didn't have a hard journey. I know how hard it is for children to be dragged into war, away from their families. When Mei heard what Yami said, she somehow found the courage to speak in front of him. Whether it was Yami's friendly-looking face or her desperation that gave her the courage to speak, Mei didn't know this, as she said. My father is dead, killed by you during the Second Ninja War. He was the pillar and protector of the Terumi clan. My mother also died of sickness not long after that. My clan is in decline and will most likely die out because of you, Yami Inuzuka. When she said this, Mei predicted a lot of ways Yami would act. He could be angry, not care, or even surprised. But his reaction truly baffled her as Yami simply just laughed. Ha 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 ha, his voice melodious and his laughter loud, as if he had just heard the funniest joke ever told. As Yami laughed at little Mei's speech, she couldn't help but be angry like this. The way she saw it, Yami seemed like he was mocking her father's death. Even Hachi and his Genin teammates seemed a little perturbed by this. Though Kai Inuzuka, their Jonin teacher, has a look of absolute certainty, he trusted Yami and knew that he would make the right decision. Kai's and the other Inuzuka's loyalties have been nurtured for a long time by Yami, or what they assumed to be his shadow clone. Finally, Mei couldn't take any more of Yami's ridicule, so she decided to angrily say, "What are you laughing for, Yami Inuzuka?" When he heard this, Yami finally stopped laughing, but his face still had a smirk. "Wait, so you were real about this?" Ha 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 ha. Yami started laughing again, but this time as Mei was about to say something angrily again, Yami suddenly stopped laughing. His face morphed into a cold look as he said, "We're ninja, we leave death and destruction behind each of our steps. How many people's lives do you think your father ruined? Hundreds or thousands? If you understand that, then don't start speaking stupid things, little girl. Your father died as he lived. Just another nameless ninja." Mei's fists were shaking in anger. But this time when she wanted to say something and rebuke Yami, she saw the look in his eyes, unlike his smiley face and friendly look in his eyes that he had before. Now his face was stone cold and his eyes even colder. She knew that one more talk out of line, and the next thing she would feel would be her head flying off her body. So in the end, she kept her anger inside her and didn't say anything. When Yami saw this, he seemed strangely pleased. "You may survive us yet, little Mei." Then he went forward and offered the girl his hand. She seemed unsure for a split second, thinking of the horrible things that will happen to her. But she pushed down all of the fear and hesitation as she took his hand. When Hachi saw this, he felt a little weird, as if his stomach fell to the ground. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. So just like that, in a black flash, Yami and Mei both disappeared. But not before Yami used a telepathic message that gave different orders to the mosquitoes close by. As Mei Terumi falling in his clutches was a little bit of a surprise, but it was a good surprise, as he now can finally try and learn how the different Kekkei Jinkai like lava release work. They're then teleported to Yami's tent, back in his Konoha camp. Yami just looks at Mei, and suddenly, her eyes become hollow, indicating that she is in a Jinjutsu. If I am to use the lava and boil style, my strength would be raised by another 20%. Thought Yami as he prepared for another experiment. His lips morphed into a sinister smile. Back in Konoha, something else was happening. One of Yami's clones was in one of the Inuzuka orphanages, when he looked at one of the kids in there, and smiled towards them. "Yamato, you seem nervous. Is something going on?" asked the Yami's shadow clone, as he looked at Yamato. Yamato is an orphan that was randomly selected to be in the Inuzuka orphanage. All, according to plan. Thinks Yami's clone as it reviews the plan that the original came up with. Yamato with uncertainty nodded and gently touched the ground. Slowly out of the orphanage porcelain floor a small flower broke the plate and bloomed. The kids laughed at this since it seems fun to them, but the matron has a shocked look on her face. She truly understands what this means. This is the legendary wood release. Yami's clone has a mischievous smile on his face. Things were all according to his plan. When that happened, Konoha had a shock. Finally, after many generations, another wood-style user has appeared, and he is a member of the Inuzuka clan. Immediately as soon as it was announced, Yami was surprised, so he started negotiating certain things with the Konoha village. Of course, Yamato would still be part of the Inuzuka clan. No one would even dare dispute someone like Yami on this. But he has now become more of a symbol now, of a new hope. To the civilians this was a miracle that could be attributed to fate. But the ninja were different, most of them already pieced together that this was a little too much of a coincidence. They immediately started suspecting Yami of some type of interference with Yamato's so-called natural wood release. No matter how things developed though, one thing could be agreed on by everyone. The Inuzuka clan just got another rising star. Also with the crystal release user Gurren, that didn't cause too much of an uproar, because even though crystal release Kekkei Jinkai is strong, it doesn't have any legendary feats like the wood style. Just like this, 2 more months passed, the third ninja war was still going on. But for Yami, it was no problem at all, he kept getting benefits from it. Also, mate Terumi has somehow escaped from Konoha during one of Yami's negotiations in Konoha. Though no one said anything, the Leighton clan had meetings have become more of a playground for Yami, and every clan had has noticed this. Yami's political power kept raising and raising. No one could do anything, it was already too late, the other clans were occupied with the war going on. But the Inuzuka kept advancing forward, so it was a surprise when ninjas came back from the war and saw different Inuzuka banners around different shops and companies. Even though ninjas aren't very knowledgeable in economics, they could still understand what this meant, the Inuzuka clan. No, it is Yami Inuzuka who has taken over Konoha. But this came as grave news to the people who even had thoughts of going against Yami. He has something like political immunity. He is untouchable by normal political means anymore, even the daimyo would have to listen to his suggestions. And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. Catch you in the next one.